Hey banna. 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 Hey banna.
You are better today than yesterday. Honorable Ngola, good morning.
Good morning, Chair.
Honorable Sokanyile.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Honorable Skosana, good morning.
Ngiyakuthokoza mgcini sihlalo. Ngilochisa ngithi ngilochisa nesitshaba sonke. Ngiyawudumedisha kere mo wena ngwanesu. Yeah, Chief Whip asinidi. He's worse than yesterday. Ngiyaleboha mgcini sihlalo.
The chief whip has recovered. If you thought he would not recover, he has recovered. Honorable Shogwe.
Morning, Chair. Morning, General. Chair, it's a privilege for me to ukubona i-COVID ibuya by Chief Whip. Siyabonga kakhulu.
The chief whip has not publicly declared his sickness. It's a confidential health matter. Honorable Shonko. What we know is that he has flu, or he had flu. Honorable Breitenbach, you say he must go away.
Yes, good morning. He must go. I don't want what he's got. Good
May
morning,
you please
Chair.
greet the chief whip, Honorable Breitenbach.
Don't come near me.
Honorable Kwalabanan,
Good morning, Chair.
Honorable Cameron,
Good morning, Chair.
Honorable Matthews.
Good morning, Chair. Please do not forget Honorable James today, because I'm going to be on the receiving end of her wrath. Please.
The statement you make exposes you that you have just arrived now. Because
Okay, you can see
Well-
he's giving me the looks already.
where you are sitting now is where I was 45 minutes ago with Honorable James. We were exactly where you are now. Honorable Vessels, good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Honorable James, good morning.
Saving the best for last. Right, Chair?
Yeah,
Good morning.
moja morago ke kgosi.
I must learn that. I only know Wayaka.
Yeah.
Morning,
Oh,
Chair.
you only know.
I only know Wayaka.
Wayaka.
It's the only thing I've learned in this ad hoc.
So it means you have met so many Sotho speakers who were lying.
That's all I know. Morning, Chair.
Thank you so much. Advocate Arons.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, colleagues, everyone present, General Masemola, good morning. Just an apology for our colleague, Advocate Mukherjee. He'll either be a bit later or not yet, all busy preparing. Thank you.
Advocate Mukiza.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, General and staff.
Tauya Tswako. General Masemola, good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. Thank you.
And we also pass our greetings to your delegation.
Thanks, I'll do so, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Would you mind informing us who they are?
Thank you, Chairperson. Behind me is Lieutenant General Kamani, is the head of legal services in SAPS. And there at the back is one of my protector in the office. Oh, he's a assistant to General Kamani, the gentleman behind, which I didn't know. And behind me is my assistant, Lieutenant Colonel Chilwane. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. Or it's Hamane and Chilwane?
Ka.
Oh.
But it's written C-H-A. Kamani. Kamani.
Oh, it's not Haman. It's Haman. It's Haman.
Correct. Thanks.
Okay.
Chair,
Honorable Ngola.
there are a lot of things that have been said about Lieutenant General Kamani. So I want to propose that he must also take the witness seat. Thank you.
Oh, you want him to sit next to?
Yeah, just next to General
Masemola. Unfortunately, the witness is not on our list. So I'm going to rule that statement out of order. And welcome Lieutenant Kamani. be assured that you will not sit on that chair. You are not one of our identified witnesses. Mr. Tejana, good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Mr. Ramano Bavenda Bachiendeudo. Good morning. Mr. Pallet Kwebo. Good morning. Good morning, the staff of political caucuses in Parliament. And good morning to members of the media. Can we go through a round of apologies? Honorable Sangon.
Good morning, Chairperson. African National Congress has a full house. No apologies. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Skosana. May you please speak.
Thank you, Chair. Apology to Honorable Nomvalo is not in today. He's attending some organizational work. He'll be back tomorrow. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Klopper is away for the whole week on party-related duties. Thank you.
Honorable Mattheys.
Thank you, Chair. Just to register Honorable Malema's apology, he has a family bereavement and he won't be with us for the rest of the week. Thank you, Chair.
Do we have an apology for Honorable Mwango Ramano?
Chair, we have an apology from Honorable Mwango. He is not available due to a pressing family matter.
Thank you so much. Honorable Mwango will not be with us due to a family matter or family commitments. Honorable Sols, good morning. May we please check if you have an apology to record?
Good morning, Honorable Chair. No apologies, thanks.
Thank you so much. Honorable Vessels.
No apologies, thank you, Chair.
Honorable James, do you have an apology to record?
No, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, this morning we rose up to the sad news of the passing away of Ms. Motanalo Martha Malema, who is the aunt to our honorable member, Julius Lomalema. The message has been shared with us in our committee. I also called the honorable member this morning to confirm the sad news. He indeed confirmed. I'm going to take this opportunity and afford the honorable members to pass messages of condolence. We will start with the African National Congress. It's one per party, as usual.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think as the African National Congress, we join the family of Honorable Malema, his comrades, and everybody who knew Mama Martha in sending our condolences. We say to them, we wish them strength during this difficult time of bereavement and trust that the Lord will continue to carry them even during this time. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Skosana.
Ngithokoze mgcinisihlalo ngithi maniku umndeni wakwaMalema alwehlanga lungehlanga ingathi uzimo angabathuthubaza ngalesikhathi esibudisi kangaka kukhanjelwa ngomunye oyimember yefamily yabo ingathi angalala ngokuphumula njengoba ke kwaziwa ukuthi ilanga lokugcina ke modimo fela o tsebang gore letsatsi la hao le tlo fitla neng sithi tutu o fe mfemedi kwa Malema ke a thokoza mcela sihlalo.
Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. The Democratic Alliance offers its sincerest condolences to Mr. Malema and his family. We're very sorry for his loss, and we will continue to keep him and his family in our thoughts. Thank you.
Honorable Matthews.
Thank you, Chair. And on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters, we'd like to thank everybody for their condolences, and we'll convey that to Honorable Malema. Thank you.
Honorable Sols.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of our President, Peyton McKenzie, and our Deputy President, Honorable Kenny Kunene, our NEC, and the entire Patriotic Alliance, South Africa and abroad, we want to express our deepest and sincerest condolences to Honorable Malema and his family for his loss. We pray God's strength and comfort over him and his family during this trying time. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Our thoughts and prayers are with Honorable Malema and the entire Malema family, and our sincerest condolences.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. Action SA extends its heartfelt condolences to the family of Honorable Malema. We continue to pray for them and ask for God's hand of comfort upon their family, and we encourage them to hold on to the memories that will make this journey easier. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, honorable members. And I think Honorable Skosana will translate to you what I'm going to say in North Sotho, that atala ipya madiba, a go madiba a sa phego, toboga mologatshelo, tlodi lemegeletlo. So you will translate to Honorable Matthews, so because she made a commitment here that she will pass the messages to the family. Thank you so much. Honorable members, we have come to a point where we must administer oath on our witness. We must take this opportunity and thank you, General Masemola, for making a return to this ad hoc committee. Our evidence leaders would have spoken to you that previously when we invited you to come here was because you are the head of the South African Police Services as an institution. And we have invited you here to come and make an open statement on how you understand the institution of the SAPS and how matters that would have been raised by General Mkhwanazi would have come to your attention. And since you left, there were witnesses that came here before us, after you, and they would have made statements. And we felt that it is fair that we call you back to come and respond to some of the statements that would have been made, but also enrich whatever presentation you would have made previously and clarify certain matters for to establish a better understanding for the committee. So for that, we want to thank you so much. Before we administer oath, I'm going to give the evidence leaders to pass any remarks if they have. Advocate Arendse.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Also, sincere condolences to Honorable Malema on the passing of his family member. And our thoughts and prayers will remain with them throughout the past couple of months, I'd say, as almost like a family. They've grown closer. All the members on the committee, so a loss to anyone on the committee is also lost to all of us. Thank you, Chair. I don't have any additional comments other than just to remind us that I did mention in the previous committee meeting that General Masemola and General Kwenazi, who's appearing tomorrow, will not have before them an additional or supplementary or further affidavit. For the reasons that are discussed, if I recall, that appears to have been accepted by the honourable members. We have forwarded a list of thematic questions to perhaps assist the members in terms of their own questioning that will come later. It will track our questioning will track the terms of reference of this committee, and also then focus particularly on a number of witnesses that we've indicated. Minister Mkhunu, his Chief of Staff, Cedric Kaminde, General Sabia, Honorable Adams, Matlala, O'Sullivan, Mkhotsi, Lieutenant General Sintumile, Lieutenant General Vuma, and we also just briefly want to add, I think it was his designation, Brigadier Shlungwani, who had also given evidence before the committee and who made, these are all witnesses who would have made allegations against General Masemola that requires comment, and that gives him an opportunity to respond to those allegations. And I'm sure honourable committee members will also have other questions for him to respond to. But we thank him for being here. He's spent many hours with us in the past week or so. And sometimes he hasn't been well. He's got a very busy schedule, so we thank him. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. General, this is just a matter of formality. As we swear you in, I know that previously when you were here, these remarks were made, but I just have to remind you that we have invited you here to give evidence before this committee, which is the ad hoc committee investigating the allegations that have been made by General Ntanta Mkhwanazi, the Provincial Police Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal Province, with the hope that the information or evidence that you are going to give here shall help the committee in its investigative and oversight work. The allegations include, amongst others, the alleged unlawful disbandment of the Political Killings Task Team, otherwise known as the PKTT or NPKTT. Number two, the alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, the SAPS. And number three, alleged corrupt relationship between members of the public and senior leadership of the SAPS, and lastly, alleged political interference in the work of the SAPS. And let me remind you that the information that you will be providing with us here is regulated under the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, which guides the oath that you will be taking. And once again, be informed that by law you are required to fully answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you may be required to do so in connection with the subject matter of this inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or even damages. I remind you that you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or a Committee of Parliament may not be used against you or in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. General Masemola, please be reminded that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or a Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it, which is false or misleading, commits an offence and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. With those remarks made, let me check with you if you would prefer to take an oath or affirmation.
I'll take an affirmation, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much. You have elected to take an affirmation. May you please say aye and state your names in full.
I, Sihlahle Fannie Masemola,
Solemnly affirm that the evidence I shall give
solemnly affirm that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
Thank
you so much.
So I affirm.
Yes, thank you so much. Advocate Arance.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
How much time would you need together with General Masemola to conclude your part?
If we're going to break at 1 o'clock, yeah. For 1 o'clock.
You request to run until 1 o'clock?
Yes, please, Chair.
Okay. That is granted.
Thank you.
I want to take this opportunity and wish you good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, General. I asked you whether, since you last appeared, whether there was anything in your affidavit that you submitted to this Honourable Committee or in your oral evidence subsequently, if there's any thing that you wanted to amend or change or correct that might be material. And so I'm just, you highlighted one aspect with me, and that's the issue relating to Brigadier Mokweli, who's also the subject of an issue involving Lieutenant General Khumalo. Just by way of background for the Honourable Committee, Brigadier Mokweli had previously been employed by BMW and had subsequently been appointed to a position in crime intelligence, and that resulted in a complaint being laid with with Anthea Johnson, IDEC, sorry, with IDEC, and which led then to the arrest of Lieutenant General Khumalo. Yeah, so just on that, one of the honorable committee members had asked you a question, I forget who it was now, whether Brigadier Mokele is related to any senior official within SAPS. And you recall that your response was, to my knowledge, no. Do you want to comment on that and perhaps expand on that response?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Yeah, indeed, there was one member that asked me that question as to whether Brigadier Mokele is related to any of the senior officials in SAPS, which I said, to my knowledge, no, and according to General Khumalo also is a no. But however, I have since established from General Khumalo himself that after they were arrested and back, in one of his management meeting, where Brigadier Mokele was also in attendance, some members of his team were in that meeting, and he thanked the team for arresting a Brigadier Mokajane and a captain from Belabela for some crime that happened around Belabela with the councillors there. So he thanked the team for doing a good job, well done. And he said that then subsequent to that, during the break of that meeting, one of his management members came to him to say, to alert to him that he think what he did was, there's nothing wrong with it, but he think maybe it was just too much to say in front of Brigadier Mokele to thank the team and praise them the way he did. Then he asked, but why? And that person said, but Brigadier Mokele is the biological child of the Brigadier Mohajane that is thanking the team for arresting him. Where this member was saying the member didn't mind General Khumalo thanking the team, but he could have done it not in front of the child. And Khumalo said, but me, I didn't know that he's a child of the brigadier we arrested, so I didn't know. And he said he apologized to Brigadier Mokele in that meeting, of which Brigadier Mokele said, no, but there's nothing wrong. You did your work, it's fine. But the apology is not about the arrest. The apology was just that maybe it's a bit too harsh to do that in front of the child. That's how then he became aware of that Brigadier Mokele is a child of Brigadier Mohajane, even though he's not probably from the same mother, but he's a biological child. Thank you.
Thank you. So the answer perhaps should have been yes, but only if it was brought to your knowledge or to your attention. Thank you. Now, a focus of our hearings has been the minister on leave now. His directive of 31 December 2024. Directing that PKTT should be disbanded immediately, and the subsequent 6th of July media conference called by Lieutenant General Mkunazi, which is related to that directive. Now, you testified that you learned of the. Firstly, you were on leave at the time when the directive was issued on 31 December 2024. And you learnt of the directive only on the 2nd of January 2025 via WhatsApp from, is it Lieutenant General Sabola? Major General Sabola.
Yeah, that is correct, Honorable Chair.
And at that time, we know that Lieutenant General Mosakiri was the acting National Commissioner while you were on leave. Did you hear from her at all about the directive?
Yeah, according to her, she did phone me during that time also to inform me about the directive.
Okay. Did she discuss it with you, or did she just inform you that there's just arrived a directive from the minister, which is addressed to you? Did you have any discussion about it?
Yeah, she did inform me that there is this directive, and same way as I said to Sebola and General Sebia that there is still time in the directive. Feedback is required by 20th of January. So start compiling those reports. I will see those reports when I come back on the 14th of January 2025.
Yeah. Now, we also know that your evidence has been that prior to the minister issuing that directive, he had not spoken to you about it. He didn't consult you about it. Didn't ask you about it, what your thoughts were. Is that still your evidence?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Yes, it is still my evidence that the minister never consulted with me about the directive, or even before he issued the directive. And I can add that I was with the minister for most of that week because there was a festive season and we normally do operations together. And I do remember during the week or so, or a week before, I think on the 21st or so, we had a funeral together in Hammersdale in Mpumalanga, where we're burying one of the police members. And then on the 27th of December, we were together at Nongoma, Kwamusi, where we were resolving a community dispute. Two communities had a problem where, to such an extent that the school has to close. So we were there, we spent the day there together. And subsequently, the following day, which is the 28th, we again spent the day together at Escalene in Richards Bay, where we're burying one of our captains there, and we parted there. So it's not staged. Still, I stand by what I said. It's no stage. Did he hint or indicate that there is this imminent disbandment of the PKTT?
So just to summarize, you saw him on the 21st of December, where you together attended a funeral in Hammersdale,
next to Mpumalanga in KZN.
And then you also saw him again on the 27th of December at Kwamushe village. There was it was actually a ministerial engagement with the community.
Yeah, it was ministers engaging the community there at Kwamusi in Nongoma.
And then on the 28th at a funeral at Epangeni.
Yeah, the 28th were together, myself, the minister, and the provincial commissioner KZN at Escalene, where we had the funeral of one of our captains.
And collectively, we would have spent quite a bit of time although I suppose when one attends, especially funerals, it's quiet and you tend not to engage, but there would have been ample opportunity to discuss a matter of this importance.
Yeah, I take it that there was ample opportunity to discuss the matter if there was such a urgent matter like the disbanding of the PKTT, and that was never. There was no discussion. There was no hint whatsoever.
In fact, on the 24th of December, you also engaged virtually. There was an online meeting that the minister called regarding the Medicare 24 contract with Mr. Matlala. That meeting would have been called as a result of the media, the media or concerns raised in the media about the award or what was then alleged to be the irregular awarding of the contract to Mr. Matlala.
Yeah, that is correct, Honorable Chair. On the 24th December 2024, yes, we did have a virtual meeting where we were discussing the contract of Medicare 24, which that's where the minister raised concerns that there were some articles in the newspapers about this contract. So we had a meeting on the 24th, and still in that meeting, or after, there was never at any given point where the minister spoke to me about the imminent disbandment of PKTT.
What was the status of the Medicare 24 contract at that stage on the 24th of December 2024? Had it been awarded already?
Yeah, it has been awarded already. I think it was awarded somewhere in May, June of the same year, 2024.
18th of June, yes.
Yes, it was a contract that was running, and it was just taken off. And well, there were some reports from the end users, which are various divisions, that there is a problem of service delivery. I think even prior to that meeting, there was a meeting between the supplier, people from Medicare 24, together with my officials, where they had meetings about service delivery by Medicare 24, which was not satisfactory.
At that stage, the contract having been awarded, was it within the minister's authority to question the award, or to have it set aside, or to hold an inquiry into the award of the contract?
No, it's not within his authority to award or do that. But however, he is a minister of police. If he come across information that points something wrong with the contract, it is right for him to alert us or me, the subs management, that this is what I pick up, and so that we can provide the necessary answers.
And subsequently, we know there was an internal audit of that.
Yeah,
that then highlighted, we know from the evidence of General Fannie.
Yeah, out of that meeting, I then said, no, I will task the internal audit of the subs to go and audit the contract, which they did. The first report, I think it came out somewhere in January, a preliminary report. And then subsequent to that, there was a final report that came out, I think somewhere in March, which subsequently, based on the final report, I eventually in April, I think it's April, I eventually then cancelled the contract.
I know we're digressing a bit, but on the 24th of December, was Mr. Matlala's name specifically mentioned in that meeting?
Yes, it was mentioned. Yes, correct. It was mentioned that Medicaid 24 is Mr. Matlala.
And as at that date, 24 December 2024, did you know Mr. Matlala? Had you met him before?
No, I didn't know him, and I didn't met him before also. Not at all.
So the name Matlala didn't mean anything to you?
No, it did not mean anything to me. I didn't know him at all. No, met him.
Okay. All right. So then just fast forward. We know the minister didn't raise PKTT with you at all, despite what we've now discussed. Several opportunities to do so, and we're moving now into January. You also heard from was it telephonically on WhatsApp from General Nkonazi? Did you also hear from Lieutenant General Khumalo? This is now all in early January about the directive.
Yeah, I received, think WhatsApp from Sebola sending me the directive. As I said, I think in my previous evidence, I opened it, look at it, scan it, but then close it because initially I didn't take it as a serious or a real matter. And but then subsequently, on the 2nd or 3rd, I did get a call from Lieutenant General Mkonazi, and thereafter, I did get a call from General Musikidi. I also did get a call from General Sibia. And they were talking more or less the same thing, asking me about the directive. And I told them, I don't know about the directive. I'm not aware of it. And after then looking at what is required in the directive, that's why I saw that the first report is required 20th of January. Then I said, let the relevant people draft those reports. I will produce those reports when I came back. I didn't inquire or phone the minister that time, and I didn't want to.
So you returned to office on the 14th of January?
That's correct, yeah. I returned to the office 14th of January, yes.
And was it on that day or the next day, the 15th, that General Sabia came to see you?
No, he came to see me on the very same 14th of January when I arrived, because I remember the morning part that day, I never even went to office. I flew from Wanarubom to Mpumalanga, because you remember it was that time when there was a bit of turmoil in Mozambique. There was after elections, so there were a lot of people flooding, sort of running away from Mozambique. So we had to address the situation at the port of entry. Myself and other DGs, we spent the day at Lebombo that day. So I only went to the office in the afternoon of the 14th of January. No, yes. So as I arrived in the afternoon, must be about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That's when General Sivia then came to me with a letter, the report that I said they must draft while I was on leave. He came with that. Couple of letters that he said I must, is the report going to minister, some going to Sintumul and General Kumar that I must sign. That's where as I went through the report, I saw that it talks about same as the directive of the Minister of Immediate Disbandment. Then I engaged General Sibia in terms of how I would want to approach the matter, which I said, I'm not going to do it as a immediate disbandment. Rather, I would want, if ever at all we do it, we should wind down the team, not do it abruptly so. And that's why I said, General Sibiya, go back and redraft something that will wind down the team and the work over a period. And not
And the draft letter, was it, did you request it?
No, I requested a plan that must go to the minister. That is the reply of the minister of, that is in his letter, that you want a progress report by the 20th of January.
But did you request it from him or from Lieutenant General Khumalo, who's the...
No, originally, remember when I was on leave, I said they must do the reports. When I came back, he came to me to say, this is the report, because General Khumalo reports to him. And subsequently, after I said he must stop doing the report on the 15th, that's when I directly then asked General Khumalo. I explained to him the same way I explained to General Sibiya. I explained to Khumalo to say, do for me a plan that will involve the winding down of a team over a period. I must also maybe go back a bit to say, on the first day, when General Sibiya came to me with that, as we were discussing, how should this be done? I think it's on my evidence, I'll repeat it, that he also alluded to me that no, we can disband the PKTT same way as they disbanded the Scorpions, because he was a member of the Scorpions when the Scorpions were still there. That's why I asked him, how was the Scorpion disbanded? And then he said to me, no, they were called into the office, that everyone must come with his dockets. And they went into the office and they said, bring your docket. They counted the dockets, registered them in a register. And from there, they gave you a station or branch or unit where you must go and work. And in other words, you leave the dockets, you go report there. And he says that's how the Scorpion was disbanded. And then I told him that, no, but that, for me, that's very irresponsible. You don't even know what is in the dockets, what is happening. And you just pack the dockets on the table, you say, people must go. I says, no, I'm not going to do that irresponsible way. I will do it my way. And my way is this way of winding down. So I don't want your Scorpion plan. Go and do the plan, my plan of winding down, coming with a proposal of winding down the team. And then the next day when he came, when I look at it, scan it, well, I didn't read the whole thing, scan it, I find that it still emphasized this immediate disbandment. That's when I said, no, looks like you, for some reason, maybe you don't understand me, what I'm saying. Then hence I tasked Khumalo to do same, and Then Kumalo drafted the report, which myself and legal service later come and vetted and improve on it and sign off and then gave to the minister.
And that was on the 22nd when you gave that report to the minister?
Yeah, that was 22nd of January.
And that report was drafted, or assisted you, Lieutenant General Kumalo?
Yeah, he started with the draft, but I finalized it myself with legal services.
Did you get any acknowledgement of receipt or response to the report submitted to Minister Mkhunu at the time?
Well, acknowledgement, of course, we hand delivered it to the Chief of Staff, so there was acknowledgement of receipt. I didn't email it because there was that time this problem of documents leaking, so there was acknowledgement of the document by the Chief of Staff, but response or feedback, no, I didn't get any feedback from the minister.
Then on the 1st of February, you met with the president. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct, Honorable Chair. I did meet the president.
What were the circumstances of meeting? Was it a chance meeting? Was it an arranged meeting? Did you have an appointment with him? And was it specifically about this issue?
No, it was an arranged meeting which I requested from the president, and the agenda was to talk basically about the disbandment of the PKTT, where I alerted him that there is this thing that is happening, and the PKTT has been disbanded, and we don't know why. And well, he said he looked surprised, and he said, well, he didn't know, and after explaining to him, he said he will talk to the minister. And I left thereafter.
Where was that meeting and for how long was that meeting? Was it in-person meeting?
Yeah, it was in-person meeting. Yeah.
Where was that meeting?
It was at Waterkloof Air Force Base.
And for how long did you meet with the president?
Must have been an hour.
So an hour is quite a long time. Well, what kind of exchange did you have with him? Did he ask questions? Did he ask for details? Did you explain to him?
Well, remember, I explained to him what is PKTT, how he started, reminding him, and he remembered how he started when he was in Maritzburg at Kashanam Mkhunu's family, and how he put together the IMC, how the team was established, how they then went on to do the work and break through. So I explained to him the work of the team. And yes, then thereafter I left.
What was your impression when you left after you met with the president? Was your impression that he was listening sympathetically? Did he appear to be supportive of not disbanding the PKTT?
The question is quite difficult thing to guess, but the first thing when I told him about this, as I said, he was quite taken aback because he wasn't aware, and I told him that this team is doing good work and it's still going on. We still have political killings problem in that province, and now this is happening. Yes, so the impression is he did listen to me what I was saying, and he said he will speak to the minister.
Did the president get back to you after that meeting on the 1st of February?
No, he didn't get back to me, and of course, I didn't expect him also. I expected that at some point after speaking to the minister, maybe the minister will get back to me or engage me.
Did you meet with the minister any time after that meeting?
Yeah, we met. We did meet. Yeah, one of the meetings, one of the meetings I think, we met was somewhere in February, still in February. Yes, we met a couple of times. I can't recall the exact numbers, but we did meet.
We know you did meet. You had the online meeting with the portfolio committee on the 5th of March, and then you had that in-person meeting on the 6th of March.
Oh yes,
where the minister was present. Correct. But before that, did you meet in February?
Yeah, I think February we met here at the province of Western Cape with the executive, the EXCO from head office, where we were just briefing the minister and the deputy ministers on the work that we are doing. So the various directorate are taking through what work we are doing, both by overview of the work we are doing, and then thereafter visible policing. Lieutenant General did some presentation, and thereafter the detectives, General Sebea did some presentation also, and General Nkua spoke about all med support related matters.
Yeah, that was on the 6th of February.
Yeah, I think it was 6th of February. And
General Sentumile also referred to that meeting. Although she referred to it, she wasn't in the meeting. She was supposed to be in the meeting.
Yes.
But she had a bereavement that day, so she wasn't in the meeting.
Yeah, no, she wasn't. She didn't attend that meeting. Yeah. She had a bereavement.
But in that meeting, PKTT wasn't on the agenda and wasn't discussed.
No, it wasn't on the agenda, and it wasn't discussed. We discussed general performance of the subs, and also we did the crime statistics.
Sure. But just before that meeting, there was a letter from General Sebea. You recall that letter?
The letter?
On the 4th of February.
Yeah, the letters, I became aware of them at a later date. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, a broader question. In his evidence, Minister Mkhunu said that you did not disagree with the disbandment of the PKTT. Instead, he says you actioned it as he expected you to do. And you only differed on the when and the how of the disbandment and how the directive should be implemented.
Yeah, firstly, let me say, after I came back from leave, I did ask the minister to engage him on the PKTT, and he did not give that audience. He said, firstly, let's get the report. Properly. After I came back on the 14th, I recall that there was, at that time, there was a lot of media articles about, negative media articles about crime intelligence. And me, I did engage him. I did call him to say, I want us to discuss about the PKTT. And then he said, submit the report first. And then immediately after that, I can't recall whether it's the same day, but later he called me back where we discussed about the negative media articles about CI, where he said he wants to appoint the council to investigate these things that are in the media about crime intelligence. Firstly, it was the employment of various senior managers. I think Mukweli is one of them, Brigadier Khalanyani, and I think others. And there was also the issue of the killing of Cindy Somakaka. I can't remember all of them. So then that's where I said to him on the phone that, do you remember that I asked you that we need to brief you in detail about matters of crime intelligence. You must make time. which we haven't yet made time up to now. You can appoint your senior counsel, but bear in mind that that senior counsel is going to take the information that we have and just give it to you. So what is the value of buying your own information that is readily available to you? So you make time, we come and we brief you for free. Don't have to buy it through a senior counsel. Then he said, okay. Then he said, no, he will make time, which then we agreed that we shall meet on the 16th of January. And 16th January, we both went to a funeral in Putadichava to bury a police official there. When we came back in the evening, 1800, myself and Timsan Kumalu, we went and met him, and we discussed those matters of crime intelligence. That's where, for the first time, General Kumalu briefed him about Project Q in Gauteng. And I touched the PKTT, then he says, no, the PKTT, let's wait until the report we'll discuss. Then we left. So, yes.
Did you not meet at all before the 5th, before the portfolio committee presentation that was made by Lieutenant General Kumalo?
I'm talking under correction. We might have met to, normally when we go for such meeting, we do meet and brief him on what is going to the portfolio committee. So here, I'm not sure. Sometime we meet, sometime we don't meet. So here, I definitely not sure whether we met or not. But yes, we did go to portfolio committee. The 5th, we had a meeting at the portfolio committee. The 6th, we met again physically then here at the province, myself, General Sibia, General Sintumule, General Msikidi, General Kumalo, Chief of Staff, Ngabinde, and there was a Lieutenant Colonel also there. I think Mr. Pikoli was also there, Advocate Pikoli.
So on the 5th of March, when Lieutenant General Kumalo presented to the portfolio committee, that effectively was a sort of a winding down of the PKTT and not an immediate disbandment.
Yeah, the plan that we presented there was a winding down and showing the work of the PKTT. But remember, Minister have not yet says he agreed to that.
Yeah, that's why I asked whether the approach was not, before you make a presentation to the portfolio committee, we discuss these things and perhaps agree them or indicate some disagreement, or indicate that a plan is still or something is still in a planning phase and it hasn't been resolved yet.
Yeah, well, by then, the PKTT was not yet dissolved, and there was no indication there that we will dissolve it immediately. It was more to say we will be winding it down. That's the presentation that we put before the portfolio committee.
But the disagreement between you and Lieutenant General Kumalo on the one hand, and the Minister and his Chief of Staff and Kabinde and Sabia on the other end, that then manifests at the meeting on the 6th.
Yeah, on the meeting of the 6th, that's where the difference became quite very clear. I must state that at that meeting of the 6th, when the Minister opened that meeting, that's where I said to the Minister, these are the senior managers of SAPS, can you take them into your confidence? What are the reasons that you are disbanding this team? Just tell us so that we know, because we are going on. It's an instruction. It's not a request, remember? It's a directive that I must comply with, but we don't know why we are doing it. Can you tell us why we are doing it? Right at the beginning of the meeting. He never answered that question. He continued to say, let presentations be done. And later in the meeting, and then he he's then indicated that no, one of the reasons why this team must be disbanded is that there is no political killings. Political killings were pre-1994. For now there is just killings. That was his response in between the meeting. But in that meeting, yes, that's where there was a clear difference where myself, Msikidi, and Kumalo said, well, you are doing it, but let's do it in this fashion. And that's where then there was General Sibia and the Chief of Staff said no, but in the plan actually it was indicated that, okay, it will be disbanded in various forms of a winding down. And the dockets of the team will go to the provincial serious and violent crime, or commonly called murder and robbery unit, that is being newly established at the province. That these dockets will go there. And there was quite a long discussion and arguments where General Sibi and Gavinde, I remember, they even said, but if you take dockets of this team, because I said, take the dockets and members of PKTT from the KZN, we take them, they form the provincial murder and robbery unit, they fill up the numbers there and they continue the case. I remember well when Gavinde said, but Minister says disbandment. That is not disbandment. You are just shifting the dockets and the members of PKTT. And you want to have PKTT under a different name, which is serious and violent crime, under the Provincial Commissioner in KZN. And that is not the directive of the minister. The minister says disband. And General Sibia supported him that disband. And the dockets must go to police station of origin, where they come from. And if I link it up later, some days to come, you would recall when General Sintumile at some point told me that there are dockets at Pretoria and Mkonas is refusing them. Then I says, you and your boss, tell your boss to see to finish. It was based on that it cannot be that the same man who was fighting that dockets go to the station of origin in KZN. All of a sudden, then he bring dockets to Pretoria. It can't be, because he was fighting. I was saying, let the docket go to province. And they says, no, they must go to the station of origin. And minister supported them that dockets must go back to station of origin. But I said, we cannot do that, because maybe you don't know, but as we know where we come from, that this didn't work before. And we had a team similar to this that was working, that was consisting of members from the province of KZN, which was a political killing stars team, which was led by the current deputy here in Western Cape, Major General Makashalala. He was still a brigadier then. He was in the KZN in DPCI. He led that team. And that team didn't really produce any results. When we went to go and check on them, couldn't find anything. Hence, in 2018, that decision was taken that we reestablish the team. We came with this current team where we take members from various provinces. And it was working. So that's why then on the meeting of the 6th, the argument was, you can't take dockets to stations because we know that political killings investigation at station level is a problem, because local politicians start interfering with the investigators and sometimes they're afraid to talk. Whereas if we have members from all over the country, they have got no interest in politics in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Not that members of KwaZulu-Natal have interest, but some members get tempted or they get influenced by politicians.
So after the meeting of the 6th, you had a further meeting on the 27th of March. And was it on the minister's instructions that you had to present an amended plan, different plan?
Yeah, the plan that was presented on the 27th, on the 6th of March here in Cape Town wasn't accepted. It was partially accepted.
Yeah.
Because the issue was it must be amended to include some of these things that dockers go to stations and whatever. So the expectation was the plan will be presented, the minister will sign it off. So it wasn't approved. And the next meeting was scheduled for 27 March at the Police Academy in Pretoria. And yes, then the presentation was done, but it didn't go long because in the process of that presentation, I think the minister picked up that the number of cases that the PKTT have increased with one docket. And he happened to know that that docket is from somewhere in Mandini, the killing of a councillor, which the docket was taken over by PKTT. And he was unhappy about that. And the meeting ended up abruptly and with a decision that now he will not meet anymore, and he doesn't understand why. We don't want to disband this team, and that this team is still working. And in any way, that's where for the first time one heard that where he said, in any way, the president agreed that this team can be disbanded. It took a political decision to establish it. It will also take a political decision to disband it. And the meeting adjourned. And since then, we never engage on matters of PKTT with him.
But were you aware that the very next day, on the 28th of March, the dockets had now been or was being transferred to head office?
No, I wasn't aware. I became aware when Suntumula called me, but that was later, somewhere end of April or early May.
Yeah. Because subsequently, just less than a month later, on the 22nd of April, there was a letter from Lieutenant General Sabia giving directives about the dockets without obtaining your authority to do so.
Yeah, later one became aware of those, and of course, subsequently, I'm sure Honorable Chair will remember that subsequently then winding forward during May, because I remember all along we just saw this disbandment. We didn't know what is the reason for the disbandment, and one was trying to understand it. No clarity comes. A suggestion of winding down is not accepted, and yeah, but still one did not disband the team until somewhere then in May, when after Matala was arrested. That's where the team in his phone, they discovered all those messages, and where Mkhosi then was thanking or sending message to Matlala that the team that harassed you at your house is no more, so you have no worries. That's when we start really reflecting on all these things that were happening as to what exactly were we dealing with here. That's when we realized, no, this was a planned thing, meaning it is something that was planned from 6th of December 2024, after the arrest of Molefe and the search of Matlala's premises. So that's where we were now linking the directive of the 31st of December back to the 6th of December raid at Matlala's place, because Mokgotsi sent him the directive and telling him that will not, the team is no more. And yeah, so that's when we started looking at all these things that has happened as to what it is. Then that's when we came to the conclusion that there is definitely a link between the directive, the disbandment, and what happened on the 6th. And of course, also bear in mind that by then, the part of the KZN PKTT was already in Gauteng, assisting Gauteng. So definitely the aim was to prevent them from further investigating the Gauteng cases.
At paragraph 7 of your affidavit, you had stated that it had come to your attention that Deputy National Commissioner Lieutenant General Sabia wrote letters reference 21/2/1/59 dated 17th of January, the 4th of February, and the 22nd of April, respectively, whereby he gave directives without first obtaining authority from you as the National Commissioner. This action violated the established protocol, which I regard as insubordination and is tantamount to defeating the ends of justice, as those directives were contrary to the implementation discussions which were held with the Minister of Police. I understood the mandate that was given by the IMC, it's the Interministerial Committee, to myself, the Prosecution Authority, the State Security and Correctional Services. Hence, I accepted that the proposal from Project Manager Lieutenant General Kumalo that all relevant authorities must first be engaged before such a disbandment is implemented.
Yeah, correct, Honorable Chair. Remember, the 22nd, I submitted a report to the Minister, a proposal. I expecting a response to say, I agree, yes or no. And in that meantime, nothing should happen, remember, until I get the response. And somewhere the Chief of Staff wrote a letter to say, meeting to discuss PKTT, 6th of March, Cape Town. And we come with a proposal as to what must happen to the PKTT. We present the plan get rejected or partially approved. So the next meeting, we say Pretoria, 27th of March. That is still discussion of the PKTT plan, because Minister said he will present the plan. If he agree, he will approve. We presented in Cape Town, he didn't agree, he referred us back. We go to Pretoria for 27th of March, which I explained how that meeting abruptly ended up. So all these processes are processes to finalize a plan that should be agreed upon, which minister will sign off. And only then one can do something about PKTT. You couldn't do any move in between. That's why those letters are ultra vires to what we are doing. We can't be planning somebody's executing around the corner, but we are still discussing the modalities as to how we are going to do it. Remember, we haven't yet agreed. I say gradual, Minister says immediate.
And as at 27 March, that was still the case.
Then we take Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarity, General, you told this committee that you have established a clear link between the 6th of December and the disbandment of the PKTT, right? And you also further say that the aim was to prevent them from investigating the Gauteng cases. The aim by who?
Well, from the communication that we saw on the charts between Mokotsi, Matala, and General Sibia, that's where we detected that here there is, of course, Minister is also quoted or messages are being exchanged between him and Mokotsi and Matlala, Mokotsi in between them. That's when we realized that this group of people looks like their aim is to prevent the investigation of Gauteng cases. Reason being that if you look in those letters of Sibia, he ordered dockets from KZN, and I think from evidence of Sintumule and General Dumisani Kumalo, then the dockets came, they were checked. I don't know whether he checked them, yes or no. I presume he must have seen them. And because in those KZN docket, he couldn't find the GC Ops Gauteng dockets in there. He wrote further another letter. I just don't know, but it's one of those letters there, where he said again to Kumalo and Osintumule, he wants all dockets, including dockets that they were investigating in Gauteng. That is an indication that the objective is to get the GC Ops Gauteng dockets, which start with the killing of Amaswart and all other dockets in Gauteng. So it shows the intention was not necessarily to get dockets of PKTT KZN. It was to get the Gauteng dockets because he was given KZN dockets. He returned, well, he did what he did with them, left them, and he still wrote a letter to say, I want all dockets, including Gauteng GC Ops dockets.
GC Ops, that's Gauteng counterintelligence.
Yes, that's Gauteng counterintelligence investigation, which we, yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much, General. I'm clear. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Ngola.
Thanks, Chair. So General, you established this link and objective, but you still entrust General Sibia to preside over the winding down process.
Thanks, through you, Honorable Chair. Remember, this was not established by that time. This we established only in May after we have discharged from Matlala's food. Somewhere end of May, beginning June. That's when this is discovered. That's where then I said to the members that they just hinted to me that there is this that they have found. Then I said, okay, do the rest of the analysis so that we know exactly what is happening. And then thereafter, after we establish that, yes, there is these linkages and there seems to be this objective, that's when then at some point I wanted to see the minister to alert him that we have this problem. And that time never came. And eventually I made an appointment with the president. I briefed him that we have discovered that there is a problem on this matter. Hence then the president said, okay, he is going to Brazil, but work on the report. When I come back, you brief me.
We can proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Now, on the 25th of April, Lieutenant General Sentumile telephonically made contact with you, and she informed you that she had had a discussion with Lieutenant General Konazi regarding his serious reservations about the dockets. And I just want to read back to you verbatim evidence here. I remember saying to the National Commissioner that there was no way that we could disband a task team and replace it with another task team, as that would not make any operational sense. The National Commissioner advised that I engage with the DNC, presumably that's Sabia, and he must decide what to do with the dockets. The National Commissioner testified that at some point he told DNC that he heard that the dockets were at head office and instructed that the dockets be returned to their station of origin. I suppose when I called him to give him feedback of my conversation with Lieutenant General Kunazi, the National Commissioner realized that the dockets were still at head office. Hence he said, quote, "Your boss should decide what to do with those dockets," unquote. What is your comment on that?
Yeah, thanks. On that, my comment is that yes, in Tungule at some point she did. I think it's end April or beginning May. She did call me and hinted on that, and I did say to her, well, there's no dockers that's supposed to be here from PKTT. If they are here, tell your boss to see what he does with those dockers. And I said that on the premise, remember that somebody was arguing on the 6th of March here in Cape Town, arguing that him, the minister, and Cetrin Kavinde, arguing that dockers must go to station of origin, cannot all of a sudden have dockers in Pretoria. And where he even took them from KZN without the provincial commissioner knowing. That's why I said, tell him to see what to do. And that's why Sintumule said, yeah, that's where the issue of the next task team came in. And subsequently, I think somewhere 7th, 8th of July, there was a submission to me by General Sibia and Sintumule, where they were proposing establishment of a national investigation team that will take the 121 dockers, go back to KZN and investigate them. The submission of number of personnel and the budget. And that submission I disapproved because I said it made no sense that you have a team in the province, PKTT, that was doing the work. Now you take the dockers, and I want to establish another team to go back to do the same thing. Hence, I disapproved. And I then take measures to send those dockers back to KZN and approve the budget that they continue with those dockers. The PKTT continue the investigation of those dockers.
In fact, it reminds me of, I asked Lieutenant General Sabia on what authority would you require the transfer of a docket from one province, either to head office or to another province. And his response was that he could do that because he was the head of detectives. Can you maybe very briefly just explain what is the protocol if a case is opened and there's a docket, say here in the Western Cape, can it be taken, and if so, on what authority, on what basis can it be taken from the Western Cape to Gauteng or KZN or to head office in Pretoria? Is it allowed? Is it permissible?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. There are various ways in which that can happen. For example, let's say you encounter an incident in KZN or Gauteng, and you are in a hurry, you travel, you come to Cape Town. When you arrive here, you go to Cape Town Central, you want to open a case that somewhere in Dobsonville, when you were there in the morning, 1 to 3 happened. They will open the case here in Cape Town, but that docket will be transferred back to Dobsonville. The investigation will be done there. And normally then with other cases, if for some reason there are problems on the investigation of a case, either the complainant or somebody is not happy about how the investigation is being done, whether people are not objective in the investigation or whatever some reason, and the dockets needs to be moved. Dockets are registered at the police station. They belong to the station commander. And from there, you have the district commissioner and the provincial commissioner. So dockets of a province belongs to that provincial commissioner. So if even myself, when I move dockets, there is a couple of dockets I moved in Gauteng of Ket Matlala some recently. I did not pick up the phone and phone a detective and say, I want that docket now. No, I spoke to the provincial commissioner and said, well, I'm not asking him. I'm telling him, I want this docket, that docket, that docket. And then he collected them, he brought to me. And I told him, no, I want them to be investigated by this team here. And then they do so. Same happened with the investigation of the murder of witness D, right? It was investigated around the Kuruleni. And I phoned him to say, no, I want that docket. It must come to the task team that I established to investigate the Madlanga-related, Madlanga Commission and ad hoc related matters. And the provincial commissioner knows where the docket is, because at any given time he must know where his dockets are. So you don't just go and take. The fact that he's a deputy national commissioner, that doesn't grant him authority to just go and take dockets. Remember, he's executing delegated authority from me. So why could I personally still be informing the relevant provincial commissioners when I want a docket? And he doesn't inform, he just take. It doesn't work that way. You inform and you give reasons why, of course, you are removing the docket. Thank you.
Okay. On the 5th of June, the Minister Mkhunu, references a work study where task teams were mentioned. It is in paragraph 44 of his affidavit, where he says that on 5 June 2025, General Masemola, for reasons only known to him, signed this work study a year after it was presented to him. In signing the work study, he made this remark, quote, implementation of the units must be expedited, close quotes. It took General Masemola an entire year to say this one line. If the implementation of the units was supposed to be expedited, how can the decision to disband be surprising and unexpected? In fact, just after a year after the task team was formed, the SAP senior management wished to disband it in 2019. It is therefore disingenuous of General Masemola to claim that the decision to disband was sudden and unexpected.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, my response to that is that, with due respect, the minister is not my subordinate. He is above me. So, work study investigations that are done, I task the people to do work study, and they compile reports for me. And I'll decide, well, I wouldn't know each report when it was decided and why. And when I've decided, and then implementation will be done. And that implementation will be done by members under my command. It is not for minister to come down and to get to work study reports unless he is my deputy national commissioner, then he can do that. Or is my divisional commissioner. Maybe I have more, I don't know. But ordinarily, a minister cannot go down to that level of saying he's implementing work study investigation. Yes, I signed that, and that is for General Sibia and General Sintumule to implement, doesn't say go and disband, to implement. So if I say General Sibia expedite implementation, is he saying am I saying that when I say General Sibia expedite implementation, am I saying Minister Mkhunu expediting implementation? I didn't write that. I said General Sibia. So it's for General Sibia and his directorate to implement in liaison with me. And when you implement, you don't go and start disbanding a task team. Implement that which is being said, and you cannot implement in isolation, you implement with me. And then if there is any disbandment, that disbandment will be done by myself together with the officials, not with the minister. This thing is similar way, like where the minister brought in some financial authorities of somewhere in March, even before his appointments, to come and argue about those matters. That was communication between me and General Dimpani. We write to each other, we call each other, we talk. It has got nothing to do with him. He's not my subordinate. He's above me, he's my superior.
Has it been your view, and is it still your view, that issues of implementation of any task team, including the PKTT, is an operational matter and falls within your domain of authority?
Yeah, the Honorable Chair, thanks. The implementation of be it establishment of a unit or a task team, it is an operational matter that me and the management must do. Same with the PKTT, if ever it has to be disbanded. Let's say for some reason, as he said, I think in the evidence, he relied on Patricia Mashale and Meriti Haas complaints that he had to decide to disband the team. The right thing would have been engaged with me so that we can be able to say whether there are factual reasons why that should happen. And that should have been done by me and the management, not him directing the disbandment. Thank you.
Because matters of implementation typically involves money. You have to have a budget. Budget has to be approved. And all this is done under the PFMA. And you are the accounting officer, isn't it?
Correct. Yes, it involves money, and hence we keep on. We were keeping on approving authorities for the task team. There was nowhere where the PKTT operated without an approved authority and or a budget. We always made sure that between me and the CFO and the project managers and all the provincial commissioner, there is approval that includes a financial authority or also an extension for the PKTT to continue working.
Now, Lieutenant General Sentumule references a meeting that was held on the 23rd of June, 2025. A meeting called by Minister Mkhunu to discuss, amongst other things, the progress of the implementation of the disbandment of the PKTT. Lieutenant General Sabia, Lieutenant General Kumalo was also invited to join that meeting. You recall that meeting? What was the outcome of the meeting? Did you discuss the transfer of dockets and the conflicting directives issued by Sabia?
Yeah, no, I seems not to recall the meeting, Honorable Chair, but no, I don't seem to have a meeting like that. But the matters of PKTT were last discussed at the Portfolio Committee of 5th of March, 6th of March, 27 of 6th of March, 27 of March. And yeah, that's how far I remember we discussed it.
You can't recall it?
Pardon?
Sorry, General. You can't recall that meeting?
No. I can't recall that meeting.
Okay. Now, you also can't recall that at that meeting you may have disclosed some information about Matlala and his involvement in all this, and that may have been the real reason behind the disbandment of the PKTT, that there's a connection.
No. Since the discovery of the Matlala matters, I have not discussed that with the minister. I did inform him that I want to see him about PKTT, but he never made time, I remember. He never made time. We never met to discuss it until the 6th of July. That's why immediately after the 6th, we did meet. I just don't know exactly what date, but immediately after the 6th of July, we met. And when we were discussing, and then I told him that when I was calling you that I want to see you all along, I wanted to tell you some of the things that the provincial commissioner in his press briefing, he have alluded to. So he's water under the bridge now. But I wanted to see, because I wanted to inform him the discovery of these matters. And I know that meeting never came. That's why when we met after 6 July, we met on something. When we finished that meeting, then he reminded me that, by the way, you said you wanted to see me. I said, no, I wanted to see you to tell you that we discovered this thing of Matlala with PKTT and yourself and other people, and you didn't make time. So what you saw on the press briefing, that's what I wanted to tell you. So it was too late that time. So I wouldn't have met him on June to discuss the Matlala matters, because the only time after discovery, I wanted to see him, but he never made time. I only saw him a day or two after 6th of July, and we met on something. And as I left, he said, but you said you want to see me. He says, I wanted to see you about what you saw on the TV. And that was the end of it. Thanks.
Now, in the run-up to the 6th of July and the media briefing of Lieutenant General Mkunazi, you did meet with him and Lieutenant General Kumalo, and I think they briefed you on what is called or described as Project Q, and where the name of Vusi Matlala is mentioned as a high-profile suspect.
Yeah, no, we did meet.
That was discussed because I asked you about it because a witness by the name of O'Sullivan made much of the fact that you had met almost clandestinely with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and Lieutenant General Khumalo before the 6th?
Through you, Honorable Chair, we didn't meet clandestinely. We met at the college. They came to brief me. And after they briefed me, that's why I said I wanted also to brief the minister, but he wasn't available until after the 6th. So we met, they briefed me, and I said, work out the presentation. And during that course of meeting, well, he didn't have time, but President did have time. I went and briefed the President about the discovery, but President was on his way to Brazil. He said, when I come back, come with full report. And then I left. Then, yes, we met because they had to work on the presentation because I said, explain this thing to me. Then they came with the whole analysis of what exactly happened. And thereafter, I said, well, bring that report then. That's the report that I'm going to present to the President. And that time, the PKTT work has never been reported for quite long since the minister's appointment. Was never reported to the public as it was used to be done before. And then Mkhwanazi says, no, me, I want to talk about about PKTT to the people of KZN, which I said, I've got no problem, do that, but just leave my part for the President. But unfortunately, everything was out. And thereafter then, that's when a day or two I met with the minister, as I said, and we discussed other things. And then that's why he asked me, but you wanted to see me. I said, I wanted to see you about what we have seen on TV. So we didn't meet clandestinely. We don't meet clandestinely. How can commanders of the police meet clandestinely? We met at the college. They briefed me with what they have.
You deposed to an affidavit on the 4th of July, where you say in paragraph 8 of that affidavit, I was briefed by the team about the content of the cellular phone which was confiscated from Vusi Matlala, a high-profile suspect on Project Q. On this device, the team discovered a conversation between Mr. Brown Mogotsi, close associate of Minister Senzo Mkhunu, and Vusi Matlala. This conversation was about the disbandment of the task team in order to prevent the arrest of Vusi Matlala, which indeed then the letter from the Minister of Police to the National Commissioner sent on the 31st of December 2024 was the final nail in the demise of the political killings task team.
Yeah, I take it that affidavit is clandestinely, but it's not clandestine. That affidavit was forwarded to General Mkhwanazi. He opened a case based on that affidavit after we discover this discovery. I acknowledge, yes.
So are you recording here in this paragraph what was now conveyed to you? Because we've obviously subsequently heard evidence from Mr. Mogotsi, from the minister, and also from Vusi Matlala about these WhatsApp exchanges.
Yes, the team briefed me on those WhatsApp chats and everything, and subsequently, that's why then we then one started reflecting, looking back, and we realized, but what was happening all along, it was not just actions of just ordinary disbandment of a team, wake up one morning and decide to disband a team. This disbandment was to prevent the investigation of GC Ops in Gauteng. That's why I registered that case of defeating the ends of justice against all that are involved. That case is still under investigation.
I just want to ask you about the 6th of July, the briefing by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. So you obviously knew about it. Did you authorize it? Is that?
Yes, I authorized it. I authorized that. Remember, I said he asked to go brief on the work of PKTT. And I said, yes, proceed on that. But not on my report. Remember, I said, I briefed the president before he left that, President, this is the discovery. And the president said, do you have a report? I said, no. And he said, I'm in a hurry, I'm going somewhere. Then I said, no, I'll work on the report. When you come back, I'll give you. So the team worked on that report. That's the report I was going to give president. But the PC, KZN, said he wants to talk about the PKTT work, which I said, by all means, carry on. I don't have a problem. And when that happens, it overlapped into everything else.
Yeah, that's what I want to get to, because the presentation, I don't know, was the presentation presented to you?
Yeah, it was presented.
Okay.
And
So-
there was somewhere where he said, no, this you will present. The rest, me, I was going to present everything to the president. And if minister did give me an ear all the time when I said I want to see him, I would have presented that to him. But he didn't make that time until after the 6th of July.
So can we just understand, are you saying that what Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi told us, all of us, on the 6th of July, you were going to make that presentation to the president?
Yes. And I told the president before he went to Brazil that we have this discovery. He knew. And he said, when I come back, brief me.
Because the presentation, and I'm looking at it, the purpose of the presentation is to brief citizens of KwaZulu-Natal, and by extension the inhabitants of the Republic of South Africa, about the work of the Political Killings Task Team. And then it gives some background as to the formation of the task team, and also then it highlights the achievements of the Political Killings Task Team. And then it talks about the dockets, that on the 26th of March, a total of 121 case dockets were taken away from the task team as directed by Lieutenant General Sabia. This was done without the authority of the National Commissioner or the Provincial Commissioner. And the dockets are now sitting at head office. I want to get to the conclusions. Then there's a heading, infiltration of the criminal justice system. Brown Mkhotsi. I think we've been through some of these WhatsApps. The presentation on the 5th of March. There's a reference to the murder of Mr. Swat, a QTech employee. There's a section dealing with the orchestrated demise of the Political Killings Task Team. I'll just read back the conclusion. The disbandment of the Political Killings Task Team was influenced by the sterling work that they performed in Gauteng to uncover the criminal syndicate, which involved some members of the criminal justice system operating in Gauteng province. Despite all these challenges, we acknowledge and appreciate the resilience of the members of the Political Killings Task Team. The Political Killings Task Team remains operational, albeit attempts to disrupt its work to protect and serve the inhabitants of the Republic as enshrined in Section 205 of the Constitution. A criminal investigation has been launched against all this possible infiltration and control of the criminal justice system by the organized crime syndicate. So you would have been aware that this was going to be communicated in the press conference?
No, in the press conference, you have seen that presentation start with the work of the PKTT.
Yeah.
That's how far it was going to go. But I would have taken the same presentation, go and brief the president on the infiltration of the system. And at the same time, if minister did give time, he would have, I would have given him some of the things that I could, but I couldn't give him everything, of course.
Are you saying that you were surprised by some parts of the press conference or the media statement that was issued by Lieutenant General Mkhonazi?
Yeah, well, he went overboard everything.
Yeah.
Which, yeah.
Yeah. Now that has happened, and there's reference to a crime syndicate, and we have heard several witnesses talk about the Big Five, and there are two names that crop up repeatedly. Allegedly, two of the five. Who are the other three?
Well, I know, allegedly, I know two of those five, which is two of those five, which is your Ketmatala and Katiso Molefe. I know those. The other three, even though I know them, it's not the right time to disclose names now. We are still doing investigation. We will disclose at the right time.
And that investigation being done by PKTT or crime intelligence? Or both?
That investigation is done by the GC Ops.
Gauteng.
Correct.
Now, we also heard the name of Mr. Msibi, late
Mr. Msibi, yes.
Now, he's late, so...
It's alleged that he was the head of the group or the cartel, you can call it.
Okay. Now, if we could just move as speedily as possible. Your relationship with Lieutenant General Sibiya, that has now obviously soured, and he's been suspended by you. But he also makes some allegations against you, and that you are selective in your treatment of senior officers. You've taken action against him, but you haven't taken action against Lieutenant General Mkhonazi. You haven't taken any action against General Musakiri regarding the macro incident.
All right, thanks. Yeah, my relationship with General Sibiya is okay, it's good. We might not be talking regularly, but I don't have anything against him, and I don't think he have got anything also against me. And I don't just wake up and decide to take action against anybody. Only when there is something, I do take action. The matter of General Mkhonazi of, what is that? I think it was Mpangeni Correctional Services and whatever. That matter, well, it was on the news, and I called him. What's happening? He explained to me what happened, and I was satisfied with his explanation. the way he explained to me. I don't know whether you want me to rerun that. I can do. Yes, that the members that were working there had information or intelligence about selling of drugs at the Correctional Service Center, Kalakabush. They had information about a specific senior official that is selling drugs. And this senior official is staying in the complex of Kalakabusha, obviously at the residential quarters. And these members went there with this information. They searched the house of the official. They found nothing. And then outside, in the dustbin, they found some drugs. And then they took those drugs and then they arrested this official. And when this incident was reported to him, he asked how it happened. They explained. Then he said, apparently, no, register your case, but don't arrest, because we might face unnecessary civil claims here, but register your case. The reason being that at a residential complex, dustbins are used communally by everybody. I'm staying at an estate myself, and my dustbin, sometime when I open it to throw rubbish, I found foreign rubbish there. Obviously, it's my next door neighbor, and I've got no problem because whatever is outside belongs to all of us. So in this case, this senior official, they found the drugs on the dustbin on the outside, and they wanted to arrest. He says, don't arrest, register your case, investigate. If you end up linking this official, then you arrest. And the officials did that, but they were not satisfied. They felt General Mkhwanazi is protecting this official. And subsequently, they made an OB, they complained, I think, to IPID and everywhere. And when that issue of the OB started flying around of the incident, this thing happened during the last administration, during Minister Kaile's time. And that time already, then General Mkhwanazi phoned me and he explained to me how this thing happened. And I said, no, it's fine. I agree with you. Let them investigate. They will arrest later if they link up, because we can't say these drugs belong to this official. Indeed, they might truly be belonging to the official. It's possible. But to link it, it might not be easy. So rather investigate. If you took some DNA, go and compare. And if there is a link, then you can come back. But of course, remember your DNA also might be problematic because she also threw rubbish in that dustbin. So obviously, you will find her DNA there. But the dustbin is open for everybody. So then I was satisfied with the explanation and it was a case closed. Next administration, during Mr. Mkunu's time, this thing resurfaces again for unknown reasons. Then that's when it was between him and Mkhozi, this thing started resurfacing again. And I paid also in the picture there and it went on. But at the end of the day, that's how this matter happened. So I didn't favor him. If there is a case, I would investigate. But here, there is nothing I can investigate. I must also say, this very same case, when IPID was busy with it, it made my work difficult at some point because it's a case that is still pending. I won't go into the details. Where they would remember when there was a case of Olerato killed somewhere in Gauteng, and there were some arrests made in KZN. It took me a lot of energy to convince him not to detain somebody in that case. Detain somebody and not the other person. And he was saying, but if I don't detain this one, IPID is going to charge me that I don't do my work. I says, hey, currently, there is no link, Baba, that link this person to the case. Don't. He said, but do you remember Mbangeni? I says, yeah, I remember. but don't take it from me. You can quote me, you don't. So made my work difficult in that regard. But however, that's how the matter was solved. General Msikidi, the matter of macro, yes, we saw it. She reported theft of a phone or whatever stored at macro. IPID investigated. IPID sent me a report that they think there is a case, and I appointed a investigator. The investigator have done the investigation, and the investigator concluded that there is no case. There is conflicting statements, but there is just no case in terms of misconduct against Msikili.
Yeah.
There's nothing that I should do thereafter. And if I can venture into another one, which you didn't ask me to venture in, the issue of, I think, General Dumisani Khumalo and the other, can't remember whether there are 4 or 5, which were arrested by IDEC. That matter, we investigate. Remember, if members are involved in commission of crime, we get a report from the official that did that. And based on the report, we take the report and our disciplinary regulations, and you weigh whether is there a misconduct that has happened. And you independently, of course, investigate the misconduct. And the misconduct must then be proven in terms of the regulation that, yes, indeed, there is misconduct. Then we proceed. But if it can't make a misconduct, there's nothing I can do. I just have to close the file and say there's no misconduct. And if there is a criminal case pending, well, the criminal case, let it run its course. If the criminal case, it happens quite often, but if the criminal case end up finding the person guilty, then at that moment, you come back, you charge the person that you have found guilty, and you deal with the person accordingly. Thank you.
Did you attended some parties at Sabia's place, this house?
Oh, yes, I did. I did.
How many?
I think 3 or 4 times I did attended party at his place, or not party, some it was lunches because he have got enough space. We would together, me and my senior colleagues, we'll club together, go there, sit and have a dinner sometime, whatever. Yes, I did.
And was Mr. Matlala and his wife also at these parties? Do you know?
Well, I didn't know him and the wife. I don't know. The first event I attended, I think, was after his appointment as a deputy. There was an event of a church service. I didn't attend. The second day, I think it was still a Thanksgiving, some sort in the evening, I attended. The only people I knew in that marquee was Major General Khan and Colonel Simelane of Crime Intelligence Soweto. That was the only people I knew. Everybody was strange. And me and the deputies we even felt uncomfortable. And I think General Sibia picked it up that we are uncomfortable because we are among strangers. And he ended up taking us and he put us somewhere else. And we sat there alone. Yes. And other events were just alone, us and him. We will just sit and enjoy. Sometime, I think once we had some guests, we went there with them. Yes. I didn't know him. He might have been there. Yes. If tomorrow he show you a photo that they have taken with me, I don't deny it. I won't deny it. I don't know him. But now I know him.
But we know that you, in June 2024, your signature would have been the last signature on the Mediclinic 24 contract. And you attended one of these parties in September of 2024. Can you recall being at that event at Sabia's place?
When was that?
September 2024.
September 2024.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you recall being at and there was also one in October 2024, which Lieutenant General Sentumile spoke about in her evidence.
Okay.
No, I'm just asking you, there's this big contract, so there's a service, it's about the service provider and procuring sponsorships from service providers, and we spoke about, does a conflict of interest arise in that, it's in that context. So now there's this party at Sabia's place, here's a service provider with just having been awarded a huge tender.
Remember, I didn't know the man. I didn't know whether he's there or he's not there. Nobody told me that he's invited, and I wouldn't know whether I was there. Which party is it? If it's the party of the child or something, no, I wasn't there. But previously, yes, I did attend some.
Were you aware, were you told, were you asked, did you approve of the approach by Lieutenant General Sentumile to Mr. Matlala to sponsor or to provide a sponsorship of gifts?
Sponsorship and gifts are approved at various levels by commanders, and 100,000 or more get approved by the Divisional Commissioner Supply Chain. But below that is the immediate commander. So Sentumile gifts or sponsorship would be approved by General Sebia himself. But what we do, all those sponsorship, they get declared and they go to Divisional Commissioner Supply Chain. He first approve. The reason being that he is the best person can determine whether is there a conflict of interest with the sponsorship, yes or no. For example, if somebody that is or his tender is pending with us as subs, and they ask General Fannie for a sponsorship, General Fannie will not approve that. He will disapprove, and he will indicate that here there is a conflict of interest. That's why they go to him as head of supply chain, because he's chairperson of the PAC. But the other gifts, small, below 500, whatever, are approved by various commanders. But again, they check whether there is conflict of interest, yes or no. Service providers are not prohibited from gifts and or sponsoring. They are not prohibited. The only prohibition is if there is issues of contagious, or there is the tender is still pending. But if somebody that is already providing service, they have event is sponsoring, they will always refer it to General Fannie to determine if there is conflict, yes or no. But in this regard of General Sentumile, no, I didn't hear about it. But recently, after I became aware of it, because I had General Sebia got some fridge there.
Yes, he got a fridge.
Yes. So I in the process because General Sebia's gift register is signed by me. So I asked for it. I haven't received it yet to check whether is it in there, yes or no.
Okay. So you're looking into that?
Yeah, no, I'm looking into that to check whether have we declared it, yes or no. Because I only became aware of it of late.
Great.
Mr. Magotsi had alleged that you received money from Matlala arising from the tender that was awarded to him.
Well, I'll still have opportunity to maybe get that money from him. Probably he got it, is with him. I would love to have it. He must give me that money.
You're going to ask him for the money?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Mokhosi to give. Maybe Mr. Matlala gave him to give me, then he didn't give me the money. But indeed, Honorable Chair, I didn't receive any money from Mr. Matlala, but I saw Mr. Mokhosi's allegation. I will deal with it at some other forums.
He also alleges that that you and former Minister Cele, you planned or plotted to get rid of the Minister Mkhunu and Lieutenant General Sabia.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Mr. Mkhosi must give time, place, and venue where that meeting took place. Or if we have dates, our phones will be able to indicate when did we discuss that, because I hardly speak to General Cele for very same specific reasons that one, I have a new minister, I'm working with the new minister. We hardly speak. So I don't know what he's talking about. He must back whatever allegations he's making. But I can guarantee this forum that there's nothing like that.
Now, there's been allegations that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, Lieutenant General Khumalo, and Madondo, they do not have security clearance. And it's also referenced in the leaked IGI report. So can you perhaps just start off by telling us how does it work? Is it only senior management in SAPS that requires security clearance and vetting? Or to what level does it extend, up or down? And then how it works as briefly as possible.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Chair. As briefly as possible. As we speak, Lieutenant General Khumalo does have a security clearance, but maybe as a beginning, as an opening to that is that, well, it looks like they have been targeted, I don't know, by Mokhosi and IGI. Yeah. It's not only them that don't have security clearance, it's many people. And why they target this, I don't know. But
are you confirming that they don't have security?
No. I'm still going to come to that. Okay. I was just saying other people don't have. But Lieutenant General Khumalo does have security clearance. He applied for a security clearance, I think, in 2018 to crime intelligence. And I think it took 2 years to be received in head office by 2020. And they processed it. And eventually in 2022, December, they issued him with a security clearance. He have it. And it just so happened that the same December, I appointed him head of the crime intelligence. And I directed him to apply again for security clearance at the state security agency. And he applied, and he was then eventually issued with top security clearance from the SSA. So you have 2 security clearances. General Mkhwanazi applied for security clearance somewhere in 2012. I think I was still a deputy national commissioner by then. I also applied that time. Because that time...
But he had also been appointed as acting national commissioner 2011-2012.
Yes.
Would he have been appointed as acting national commissioner without security clearance?
Yes. It would have been. It wasn't anything wrong that time, because the capacity that was in crime intelligence then, you would apply, it takes years, like you just had now. I said General Khumalo applied for security clearance in 2018, and it was received in head office crime intelligence in 2020, almost 2 years. And they started working on it. And only in 2022, December, they issue a security clearance. And General Mkhwanazi applied somewhere there 2011, 12 or 13. I can't have the specifics. And but I'm sure he will explain when he comes. And we applied, myself and him then. I was a Deputy National Commissioner. Actually, all the Lieutenant Generals applied, and we applied at the State Security Agency. And some did receive. Yeah, I see the first time he applied somewhere there, and
can we help, because we shared this information with you yesterday. General Mkhwanazi applied in August 2012. Was granted May 2013. Expired May 2018. Applied August 2022. Was polygraphed in 2023. Polygraph was finalized in April 2023, and July 2024. It's still in process, still being processed.
Yeah. So the first one that he applied there in 2013 or 12, whatever you are mentioning, we all applied as Lieutenant Generals, and we never got it. Some did get, some, I know myself and him, we never got our security clearance. I got my security clearance from when I was in Limpopo. I got a copy from my head of crime intelligence then. He showed me, gave me that. That's your. He doesn't know where is the original, but there is a copy. General Mkhwanazi, the one that you talk about that expired that was issued in 2013 and expired in 2018. He never had it in his hand. It came and gone. He haven't seen it even today. And now he applied, yes. The processes are then finalized within crime intelligence, but he haven't yet issued. But I've since also asked that before President issued the directive that we go to SSA, I issued the directive that last year, 2025, that all Lieutenant Generals, we should not vet them from crime intelligence. Rather, we do it by an independent body, because internally it have got some issues. Hence, even me, we went to the the State Security Agency, so he applied there. So the capacity of vetting in the crime intelligence was quite limited. Well, of course, probably by design, so that they can't be able to finish the bigger chunk of the service in vetting. But we have since increased those numbers now, and I've increased the numbers in terms of employees so that they can do more. And I think last year they aimed to do something like, the target was 700, and they were able to do over 800, which was good. This year, well, the performance isn't as good, but we keep increasing the numbers so that they can do a better vetting of all the environments. General Madondo, she did have.
Can I again, just because of time, you can just confirm in 1999, she was charged with the common assault. 2008, she received security clearance. The conviction was disclosed. In November 2013, security clearance expired. In 2014, reapplied. In May 2015, the conviction was expunged. In February 2019, feedback was that she must reapply for security clearance. April 2019, reapplied for security clearance via e-vetting in November 2022. An investigation commenced February 23, investigation completed August 2023, polygraph test. She made a disclosure regarding the assault GBH conviction and then the subsequent expungement of the record.
Yeah, no, thanks. Correct. You are correct, Advocate Arose, in that.
Well, that's the information that we received.
Yes, that's the information that you receive. And then at the end of the evaluation committee did not issue her with a security clearance. They recommended to the divisional commissioner that the divisional commissioner must decline the security clearance. On the other side, at the more or less same time, the divisional commissioner had also a security clearance of Major General Khan, who also applied and had there were some other matters outstanding on him, which he also disclosed, looks like at the polygraphy, during polygraphy test. And the panel recommended General Khan's security clearance. So General Khumalo saw a disjunction in those two, because he think the one that they are recommending is the one that they're supposed to have not recommended. They should recommend that he rejected. The one that they say must decline is the one that they think they should have recommended for approval. Reason being, remember, this Madondo, the conviction of that assault happened in 1999. Junior constable, whatever. And since then, she has been promoted more than 5 times. And since then, she applied for a security clearance. And the same crime intelligence did issue her and she declares those things. Now they start holding against her. Why didn't they hold it against her the first time she applied? And the one that General Khan, which he said there were some matters outstanding about rental, the rental of his own home by allegedly by CI, which they're supposed to decline based on that they didn't decline. So he came to me to say, what do I do? I says, no, file those applications, but yes, where you have to take departmental steps, do so. But refer the 2 officials, let them go to the process de novo at SSA so that a neutral person can be able to handle that.
Okay. Now, just because we need to move quicker, certainly from our side, the minister had also referred to the IGI the matter of the procurement of property by crime. Sorry.
Honorable Sangwana.
Thanks, Advocate. Thank you, Chair. No, General, before we move off this security vetting issue, you said there are many who don't have security clearance. Now, just off your generals, maybe the lieutenant generals, and if you can, the major generals, who doesn't have security clearance, and is it because it's declined or they just don't have?
The reason is some had it expired because you apply 6 months before expiry, but they apply and it doesn't come in time until what you have expire and you are waiting. Some they have applied, the process has not been finalized. And I've picked up some of the lieutenant generals which they were not cooperative in assisting the vetters in documentation, which I intervened and said, I give you time, otherwise I will take steps. And they've since started now cooperating. But some For example, the former PC of Free State, I think her vetting was in the process, and she had 2.5 months to go. And I said to the vetting people that I think rather we were going to waste our resources by doing this. Just not to invest your energy into others, because she's about to go and she's now gone on pension. So that's how the situation is.
Sorry, General, so you are sitting with senior management that has no security clearance, I think is what I'm trying to check. And just so that we don't waste time, are you able to give us those different categories for us to be able to have a sense of, and when you expect all of them to be vetted? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair. I can get a list in one of the breaks, and then I can provide it. But for now, everyone, whether he have, we don't have, remember, the President directed that they be done. Even those that have a valid security clearance now by crime intelligence, we are in a process now, busy with the SSA. All of them, the senior managers, 800 plus, they will be vetted by crime intelligence. On top of that, I do have posts that were advertised some time ago for senior managers that we are filling those posts. So I think, 2 months ago, I said, I'm not going to appoint them or announce the appointments pending the security clearance. And they were prioritized. Those ones, we send them to go and do by SSA, even before President announced. So that process is on. So I'm not going to announce their appointment until I have they have the security clearance. So it's a good start. Then from there on, meaning there is no SMS member that I will appoint without security clearance. We'll have to wait for that process.
Thank you. So I hear two things from you, National Commissioner. The one is that there's been capacity constraints in terms of processing the number of applications for security clearance with INSAPs. And is your evidence that that's being addressed? And the other, just to answer them together, the other is you now make appointments pending the officer appointed or being appointed pending that security clearance. Because prior to this, it seems that from your own evidence that there are indeed senior SAPS officers who've been occupying positions where security clearance is required, is needed, but didn't have security clearance.
Yeah, that is correct, Honorable Chair. Yes, we had the capacity constraints before, which currently I'm addressing it. We have not yet have enough numbers, but in the past year or so, I gave crime intelligence, I think 600 posts, and this year they are getting another. But of course, that is not only for security clearance, it's for all various components in crime intelligence. So they will increase the numbers as we go along year by year, so that they have enough capacity to convert. Hence, I said the previous financial year, and not the immediate one, the one before, they performed well. I think they had a target of 700, and they surpassed the target for the first time, which they did well. But subsequently, this very last financial year, I think they declined a bit. So there was capacity constraint, yes. And going back then on your second question, it was not a requirement before that you must have security clearance before you become a senior manager. The requirement was that if you don't have, you must have, but if you don't have, you must be able to acquire it within 6 months after your appointment. In other words, you get appointed today, you are whatever rank, but then you must apply so that within 6 months you have it. But now the challenge was people get appointed, they apply immediately, they submit, but come 6 months, they still don't have feedback. Take an example of Kumalo, applied 2018, 2020, only they start doing something, and they only finish when? 2022. So because there was capacity constraints, so hence we are addressing it, and we are changing to say, new SMS, we don't appoint you if we don't have security clearance. But those that already are there, I can't say I fire you tomorrow because you don't have, because it's not their own doing. It was the system that unfortunately caused it.
So I just want to also deal with and your response to the procurement of property by crime intelligence, which is referenced in the leaked IGI report, and explain you have appeared, you were called in by the minister, the acting minister, after he had received the IGI's report, and you also subsequently appeared before the Joint Intelligence Committee.
Yeah, thanks, the Honorable Chair. That is correct. We did appear at the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence in February, myself with the Crime Intelligence Management as well as the Minister, to go and answer on the procurement of those properties. We did a thorough presentation to the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. Unfortunately, I can't go into details because it's matters that belongs there. But we did a show and tell presentation, step by step. And at the end of the presentation, the committee was satisfied in terms of what we presented to them. They were quite satisfied with that which we presented to them, that it is in order. So I'm not sure how this House is going to deal with it, with what is that side. Maybe chair to chair, I don't know, but that's how far I can go. We were with the minister and everyone was satisfied. I must say also that I never received the IGI report. Neither crime intelligence received it. That report is between the IGI's office and the minister's office. Where there is a leak, if ever there is a leak, it happened there. Whatever was in the media, that's also what we saw. But the real report, I've never seen it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see the SC is moving away from this point. Chair, we often focus on solely the dissolution part of the directive of the 31st of December. Now, and forget about some of the issues that would have been raised there by the minister. You say you are increasing capacity at crime intelligence, and as such, you are filling vacancies. So the directive does say the filling of vacancies at crime intelligence at all levels must be halted. So does that mean you have decided to blue tick the directive? It was, you often report about how there was a disagreement on the manner in which the PKTT should be dissolved, whether immediately or through a winding down approach. So this part of the filling of vacancies, have you blue ticked it, National Commission?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. Yeah, we had some meetings. We had a meeting, I can't remember when, with Minister Mkunu about that matter of the posts, and he explained his concerns, where he was saying, I think the main concern was about the qualification, where we were saying a degree or a diploma. And his view was, you can't say degree, diploma at the same time. You must say one thing. And we explained to him why it is that we advertise that way, because some years ago, there was no other police qualification in an university as a degree. It was only a diploma. Later, some universities started having a degree. So that was one reason. Other reasons, I think, we discussed in detail about matters of crime intelligence, and he was quite satisfied. So then we were free. We can now fill. But then the acting minister did say that let's implement transformation within crime intelligence. There is currently a draft strategy, and with that draft strategy, if it's finalized, we will be filling those posts.
But General, is there a formal withdrawal of the directive on the filling of posts?
No, there is no formal withdrawal, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, National Commissioner. I didn't officially greet you. National Commissioner, on this issue of security clearance and lifestyle audit. So the last time you appeared here, you were very disciplined and you convinced us that you were starting immediately on that process. Has it started already? Because it's been months now. But also just to answer the question on, you said there's a system failure. Someone has to be responsible for that system's failure. Who is it, National Commissioner? Because it's like we are appointing people in these critical positions. It's like having a water truck with no water. We understand that we have processes and we give 6 months, but the fact that the system is broken, who is ultimately responsible that we have the system broken? And you need to answer that, because someone has to take responsibility for that. Because I think at the core of our problems of crime in this country is the issue of who we are appointing in these positions. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair and Honorable Matthys. How far, well, it's two systems. In terms of vetting by crime intelligence, they are still continuing. They're quite doing well, making inroads, right? What I said when I was here is that I wanted to start lifestyle audit, and that be done by the SIU. My team and SIU team have met. There were some legalities which they said they are clarified, and SIU also, they are busy prioritizing, because now it looks like it's more departments that we want help from them at the same time. So that process is still finalized. That is lifestyle audit. But subsequently then, remember the new directive now is that this vetting must now be done by the state security agency. Whether you have, even if you have a valid security clearance by crime intelligence, you must apply to SSA. That's the directive of the president. So that process, my team and SSA team are busy. They are briefing the SMSs, doing paperwork, and then they're going to redo the vetting. But on the SIU lifestyle audit, unfortunately, we are still at that administrative process. They haven't finalized, but that's going to happen, the lifestyle audit part. And in terms of systems failure, well, is a question of the forefathers. Because I think it's for the first time now that one is increasing the capacity of the vetting officials. They've been small all the time. They've been very little all the time. So it's obviously people that are not around now that you can blame. It's not somebody that is here now. Thank you.
Okay, Advocate, we can proceed.
May I proceed? I'm going to hand over in the next few minutes to my colleague, Advocate Mkhize, just to raise with you a number of allegations made by General Buma. But just before that, I'm just trying to group this again for time. Mogotsi made allegations that you were complicit in the purchase of this 22 million rand property for crime intelligence. It wasn't registered, and he then says that the 6th of July press conference was intended to stop your arrest in relation to that transaction. What is your comment? He also claimed that the PKTT task team was unlawfully housed in an hotel that was purchased on the intelligence budget. Paul O'Sullivan alleges that in 2012, when you were the acting crime intelligence head, you discovered that the slush fund, as he described it, was underspent by some 40 million rand, and you wasted no time in utilizing the unspent monies. What is your comment? Lushaba's control of the slush fund was endorsed by both you and Lieutenant General Khumalo. What is your comment? And just in terms of the operation of this so-called slush fund, is there any accounting to the Joint Committee on Intelligence and or the Auditor General?
Okay, thanks, Honorable Chair. The issue, I think the matter around property, I've already answered on that one.
Yes.
We briefed the JCI with a show and tell sort of briefing, the procedures we followed, everything, and they are satisfied. Well, on arrest, I wouldn't know. Jose maybe is a super cop. I don't know. Maybe he know better. But what I know is that certain properties will always either be procured or rented for use of particular operations that can be dealt or done better under the Secret Service account or in the JCI. There is quite a lot of people that go out, they peddle information, they take information out from crime intelligence, throw it in the media for their ulterior motives, which one doesn't know why they do that. But some of those cases, we are investigating them, and I'm sure at some point they will be brought to account on those matters. But take it from me, the team I can cleanly say there is no procurement irregularities in those properties. Nothing at all. Actually, there is more. Even that committee realized there is more advantage, which I don't want to go deeper into that. There is more advantage to the state that happened there. But if we go next door, I'm sure we'll get the details of that. Paul O'Sullivan, I got there 2011. I spent money. Well, I think that was, well, it's him, but it was not only him. I think even the Honorable Kola Barnard also did say the same thing at some point. She did make that allegation for quite some time. But yes, I did act there. And yes, there was money that must be used for operations and our resources for the environment. And I spent that money to purchase cars for the environment. And the unscrupulous people from that environment then went to the media and said, me and Mkonas, we spend money on luxury cars and whatever. That's not what we did. When we get to the environment, we found that there are luxury vehicles used by senior managers. And senior managers, some of them have 1 or 2 or 3 luxury high-performance vehicles for no reason. And we confiscated those cars. They were already there, purchased. We confiscated them. Some of them, we transferred them to your TRT and other specialized units to be used where they can be used best because they are high performance and quite luxurious. And then I bought cars for the environment. I mean, Toyota Corolla, Volkswagen City Golf, Hyundai Accent. If that is luxury, I wouldn't know. But we can again go next door. I'm still prepared. I'll go and get you the report of that 2011 that I purchased cars. I'll show you the list of those cars that I purchased and what I confiscated from the members. We should not keep on listening to people that they want to keep the public busy by tarnishing other people's image, whereas they want the opportunity to commit crime. So we must be careful of that. So I know, that's why I say Honorable Kolabarnat is one of those that accuse me of that. But indeed, that's not what happened. And in that environment, there is certain rules that apply in terms of when you do certain things, which I don't want to go deep, but she's a member there. She has got the right to transfer the question there. I'll answer her happily. And I'll even show her proof of everything. If I haven't done it before, I will do it still today. So I don't know what Mr. O'Sullivan wants in that environment.
That is concern.
Thank you, Chair. General, I just want to find out, on the matter of Paul O'Sullivan as well, that is he getting information from the crime intelligence or is it from IPID itself that he alleged many allegations against you in particular? That the modus operandi as well within the SAPS, in my view, it's that there's some level of serious infiltration in the top management. And I'm not sure whether if I heard you well, because this issue, as you are now narrating the issue of cars, that you purchased cars and indeed, it was for an environment and you found luxurious cars there and you had to make sure that you allocate to other deep division within SAPS. Why I want clarity on that, General, is that it looks like there's an element who wants to defocus us to concentrate on issues of non-importance, whilst they are committing crime. In your view, the issue of Paul O'Sullivan, are you satisfied with the way things were in the last decade or in the last few years, whilst when you were appointed now as a National Core Commissioner?
Well, thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, I don't know what is the man's objective or what is he looking for. I see he's just making noise and I don't know the objective. Where he's getting information and whatever, I don't know. But that I put Lushaba to control/fund and whatever. Lushaba is a CFO at the Secret Service account, and he's doing quite a good job. For the first time in history, when Lushaba was in charge, that environment got, what is this thing? Not clean audit, no. Unqualified audit. But because of the nature of that environment and how things are done there, well, it couldn't be totally pure and qualified. But if you go next door again, if you can send as your messenger, she will be able to tell you they did quite well. That environment is, we do have internal audit that audits that environment. We have got the AGSA that do audit of that environment, and the Inspector General of Intelligence that also oversee that environment. Unfortunately, currently the current IGI maybe is doing some other things, whatever. I don't want to get in there because it belongs also the other side. But I don't know why Mr. O'Sullivan is obsessed with Lushaba. They did well in that environment in terms of accounting for monies from that specific environment.
No, thanks, Chair. No, General, I wanted to ask you to confirm because you keep on saying we can go that side. So now it became much more clearer when you were making references to Honorable Kola Panat and your latest response to Honorable Skosan. Because I was asking the legal team, why is the General saying maybe we can go that side? So I wanted to be sure that when you are referring to that side, you are referring to matters that belong to the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, or you have used this interchangeably. The other side may be in relation to an information not currently with you where you are seated, which you want to make available to advocate the senior counsel arrange. Just wanted to be sure because some of the things that he was asking and the way you dealt with them, they appeared to me not as classified matters or matters of intelligence. So when you said that side, my conclusion was that, okay, something you are going to obtain maybe during lunch or something. But as the question and answer session evolves, it appears to me that that side means something else other than what I thought. So I wanted that clarity. Thanks, Chair.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, that side, I'm referring to the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, that one can expatiate and explain more of these things in the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence, not in this open forum. Thank you.
We can proceed. Advocate, you said 1 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock now. Where are we?
Chairperson, can we have another 15 minutes? 30. When I round it off with 30. 13 minutes or 30 minutes.
How many minutes do you need?
30 minutes, Honorable.
30.
30. Yeah. Okay. 1:30.
Okay. Yeah, let's proceed.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, my colleague, Advocate Kizi will continue with the examination of General Masemola. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. General Masemola, Lieutenant General Vuma raised a number of allegations against you, which relate broadly to abuse of power, and she alluded as well to political interference by Minister Cele. So those are just the last two topics we are going to deal with broadly. At paragraph 17 and 96 of her statement, General Vuma said that on or about May 2022, it is alleged that you targeted and prejudiced her for executing her duties and refusing to abandon certain investigations. Particularly, you threatened her with suspension or to transfer her if she was not going to stop certain investigations. And for that, you relied on, you said, you claimed that you were under pressure from the top. Her statement basically has that in inverted commas as your direct words. Do you have any comments to this allegation?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Well, I don't know what target means. I said earlier, I don't target people. I never targeted General Boma. I'm sure it is in the public domain that around 2017, there was a matter around purchase of grabbers and Nasrec, whatever. And subsequent to that, there was a matter between the IPID and the National Commissioner and General Voma and General Zuman. That matter went to Pretoria High Court, and where the IPID wanted certain information from them, and they were refusing with it. The Pretoria High Court, I think it was Judge Davis, ruled against them. They appealed. The appeal was dismissed, I think, by Pretoria High Court. They went Supreme Court. The Supreme Court also dismissed the case. They went to the Constitutional Court, and the Constitutional Court also, February 2022, ruled in favor of IPID, dismissing dismissing the whatever matter, but in other words, still supporting the IPID. That is February 2022. And in May, June 2022, when then I was a national commissioner, only in June, I became aware that the matter is now being finalized at the Constitutional Court, and I had to take disciplinary action. And of course, the former national commissioner is gone, the General Zuman is gone. She is the only one alone. So her suspension and disciplinary cases were prompted by that judgment of the Constitutional Court. I just did not sleep and wake up and say, 1, 2, 3, General Vuma. Here is the court order if maybe chairperson would want to see it. And that's how the matter evolved. And subsequent to that, in the same year, around July, August, there was a SIU report that came, which also implicated her negatively about the purchase of PPEs. I think it's mainstream red roses, something, that specific one, which again, I had to further take action. But of course, it's something we know in SAPS, it happens regularly, that taking action against senior managers, which we do, yes, there is a lot of litigation across. And when I served her with a notice of suspension around June 2022, you want to say? Yeah, around 2022, when I served her with a notice of intention to suspend, and I said, give me reasons why I shouldn't suspend you. And then I still remember she asked for more days to write a response. And eventually what came back as a response was a protected disclosure. And it was sent to everybody, president and everybody. And me, I didn't want to protect disclosure. I just want the reasons why I shouldn't suspend you. And I went ahead, I suspended her. Well, I don't remember what is in that disclosure, but the fact of the matter is you cannot wait when you get disciplined, then you come with a protected disclosure. Why she didn't come with it all along? Long before I take action. So that is the process that I'm aware. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, General. Whilst we are on the topic of her suspension, she also testified that, she wasn't able to provide official documents that were signed because following her suspension on the 8th of July, you, together with Brigadier Moyani and his team, raided her office and took all the documents out of her office. What is your comment to that?
Well, maybe I was lenient. I should have dealt with it at that time, because the true story is, remember that there was a notice by the Department of Labor that we vacate Telkom Tower building. Is not in order and so on. So we all vacated. And in the process, we, through her actually, as a deputy support, we embark on refurbishment. When she gets suspended, they were busy with the refurbishment of certain floors of the building, especially the floor where we were going to sit. So at some point in that year, then I went to, with other officials, I can remember the other person who was there, Brigadier Shile Malahlela was there. We went to Telkom Towers to go and assess the progress of renovation of the floor. Our floor, including the ministry's floor. And while we are walking around on the floor, in the office of General Vuma, we found a young man, a sergeant, who was busy at a shredding machine, shredding 3 piles of document, huge, quite huge, more than a meter up, 3. He was busy. And I asked him, what are you doing? He says, no. These are some of the documents that were at former National Commissioner Stolle, so I'm shredding them. Then I said, young man, I think what you are doing might be wrong. How do you know what to shred and what not? He says, no, I don't know. I must shred all this. Then I said to Brigadier Shile Malahlela, no. Young man, stop what you are doing. We are going to take the key that you are having. Then I will appoint somebody to come and assess these documents as to what is it that you can shred and what not. And subsequently, I asked Brigadier Moyani then to go through those bundles and check what needs to be kept and what can be shredded. And most of those documents were eventually taken to our registry office and filed there. A few that they gave the young men go ahead, then later they called him, you can shred. That's where I left them at. So I never went there to raid her office. What will be so important to raid her office? I went there to check progress. She knows very well. She deliberately just misled you. She knows very well. And you can ask that young man. I went there to check progress on the renovation of the floor. And we stumbled across this happening. And of course, I had to be concerned if everything has to be shredded or destroyed like that. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Did you find out what was the purpose of that young man shredding? So perhaps 2 things. Did you get to know the name of the person who was shredding these documents? Because these would have been documents, official documents of SAPS that belong to the office of a senior officer. Did you get to know who was actually shredding? Because you referred to him as a young man.
Yeah, no, I know him. It's Sergeant Dibakwani. I know him. Okay. The young man, yes.
So did he inform you, or did you perhaps inquire where he got the instruction from to shred these documents?
He said he got it from General Vuma.
Okay.
But they belong to the former National Commissioner, those documents.
Okay. What is your comment to that? If at that point, General Vuma was suspended, so she was not at the office.
Correct.
How did you react when you found documents being shredded? Because one can almost assume that, you know, she's been suspended for something that is irregular within the work context. Was she destroying evidence? Would that not be, I mean, what is your comment to that? As a senior official, you find a junior staffer shredding documents, and besides stopping them in their tracks, how else did you react regarding to that?
Yeah, well, she was on suspension. The only thing I said, the young man mustn't take orders from those people that are on suspension. And hence I stopped him from shredding further and took over control of the room and tasked people to come and clean whatever is there. And eventually documents went to be filed.
Did you consider perhaps charging her and adding this to the charge sheet for what she would have been suspended for? Because this is a serious offense when you're shredding documents which can form part of evidence.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, she was, well, one won't necessarily say it formed part of evidence, but these historical documents of the organization. She was on suspension then, so I never added anything thereafter.
Okay. Moving on from that, we moved on too quickly from the first question. It was actually a two-part question. You have not made a comment regarding the claim that you said you are under pressure from the top. What did you mean by that?
Well, the only top, if ever was under pressure, would have been this court order from the Constitutional Court. Other than that, there was no under pressure from the top. No, I suspended her for that. Firstly, the second suspension was relating to the red roses, the SIU report. So I was never under any pressure from the top at all. I must say, yes, at some point, I do remember that she brought a document to me to sign off the use of implementing agents in subs in the building of police stations or refurbishing of police stations. And she brought a document that was written that I sign off or appoint IDT to do the work of building of police stations. And I refused to sign that document. I said, General, as long as you have IDT on that document, forget, I'm not going to sign it. There is three agents. It's IDT, it's DPSA, it's KUHA. So you are senior enough to know that you need to go through a process to come into a name of an implementing agent. You can't come and give me this. And then he says, no, but the minister said you must sign off this. I said, okay, if it's you and the minister, good luck. I'll see how you're going to implement it. Me, I'm not going to sign it as long as you have one name there. You have to agree in principle, yes, let's use the implementing agent because we are struggling. But you must undergo a process to come to a name. And I refused her that, which I've seen that when she came here, she turned the things around.
If we can perhaps then go to that evidence specifically, it can be found at paragraph 37 of her affidavit. What she says in respect to the IDT contract, it's the Independent Development Trust, that as the implementing agency to assist the police rolling out its infrastructural development program, you warned her regarding Deputy Minister Matale, whom you suspected of having an intention to swindle monies out of the IDT project to fund the economic freedom fighters. What is your comment to that?
I never told her that. I said I will not sign ITT. She maintained that minister wants it and Minister Matale wants it. I says, good luck. I never told her all those things, but I just told her, good luck. I will not sign it. I will sign a principle, and you must go through a process to come to a specific agent. And unfortunately, it means you must, whatever process you undertake, if you end up in this route, I will say you prejudged the process. So I refuse to sign that document. And
So
I didn't say those words that she have said.
In respect, that's the question that about specifically Deputy Minister Mutale. So your response is that you never said that to her?
No, I never
Okay.
told her that.
At paragraph 40, General, this is where now she talks about signing the contract, which is what you have given evidence to. She says that on 1 July 2022 in Limpopo, you instructed her to remove a paragraph from the information note dated 10 June 2022, where she had referred to the fact that she had received the original IDT directive from Minister Cele. She also testified that she attempted to explain to you that doing so would be dishonest and that it would not be a true reflection of what happened. And your response to her was that your stubbornness is going to kill your career. What is your comment to that?
Well, some words are normally like people. I'm sure a lot of people knows me, and you can do your own judgment whether you think I would have said that. I don't know. But the real matter is I didn't say that. The fact of the matter is she brought a document, yes, written that I sign off IDT. That's why I say maybe I was a bit lenient. I mean, senior manager of her caliber wanting me to sign off one implementing agent to go and do a building of police station without a process of identifying the agent. I says, no, I will not do it. As long that paragraph of IDT is there, I will not sign. I will sign a document that say, in principle, subs, we agree we are going to use implementing agents. And you go and undertake a process of bidding amongst these three and come up with one, or you can employ two, various problems, I don't know. Then I can work with that. But I will not sign as long as that name is there. And I never said to her, if she doesn't remove IDT, I'll kill her. No. She had this name of IDT. I said, I will not sign it.
General, I don't mean to belabor this point. The point about the IDT contract, what she was coming to speak to you about was the entire contract. So she couldn't have been removing one name out of a contract that she's presenting to you. What she's saying is she prepared an information note regarding the contract and not just the specific entity that was now to be contracted. But in that information note, you were uncomfortable with Minister Cele's name being mentioned. And so you talk about her stubbornness in respect of that specific allegation, that line about Minister Cele, because you had instructed her to remove it from the information note. So the question is about that specific allegation regarding to Minister Cele.
No, my issue was this matter is something that I must decide on. And if she come with information that says a minister says use IDT, the first wrong, I said, minister can't decide for me which agent to use. Secondly, it can't be him, Minister Cele, that give this directive. And thirdly, you cannot choose for me which agents to use. So I said, as long as that line and name of IDT is there, I'm not going to sign it.
Thank you, General. There is then a long list of complaints that she raised, which would have been termed under abuse of power. And it's a series of contracts. I'll just name a few for the sake of time, and you can give a broad comment over all of them. The one relates to the 2010 procurement accommodation. The other has to do with the instruction that the CFO, Lieutenant General Dimbani, regarding approval from General Vuma for the 8 million SIU urgent payment. She says she refused to sign that because the SIU project had already been initiated at that point. So she didn't quite understand why this now sudden urgent payment of 8 million, which you were requiring her to sign the letter of engagement. The other complaint relates to the investigations against Lieutenant General Jacobs, where whilst he was under investigation, you placed him as an inspectorate, and you requested her to withdraw all the charges against him. And they were, in fact, eventually all withdrawn by General Nkhoa and yourself. And then there's the one that deals with Kimberley. The Kimberley students, I think it's something 10,000. I just can't find it now. Oh, yeah. That she investigated a Project 1000 recruitment process, which was based in Kimberley. And there she put together she was able to do an interim progress report, which highlighted that there were irregularities concerning Lieutenant General Nkhoa. She says that you interfered in that one as well. So those are the list, some of the contracts that were raised in her testimony where you would have personally interfered. What is your comment on that?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Firstly, the 2010 accommodation. I don't know how I come into the 2010 accommodation. I don't have much details. And what I know is that myself and her were not involved in the 2010 accommodation. I don't know why. It looks like she drags almost everything. She's a master of everything. She investigates. She's a super investigator. Me and her, we are not involved there. I don't know how she comes into there because we don't even have details. And on the 8 million rand that the CFO has to pay, yes, if the president sign a proclamation that Department X must be investigated, when SIU investigate that department, they must be paid for their investigation. There's nothing wrong with that. And we paid that 8 million. She had a problem. I don't know whether because part of the investigation of SIU was her involvement in Main Street Red Roses somewhere. I wouldn't know. But eventually we paid that 8 million, and CFO was not wrong in the payment of that 8 million. It's not me who said subs must be investigated. It's not the CFO, General Dimbane, that said SIU must investigate. President of the Republic signed a proclamation that investigation must be done. And once the investigation is done, you must pay them for the work they have done. So there's nothing wrong with that. And on the Jacobs investigation, I don't know. She did the investigation. I never spoke to her. I know nothing about that. Lately, when I knew about the investigation against Jacobs, which dragged for long. It was investigation, I think, on grabbers. Eventually, whatever was there, which dragged for long. Eventually, I stayed out the investigation. I withdrew the investigation because there was nothing coming out of it. It was not going to trial, not moving, and I ended up. But I never discussed this matter with her. That's why I say, looks like she's a super investigator. She's investigating everything. The 10,000 Kimberley students, that's when we were given to recruit 10,000 students. There were reports of irregularities around the 10,000. It was not about the employment of the 10,000. Well, at the end of the day, not General Vuma, Major General Matlo, we tasked her to do investigation. She did investigation. There were some irregularities that were found, but it was not HRM irregularities. It was HRD, somewhere between the provinces and the training national. They will call wrong people. And there were some people that were retained at the college, which the list that left from head office going to province to call up people, wrong people rock up at the college, and some were sent back. And I think one have spent a week or so at some point. So there was no irregularities. And eventually this investigation, I can't remember whether it is finalized, but there was nothing found wrong on the HRM and or General Nkua. And she was not investigating these things. Because looks like she's a super investigator. General Jacobs, yes, I'm sure she investigated that, probably a task long before my time. But the other matters is neither here nor there. She's never, the fact that she was head of support, it doesn't mean she's an investigator of everything, 2010 accommodation, I know little, not much of it. And I doubt if she know more. Who did she investigate? Where was she by then? Thank you.
Thank you, General. Then she dealt with the second leg, which is political interference by Minister Cele. I'll also ask you, it's two questions, but I'll ask you at the same time, and you can comment at the end of my question. Lieutenant General Vuma testified that former Minister Cele is very involved in the operations of SAPS with your assistance. Mr. Brown Mogotsi also confirmed that former Minister Cele is, inverted commas, open quote, still in control of police operations and ruling from the grave, so to speak, close quotes. He testified that you have a very close relationship with, Minister Cele has a close relationship with Lieutenant General Khumalo, yourself, and General Mbuto of Limpopo, as well as the Provincial Commissioner of the Western Cape. What is your comment regarding the close relationship with Minister Cele, as well as the fact that he makes this allegation that he's ruling from the grave?
Well, yeah, thanks very much, Honorable Chair. I'm not sure that ruling from the grave, what it means. If Mr. Mogotsi and Ovuma can give us the date, times, and places where we met Minister Cele on these matters. As I said earlier, it's on my evidence that I hardly talked to Minister Cele. The last time I spoke to him, some time ago, I think there was payment that I had to make his pension to him. And I only spoke to him that time. Since then, I don't speak to him. And I'm aware, like General Mkolasi, will hardly also talk to him. And Khumalo also. They hardly speak to him. Mboto, I won't know the relationship between Mboto and General Kele, but me and them, particularly, I have a relationship with all senior officers in the subs, and I talk to them, all lieutenant generals. I talk to them. So I wouldn't know that how is he ruling from the grave? Because we are managing the police, we get directive from the current city minister, and the job is done. I don't know what they are trying to cook, but maybe because they say he's ruling from the grave, I'm sure Minister Kaila will be willing, we can, but they must provide us with date, time, and place, and we can, even our mobiles, check whether have we ever spoken. And maybe in that way they will be able to be satisfied. I don't know what will satisfy them, because Minister Kele is not interfering, is not involved in police matters now. During his time, I'm sure everybody has seen him. The only thing Minister Kele would love to talk about the work of the police as he go around. If in General Vuma's environment there was that interference, well, between the two of them, but then they didn't report to me, so I wouldn't know that. If I knew, I would have addressed it.
Okay. Thank you, General. Just going back to the suspension, you suspended General Vuma in June of 2022, but no disciplinary hearings were finalized, proceedings were finalized against her until she retired 3 years later on the 1st of February 2026. What is your comment to that?
Well, my comment, I do have a detail in terms of what happened when, but I'm sure it will be just too long, might not be, I don't know. The fact of the matter, as I said earlier, is that senior officers, they always challenge the process. Firstly, she took us to the SSBC, and the matter was heard. There was an award by the arbitrator, and we find the award to have been riddled with errors and whatever. We took the award on review. We took it on review to High Court, and there were other subsequent matters she referred to SSBC. So the trial could not even resume. And then at some point, then we had a meeting to settle to say, well, at some point, I know I even said, because we are spending a lot of money in litigation, maybe let me offer you to go. And she refused. And then we said, okay, we are going on with what we're doing now. SSBC, Labour Court, and we continued. And eventually, I think last year at some point, it was end of the year, there was a settlement between our lawyers that the trial can on. Remember, she was supposed to go for a trial of, I think, Regulation 9, which is your expeditious process. And she pleaded back in that she go for straight trial. We agreed. And then that's when now the trial has to be set. We approach the state attorney to appoint people. And when the appointment eventually get made, then she goes on pension. So what is expected of one to do?
Chair, just 2 questions, and then we will conclude. General, do you share the view expressed here by Lieutenant General Kumalo, the head of our crime intelligence, that some 90% of officers in Gauteng are compromised and work for one or other of these syndicates?
Yeah, look, I'm aware that yes, there is. It's not only in Gauteng. Corruption is there in other provinces also. Gauteng might be more, but not. I mean, how do you come to the 90%? think it's a bit of exaggeration, the 90%. There are men and women that are committed and are doing their work in that province. I know he made that statement, but I think it's a bit of maybe exaggeration. I don't think one will, how do you come to the figure? Because you need to have went the length and breadth of the province to come to that. I know the challenges we are having in Gauteng. There is multiple projects that we are having running in Gauteng that are dealing with corruption of members, but I wouldn't classify at 90. And I wouldn't want to classify in percentages because it will be difficult for one to, at any given time, come to that conclusion.
Then just related to that, the last question, we had the media statement on the 6th of July 2025, which for some created the impression that our country is in a state of, or under a state of siege, that our whole criminal justice system has been infiltrated, involving the judiciary, the police, all arms of law enforcement. And yes, we have had evidence here that several of top management in the police are implicated. There's evidence of some prosecutors, magistrates, but nothing concrete. Judges, one or two names. Do you also still share that, or have things changed since that dramatic announcement last year of General Mkhwanazi? Are things better? Are they improving? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. The issue of corruption is still there. And unfortunately, to pinpoint one, you have to complete the cycle of investigation before you can say, there it is. I'm sure you have seen a couple of some arrests and takedowns that happens. But the relationship with the various arms of state, it has since improved, I must say. To give you an example, before 6th of July in Gauteng, for members of GCI Ops to have a docket to be enrolled at court, it would have caused them to travel a couple of offices of the NPA, where prosecutors will read the docket and thereafter says, go to Advocate Arens. Arens will read and say, go to Advocate Mkhize. So that was what was there before. Some of the things are still being investigated, so it might not be easy to say, but that was since July, that has improved. At that time, there were probably certain matters, there were probably, I wouldn't want to victimize people or expose them to threat. Few prosecutors that would assist, some wouldn't. And so there was a problem. Sure, even the current witness at Madlanga, he will still reveal more. He will tell you some of the things, because I think he will tell, I don't know whether he will say it, but I know that one of the things that happened on the 6th of, he told me this, what happened on the 6th of December 2024 was that when General Khumalo and his team were planning the special task force to go and raid Matlala's house to found Jerry Bushura, there has been leakage of information during that time, which alerted Matlala, and subsequently he removed whoever was there. So that information, but I can only leave it there. We are still investigating. So that tells you, you must know that obviously the application for search warrant was done to somebody and it was signed by somebody. So it's just an indication of some of the matters that we were struggling with. But I must say, there's been big improvement since July 2025 to now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, General. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members.
Thank you so much. Let me thank you, honorable members, for your patience. The evidence leaders have gone beyond the time that they have requested. We are taking a break now. We'll come back at 20 minutes after 14 hours. Thank you so much, honorable members, and once again to the evidence leaders, to General Masemola. Tauyetwa also kodibe. Amiriti mibedi. We have reached that moment where we must now allow honorable members to engage with you, General, ask you questions. I'm going to allocate 30 minutes per member. Yeah, full members, 30 minutes. And 15 members to alternate members. Can I check if we are ready to start, Honorable Sangoni?
Yes, we're ready, Chair. Honorable Ngola will go first.
Honorable Ngola is now 23 minutes past 2. You will start at 25 minutes past 2 and run until 5 to 3. You decide if you want to start now or you wait for 25 minutes past 2.
I want to start immediately, Chair.
The general understands what the word immediately means.
We're still awaiting the general's interpretation of immediately.
Does immediately mean immediately? Or it does not mean immediately now?
Not necessarily.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, General Masemola. There are 3 police officers who appeared under public participation before this committee, complaining about their victimization, in that there was a report that was summoned, I think it's by General Jacobs, and they say until today they have not been able to know the findings of the report and all that. But I think what they plead for mostly is that you give them attention, you listen to them. They go by the name of Captain Ramalepe, Captain Malachi, and Colonel Ramolobe. They appeared before us here, and they feel neglected and not given the attention they deserve after they allege that they've been victimized. I was just saying that so that you record it and attend to it. General, I don't think you did justice on the question by the evidence leader on ruling from the grave. And it was not alleged by one witness before this committee. I think a number of witnesses would have said the same thing. The allegation is that you are conniving with some of the top generals in the SAPS, working with former Minister Bheki Cele to remove, neutralize, or isolate the Minister of Police suspended, Mr. Senzonko. What is your comment on that?
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. I don't know how to describe it or how to explain it, but I don't talk to Minister Cele. I talk to all the generals, and there's no conniving. We talk, and we talk about work. And that's where it ends up. And I don't know if but the last time I checked, most of them, they don't talk to General Kele at all. So I don't know this notion of ruling from the grave, where it come from, but I won't say it's an incorrect statement. It's a lie.
Okay.
To be factual. Thank you.
I think you have covered a lot of ground with the Advocate Mkhize on the General Vuma thingy. But I think there is one thing that does not connect the dots. The evidence by General Vuma is that you raided her office. And you say to us, no, I went there to greet and hug, only to find someone shredding documents. Something is not adding up. Because what she has produced before us is what she alleges to be raid. And you bring, contrary to that, no, I just went to an office of my colleague and I found this and that and that. Maybe if you can be able to brief us what was contained in the documents that were shredded. Who is the person responsible for shredding those documents? You summoned for an investigation around it. What was the finding? What was the final finding of what was happening with the documents?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Yeah, like I said, I went to the building to check progress on the refurbishment of the building. And as we walk, I was not alone. There were a number of us, I can't remember, but one person specific, because it was the coordinator of that trip, is Brigadier Shile Malahlela. We walked the building, we checked the building, and we stumbled across this young man. As I said, it's Sergeant Dimakwan. And he was at, remember, General Vuma was not in the office by then. It was only the sergeant with all this pile up documents that he was reading. And I stopped him, I asked him, he explained what he's doing, that he's reading this document. He has been given an order by General Vuma to shred the documents. And I said, do you know what is there? He says, no, just documents, he just reading. Then I stopped him and we explained to him, we took the key. I contacted the head of counterintelligence, Brigadier Moyani. I says, go and check what is contained there, what is there. She checked, he says, no, it's just office memos and documents, things that belongs to filing. And well, some scribbler papers, whatever, which are not making much of value. And those documents were then filed. That's where it ended. So, I mean, can call Brigadier Shile Malahlela and those that can't remember all those who were there. But you know, it's not a raid. What would I raid her for? What would I want? Thank you.
Okay. So it is said that General Spear is a person who likes hosting colleagues at his place and invite top generals at SAPS, including you. And you confirm to have attended some. Did you attend the party of the engagement of General Spear's son?
No, Honorable Chair, I was not.
You were not there?
No, I wasn't there.
Okay, that's where it is alleged that Mr. Matala was.
Oh, no, I wasn't there and I wasn't invited either.
You were not invited?
No.
Okay. General Sentumu did confirm that she was there, where she was there dancing with Mr. Matala. Okay, let's go to the issue of the induction of the minister. And the minister did tell us that he recalls that you were clarifying issues relating to the existence of the PKTT. And you did mention that it was not a formal unit. You further mentioned in the induction that there is an intention to evolve the PKTT to the murder and robbery unit. So what was the importance of communicating that? If on the other hand, we get a signal that would not have agreed with the approach at which PKTT was dissolved.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. I think it was somewhere in, must have been somewhere in November, where we had a meeting about the structure of the organization. And in that meeting, I did explain the difference to the minister between a unit and a task team, where I said to him, units are out of components and they last long, they're specific role. A task team is problem specific, it's not temporary. Once it achieves its objective, it get to, of course, you can use that word disband, but the right word is you then dismantle and then they go back where they are coming from. So I did explain that, but that explanation was not saying, Minister, come and disband the PKTT. That was not the intention of that specific discussion. We were just, I think even in the minutes, it's just one thin liner. I was just explaining to him to understand, for him to understand the unit and the task team. Then I explained that to him. That was the reason for me explaining that. But I wasn't saying that have nothing to do with me when I'm surprised when he disbanded the PKTT, because it's not within his mandate to disband the task team either.
Okay. So would you agree that the powers of the National Commissioner as espoused at Section 11, subsection 2D of the South African Police Service Act do not relate with the existence of the PKTT, because the PKTT was not established by the National Commissioner, but by the Interministerial Committee?
I would agree with that, but well, even if, let's say for argument's sake, this team was established by the president, for example, or Interministerial Committee. Interministerial Committee can't wake up in the morning and disband. They will engage us to say, this is what we started, now we think this is the way to go. Just like we did with the team before this current one. The team before this current one, when we establish it, I think it's even on my evidence, which I said it before. It was established, I think myself and the then Minister, Mbalula, we went to establish it. And come 2018 July, IMC comes, we reevaluate, close, and we start a new one. So the same should have applied.
Okay, so let's talk about your view around the dissolution itself. Do you agree that the PKTT was supposed to have been dissolved? Or what is a bone of contention from your side is the manner in which it was to get dissolved, particularly in the directive, the word immediately.
My view, Honorable Chair, is that it wasn't supposed to be dissolved. The threat that the PKTT was established for, the threat was still there. And I think it's in my evidence to say, when we established PKTT, It was a team that's supposed to work for 6 months. But then what we saw happening, the lawyers postponed all cases beyond 6 months. And then we said, no, it will be for 12 months. And they will also, again, postpone all cases beyond 12 months, so that when cases comes to court, PKTT is gone. That's when we say, no, this, because the problem is still there, we will keep it permanent as long as the problem is there. So my view is, there was no reason to dissolve it because its work was still there. They were successful, they were doing good work, so there was no reason to dissolve it.
So its existence beyond 2022, was it regular or irregular?
Its existence beyond 2022 was regular. There was nothing irregular about it. There has been renewals of financial authority. All those reports, if you read them, you'll see it starts with giving the work of the PKTT, and it tells you what they still have to do, and they ask for a budget. When I signed that, I approve everything. This notion that there must be an approval from operational and whatever is neither here nor there. And remember, again, PKTT never reported to operational structures in the subs. There was a reason for that. When you start working KZN and they start becoming successful, everybody wanted to hear, MECs and whatever, they wanted to hear. Hence we says, no, you brief no MEC, you only account the steering committee and the IMC. Even national, they were not reporting to an operational structure we called National Crime Combating Forum. No, they were not reporting there because of the sensitivity of the cases that they were dealing with. That's why we want briefing, we would fly down, myself, minister, and those relevant, even including General Sevilla once he went. We'll go and get a briefing, assess, and then from there, minister will decide whether he call IMC yes or no. So there was nothing irregular about its operation beyond 2022. It's been approved by National Commissioner, it's operating, it's above board.
Okay. But it does seem, as you narrate the series of events, it does seem that you were actually complying with the directive of the 31st, such that you had a way of establishing a mechanism that which would be a final dissolution of the PKTT.
Well, I think it is on my evidence that I said the letter of the minister was not a request, it was a directive that I must do. And I asked for room to explain to him why this should not happen. That door get closed. And I'm sure the president's door was end up being more open than my minister's door. So I had to comply. That's why I said...
So you were complying under protest?
Yes. If ever this happened, let it not happen your way, but let it happen my way of gradual. But still questioning what is the reason for disbanding this team. And it ended up not coming until come May 2025. Then we established the real reason why.
But do you not think what led to the 6th July press briefing was that your juniors felt compelled by circumstances and felt unprotected by you, their boss? So that's why they had to take matters to the streets.
Well, I wouldn't blame them for that. And I won't say no to that. Possibly you are right, but I did my best. Remember, since I came back on the 14th of January, I asked a meeting about PKTT. The answer was, submit the report, we'll talk. Report was submitted, let's talk, we will talk. Until we went up to, well, before that, then before the March, then February, because I regarded this matter as serious, which I didn't know why it is happening. Hence, I went and reported the matter to the president. And thereafter, we had a meetings, 6 March meeting. It was one of those meetings. Those that were in the meeting, they will tell you. I asked the minister bluntly, why is this being disbanded? What are the reasons? Give us. And he didn't provide us. And so what more could I have?
There is a reason in the directive.
Yeah, well, the reason that is written there is probably what is in the ministers, in the directive that he have assessed. But if you assessed, you found that this PKT no longer add value to policing, but we, the operators, we can see that the task team is adding value for the
So
work.
Disagree with the reason.
Yeah, no, I disagree with the reason. The task team's work, even now, I think I do have the latest statistics. They add value. They are making change in terms of what they are performing in the country and mostly in your KZN. And also remember that even though the minister said he have assessed, yes, he have come to that conclusion, but I think only after he started looking for reasons, like your work study report, which is after
only after the letter he started looking for the reason.
Yes, that's what we have seen practically. He started looking for the reason, the work study report, and saying, no, this thing was actually irregular from 2022. If it's irregular, you are working every day with Masemola next to you, and you say, no, I have trust in this Masemola, but on this side, you see irregular things, you don't talk to him. What does that mean?
So when did you meet the president?
I met him on the 1st of February.
1st of February.
Correct.
When you met him, was he aware of the dissolution decision?
No, he wasn't aware. He learned from me.
Okay. Then what interventions did you seek from the president?
Well, I said, maybe you talk to the minister, let's hear what are the reasons. Because when I tell him, because I had to explain him, remind him what team is this, what they're doing. Then he remembered. Then he said, no, I said to him, maybe you talk to the minister, maybe we hear, what are the reasons for this dissolvement or disbandment? And then he says, no. And there I also told him that if ever this thing gets done, Mr. President, which we don't know the reason, but it can be done like immediately, but I don't want to define immediately, that let it be done gradually in a winding down approach. And the president agreed with me, but well, if it's
so
done,
generally you went
with you.
You went to the president, You went to the president and said, Nanda siyaphela ngapha. You don't understand this?
No, I don't understand.
So you went to the president to say, we're being moored there, please intervene.
Yes, correct, yes.
The shampoo is strong there behind.
Yes,
and please,
don't
president,
know why. Yes.
As a big brother, you must intervene on this matter. Okay. What role did you play on the awarding of the 360 million tender to Mr. Matlango?
No, I played no role.
You played no role?
No.
So the minister sees a News 24 article about the tender, and we are quoted to have said there is nothing irregular about the tender is regular. It is only after you summoned an audit-based investigation where you saw actually procedurally there are issues that would not have been adhered to.
Yeah, no, let me say I played no role, but however, I on record to have said that somebody from IDEC did phoned me at some point to say, there is this service provider called Medicare, whatever, that is also is bidding for this. They don't have certain things like tax clearance and what. And then I contacted the relevant people. I think it was Major General Hankis acting that time. I alerted her, and she went and checked, and she came back to me. And she even said, no, but the brigadier who chairs that committee is somebody that we trust in. And eventually gave me the answer that to say, no, there is any issue that is outstanding has been remedied. There is time that people get given from when they hand their bid documents, they get given time to submit their tax clearance certificate. Now all those anomalies have been cleared. And that was the end of it. From there, the tender was allocated.
Okay. 28 October 2024, Miss Patricia Mashale goes to Facebook and posts that you could not get a security clearance on the basis that you live way too much than what you can afford. What's your comment on that?
Well, I do have a security clearance for your information, and I don't. I pay for everything that I have.
Was it ever the application ever rejected before?
Was it?
Was it ever rejected?
No.
Or refused? Okay.
No.
You got it from the word go.
Yes, and myself and my wife, I'm paying whatever I do have. At some point, I know there was a judgment on a levy account, which these things happen when one don't get time to pay them. And I did pay that because it was something that one oversight. And I applied for rescinding of that judgment, and it was done.
Okay. Then they're living beyond your limits?
No, I'm living out of my salary. And
they say
my wife. Yeah?
They say you are living beyond that.
Huh?
That's what the allegation is.
No, I'm not.
That your life is actually more expensive than what the state pays you.
No, that is a blue light. Or let me. I know why they say that. Let me be open.
Yeah. That's why you are here.
Mashale and O'Sullivan, right? But now you might end up compromising my civil suit at some point by this explanation, right?
You are protected. The oath said that.
Yeah. But what I mean is that you might disadvantage me at some point out there, not in here, when taking certain actions. Okay, I am aware that Mashale, yes, Paulo Sylvan, they did say that I've got 6 properties. They don't know how I afford them, and my salary don't work out to afford them, right? And I don't have 6 properties, Honorable Chair. I have 2 houses in Pretoria, right? One house, I paid it for 20 years, it's finalized. The one house where I'm staying it's not even a big house. That's why I can't invite my colleagues to my house, because I'm staying in a duplex. And they stay in big, huge houses.
Unlike General's Beer.
Some stay at a plot, so I can't take them into a small bondogi veranda, right? So that's what I have in Pretoria. I'm paying that house in Pretoria. Then I have a flat in Bloemfontein, an apartment, which I bought when my daughter went to schooling in Bloemfontein. It's not very expensive. And I also, many years ago, bought a flat in an apartment, also one bedroom apartment in Durban, where my elder daughter was staying, right? That we finished paying just recently, 20 years, okay? So me, and then I had a house in New Germany, in Durban, where I was staying. So I sold that house in New Germany.
You counted more than 6 now. You're on 5.
2 in Pretoria, Bloemfontein, Durban, New Germany, 5.
Okay.
Yes.
It's close to that 6.
Let me finish first. All right. So it's 5, right? But the New Germany house has been sold long ago. So I'm left with the 4. So I don't know, but what I understand, remember, I'm not paying only all these 4 houses by myself. I'm paying only 2 houses, the ones in Pretoria. My wife is paying the house in Bloemfontein and the flat in the apartment in Durban, right? She's working, she went on pension, she was a major general, she can afford to pay them. So, and the 6th house that they say there's a 6th house. Remember, in Durban, there is no this office. This office is in Maritzburg. So when you look at Durban, you'll find 2 houses. And then for some reason, I don't know, Mashale and her company, they made that 1 house is in Maritzburg. I don't have a house in Maritzburg. I never had one. There is this office in Maritzburg. So my wife was paying some, I'm paying some. So that is the end.
Does crime intelligence use privately owned buildings?
But before we get there, Honorable Chair, let me explain that these houses that I'm talking about, one can go and check them. They all came out from our banks from the beginning up to the end. Currently, I know the Durban one, my wife finished paying it now. So it's only Bloemfontein and Pretoria. You said you want the story. Now I'm giving you the whole story. So they're living beyond. They took all this and put it on me, Masemola, alone. And says, no, it's living beyond his means without taking my wife's salary into consideration. But that I will sort it out with them outside.
Okay, does crime intelligence use vision security buildings in Gauteng? Are they housed at a property belonging to a private security called Vision Security?
No.
It's not true.
No. As far as I know, I don't say they are not there, but they are not working from there. Maybe General Kumal can answer that better, but they not supposed to be there. I don't know.
Are you aware of the meeting between General Senona Matlala and General Mkwanas in the Pels in Durban?
No, I learned about it, I think, during these forums. I didn't know about it.
Are you aware of the meeting between General Matlala and Mabonga in the Beverly Hills, Durban?
No, I'm not Mabonga. No?
Mabonga, the taxi guy.
Oh, no.
I think he passed away.
Okay. No, I'm not aware. I learned, I think, from these forums about that meeting.
Okay. Allocation is that many top police officials in Gauteng are compromised in that they are working closely with the people they're supposed to be arresting. Are you aware of that? What are you going to do about it?
Part of the GC operations in Gauteng is dealing with that. I won't say it is all, it is some. They are dealing with that. That matter is being investigated, and those that are involved, they will face the might of the law.
Okay, General, thank you very much. Chair, thank you very much. I'm done.
You have exceeded the time that I allocated to you by 2 minutes.
Apologies, Chair.
Yes.
Can redeem it tomorrow, Chair.
Next time when we give you time and we tell you when to stop, you stop immediately. When that time strikes. Honorable Sokanyila.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
15 minutes.
Always.
It's now 14:57. At 12 minutes past 3. You stop.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for affording me that 15 minutes time, even if I wanted to have more. The General, in your first appearance here in the Ad Hoc Committee, you did confirm, in fact, you did agree to the existence of drug cartels, for instance, that have infiltrated our criminal justice system. Am I quoting you correctly? When you asked about the drug cartels that are there, you did confirm that indeed there are drug cartels that have infiltrated the criminal justice system. I just want to know if do you agree with that?
Yeah, no, I do agree, Honorable Chair. Yes, there is drug cartels.
It's drug cartels only.
Well, it's a drug cartel, but of course, it also goes with murders. They are people that are being killed in the process, and it's also complicated with. They are also involved in tendering system.
Maybe within subs, are there people who are linked or anybody? It's just for interest's sake that there are no people in the higher echelons of subs linked with these drug cartels, or us as politicians that you can link them with these drug cartels.
Yeah. Thanks, Honorable Chair. The people that are linked are under investigation.
Okay.
Both politicians and our own people. Thank you.
No, thank you. Wouldn't want their names because they're still being investigated. Thank you very much. Then I'm checking now. When Minister Mkhunu gave that directive, you implemented it. Not so.
Correct, Honorable Chair.
It was lawful, that directive.
Well, it was an instruction, and he had no option but to do it, even though I hold the view that it was not correct. But I mean, he's doing it, and I don't know why he's doing it. Hence, I implemented it. But I gave evidence at this forum that I implemented it not this way. If it was implemented this way, when I came back from leave, there would not have been PKTT. And I don't know, maybe probably the reason of issuing it that time, because he knew very well how long is my leave. Maybe the use of the word immediately was really intended that when I come back, there is no PKTT. I don't know. But at least the people did inquire from me that, "Hey, what do we do now?" I says, "No, prepare reports, just hold the horses." And then until I came back, and I suggested, as per the plan I submit, that I think this way, Minister. And then there was that difference.
In your own understanding, isn't there no legislative that covers you for you not to implement an unlawful instruction? Because to me, I'm worried if we're going to implement unlawful, because there at the head, you have a politician that will give you an instruction and you know that it's unlawful. There's no law that covers you so that you are not implementing it.
Yeah, well, yes, it's true. I should not implement unlawful instruction. But in this case, you can't outrightly, when you don't know the reason why. If I knew what I know now, I would have done exactly that. If I knew the objective of him is exactly to prevent the investigation of Matlala and company, I would have immediately thereafter refused to implement. But I didn't know. I had to go along and see as to exactly what is this all about. And fortunately, it became clear with time.
Then a Lieutenant General Vuma was there. His statement is full of you, from the first page to the last page, putting much to you. Advocate Mkize and the Senior Counsel, they've already talked about Lieutenant General Vuma. But I wanted to check, because the meeting of the 1st of July 2022 in Limpopo, whereby you said to Lieutenant General Vuma, your stubbornness was going to kill her career. You said that to her. It's written in his statement. And she says that's what caused her to be suspended for a long time up until she took pension. It is because she said, so be it. Do you agree with that?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I don't agree with that. I've been long in the police. I'm sure you can ask anybody. You can even call the nearest Major General or Lieutenant General, just ask opinion whether such ways can come from me. Ask anywhere in the country, all the senior managers, and you come and tell me what answer did you find. To be specific to you, I never said that to her. I told you that this commission, that the first suspension of General Vuma was as a result of the Constitutional Court order, which she might have received it by then when it came out in February, I don't know. But me and the management and legal services, we only became aware of it in June. And hence, I had to take action to her. That was the reason. Nothing about stubbornness. That was the reason. The second matter was the SIU matter that came in. Nothing about stubbornness and whatsoever.
Because according to her, you were asking her to remove a particular line in a note that she wrote. Then you're saying that remove this. And then when she didn't agree with you, you gave those sharp words, because to me, those were intimidating words, and you can say that in essence, that's why she was suspended after all.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. On the issue of the removal of waste, I did allude to this forum. I did say, I told her that if you bring a document to me where you say, the minister says, go and use IDT, I said, as long as you have, either you remove it, you say we use implementing agents, I'll sign. But as long as it's like that, I will not do it. And I don't know whether, because in the minutes of Limpopo, the MINMEC, which I looked at, well, it's still with Secretariat, there it says that implementing agents should be used. And whether Minister said she must use IDT, yes or no, but Minister cannot decide for me. My issue was, as long as in the document you say IDT must do the work, I will not sign it because you are deciding for me. I'm not applying my mind. I'm rubber stamping, and I'll never do that. And that never resulted in a suspension. Maybe I should have taken action against her, as I said, because she's a senior manager. How do you come to me and say, sign off this, knowing that it is wrong to do that? On the hindsight, maybe yes, that's what I should have done. Thank you.
The relations between you and Minister Mkunu, I nearly said former, and Minister Mkunu, how were they looking at them with you, the both of you?
We had good relations. We were talking, and I didn't really see any problem coming at all. I thought we had good relations. I didn't see anything wrong at all.
When Mr. Nkabinde was here in the Ad Hoc Committee, is the chief of staff most of the minister, he said some of the matters relating to crime intelligence, the minister had to refer them to IDEC without telling you or without discussing them with you. How would you say about that?
That's why, through you, Chair, I found it strange that you are working with somebody and you see something, you don't ask the person, you refer matters somewhere else. That's why you would, the relationship, me, I saw it as good, but I don't know why he behaved that way which he behaved. Because remember,
Meaning that you also agree to what Mr. Nkabinde said. Other issues, without discussing them, they were referred to IDEC.
Yeah, correct. Yes.
So it means that, no, there was a little bit of a crack to my own analysis.
I think you will be correct in saying that, Honorable Chair.
Then now come to factions. Yourself, General Kumalo, General Mkwanazi, the provincial one, in KZN, you are one faction. Then on the other side, you have General Sibia, and who on the other side?
I wouldn't know. You tell me, Honorable Member.
But yourself with General Kumalo and Mkwanazi, you are in one faction.
There is no factions, Honorable Chair, in the SAPS. All I have is people that are hardworking. If you are hardworking, you will be close to me, I'll support you. That's all. There is no faction. I don't even spend time with them even after hours.
General Sinona
Not at all. Not at all.
can be in your faction.
No, I don't have a faction. I never went to a party at General Kumalo's place. I never went to a party at General Mkonas's place.
General Sibia
I went to a party at General Sibia. I went to a party at General Mkua.
is a faction.
I went partied at General Musikidi. That's not factions. That's not factions.
Because they were agreeing, the other witnesses, to say that there are factions. They associated yourself, Kumalo, Mkwanazi.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. They are making up those factions. Let them do their work. And all of them, they are closer to me, and I treat them the same. So I don't know.
Having good relations with your deputy.
Yeah, I've got good relations with all of them.
Sharing work. I'm saying that you have deputy, Sbian,
Yes,
sharing the work,
yes.
doing everything, apart from the directive and taking the 121 dockets, putting them, running around with them. Apart from that.
Yeah, and apart from when you want start hearing some things that have been investigated, of course, you won't tell the person, but there is no faction in SAPS. And
There's no faction.
No. I treat all the senior officers the same. I meet them, and if ever we go to somebody's party or lunch, whatever, you'll find that they're all there. We are all together.
Maybe they're hiding it away from you
How
because
come?
you're the national commissioner.
Yeah, how come?
To us, they were clear that you belong to a faction of you listen to whatever Kumalo said. Hence, you made Kumalo. Kumalo, in fact, was there in the PKTT and also leading the crime intelligence.
Honorable Chair, if a senior official is deserving and is doing hard work, there is nothing wrong in rewarding that person. He's doing his work and he's still continuing. You can ask everybody in the organization. They will tell you how dedicated he does his work. Not that all others are not dedicated, they are not doing their work. So they are doing their work. And there is nothing wrong in him overseeing PKTT and doing the crime intelligence work.
The last one, when you saw that the IMC were no longer sitting, were you not worried? Because we're not getting reports as that structure, especially with the ministers, because now there were no reports that were coming to the IMC.
Well, I will be worried, and then what would I do, Honorable Chair? Because, as I said, I wanted time to brief Minister on this PKTT, how it works and whatever.
And
that time never came. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So you are essentially making a statement that the 15 minutes is not enough. So we will follow your precedent. So the other speakers who I was going to allocate 15 minutes will get the 20 minutes that you also enjoyed. Yeah, your time was supposed to be expiring at 12 minutes past 3. So, yeah, I'm ever benevolent.
She's requesting bail because she's a first-time offender, Chair.
Yeah, no, when you apply the rules, what you do on the little that I know about the law of indices, is that what you do on the left, you also do on the right. Yeah, I see Honorable Breitenbach wants to borrow me the watch. It's not about the watch. It's about the attitude of the member. So we can have as many watches. We also have one there on the, because this week is a week of generals. I'm also, when your time expires, I don't interject. I look at you. And when I see that you still want to speak, the next speaker, is it Honorable Skosana or Honorable Shongwe?
Ngithokoze mgcinisihlalo. Mgcinisihlalo uHonorable Shongwe ngoba namhlanje sibabili asikho bathathu. Uzayibamba ekugcineni kule round yokugcina. Nje ngiyayibamba nje.
He enjoys the rights of a full member.
Yeah, so uzayibamba ekugcineni.
Okay.
Yeah. Ngithokoze mgcinisihlalo. Ngizokuba ukhuluma isikhethu namhlanje ngoba uGeneral isikhethu Mkoni uyasazi.
Asazi.
Yeah, uyasazi. No, ngizokubawa nje ukuthi ngizikhulumele isikhethu. Nabantu bekhaya bakhe basizwe manje ukuthi isikhethu siyasibetha la. La khorobulela ke re.
Letlele besingefollow.
Dankie. Ngikuthokoze General. Angazi ukuthi mhlambe ucomfortable na ukuthi ngingayibamba ngikayibetha kaSipedinyana lisitebele. Ngicabanga ukuthi abantu bekhaya mani kade mani bazacabanga ukuthi simakhuwa. Right, siyakhuluma mani, siyakhuluma la. Ake ngithi nje kancane. Ngizakuthoma ngokuthi lokha ngomnyaka ka2022 2025. Lokho wathoma ukuba ngu-National Commissioner. Ube ngumqondisi wesipolisa eSouth Africa. Mhlambe ama-challenge wakho amakhulu after uthethe over uCommissioner uKhehla Sithole. Ungaba yini so mhlambe oyibona ukuthi bengalungisa isipolisa owayithola mhlambe ukuthi angitsho ukuthi sikhulume omthethe kuye kumbi. Ukuthi mhlambe wena mawufikako ubone ngathi ukuberekiswana ukusebenzisana kukhona esipoliseni na ethe lapha phezulu lapha na.
Thanks, Chairperson. So I don't know whether I must talk Sepedi or English.
Yeah, no, my yin is fine.
All right.
Yes.
The challenges that I pick up since I took over, yes, there is some pull and push at the top. There is men and women dedicated to do the work right there at the top. But there is those that are always or have got tendencies of maybe wanting to take over from national commissioner as quick as possible. There are those challenges, but it's human, probably it's human nature. And also challenges at that level, I would say also, most of it come from your division crime intelligence, which we are busy now trying to fix it. Once we have fixed that unit and staff it sufficiently so, I think.
Ya mhlambe ke ngokubona kwakho njengoba ukhuluma ngecrime intelligence ngoba la u-ad hoc committee uhlile bathu babanti who used to work hona mo crime intelligence babangwe they are suspended and bahlile mo ba rebolela ditotse ngata kataba ya crime intelligence and I think ngiyacabanga nje ukuthi mhlambe umraro emningi ingathi vela ngethubelo ichubelo ukuthi ngeside lelo lokuthi ngathi kunenthoro kunemali lapho khulu engaberekiswa kuhle you know uzakhumbula ukuthi honorable member uAdams ufike la asitshela khona ukuthi kunezindlu kunengotela ezinye mhlambe lezi engafuneki ukuthi ngabe zihlala amapolisa mhlambe nje ukuyilungisa into leyo nje ukuthi ngendlela ngiyazi ngakhona bengicabanga ukuthi iPKTT le ihlanganise ama unit amaningi esipholiseni akusi only a particular division mhlambe kube nenye indlela ngoba angithi esipholiseni kunabo visible policing kuzinengi into ama directorate akhona. Now kunento ayithomileko la yokuthi uyasola ukuthi enhle uyaphikisana nento yokuthi kube namapolisa ahlala lapho kule hotela eyathengwa isipolisa. And then some of us esijame ngapha ukuthi amapolisa noma ngabe abuya kuyipi idivision asesemapolisa ayakhona ukuthi aberegise asebenzise indlu leyo ethengweko esabizwa ngokuthi hotel ngoba la kukhulunywa ngokuthi imali lapho iyamoroswa ngamanye amagama imali lapho iyawastwa endaweni leyo wena ngokwazi kwakho kulandelwe kuhle indlela yokuthenga izindlwezo zamapolisa ukuthi iPKTT leya ikhona ukubereka yenze umbereko lo wena njengo accounting officer ocabanga ukuthi for ama South Africans abantu bala ekhaya indlela ereha yokuthi bavikeleke ngoba kunento eziningi esisitholeko engicabanga ukuthi iPKTT ihelebhile isebenzile ukuthi zazakale ikakhulukazi la kubulawa khona osopolitiki lapho kunye kubulawa khona osotekisi mara ke leke beyiqale ekhulu izipi zepolitiki wena ngokwazi kwakho general ubona ngathi iberegile kangangani or ibereke kangangani iPKTT.
Thanks, Honorable Skosana. Yeah, it's unfortunately a matter that I would not like to dwell much on it because I might end up saying certain things, but your statement is correct. If it's a police premises, police members will have access. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. There is no issue. There is nothing, no truth in a story that money was wasted. The GC Ops is doing well, it's working very well. They haven't yet done much of their work. You'll still see they are still going to do more. They just starting at the beginning. Unfortunately, organized crime cases are too complex, complicated to finalize. But there is no wastage, I must guarantee that.
Ngabe kukhona la wake wathola umlayezo or an instruction etswang outside SAPS, you know, or outside the minister ukuthi ungeze eParliament or kwenye committee njengoba se committee yesipolisa ukuthi ungaze ukukhuluma or mhlambe unga investigate these political killings mhlambe ke ngaphandle from outside abantu nje abangekho embusweni abakhe mhlambe bakusabisa ukuthi ungayithindi this matter is untouchable.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, I never experienced such an instruction that I should not investigate certain cases. We do investigate all cases. I think the only first encounter I experienced was with Mr. Mkunu, where he said this political killing cases must go back to where they come from police stations. Other than that, I do not have any other. Of course, I think Major General Kopal would have given evidence about the case of Mandini, where I think maybe Minister might have said the case must go somewhere, either DPCI. I cannot 100% say exactly what was what he said there, but I'm aware that there was such, but otherwise, no, I never received such.
So ngamanye amagama if ungqongqotshe wakhe waba nenkulumo ezinjalo bese kangena emberegweni akho ngamanye amagama kusho ukuthi bese kuyi political interference leyo.
Yeah, no, I will keep doing my work, and even all provincial commissioners, they never, I don't remember them experiencing that. We do our work without this debate.
Mhlambe engakubuza ukuthi kiyo yonke into eyenziwe iPKTT mhlambe kuke kwaba khona la kuba namaqala mhlambe la kukhona abantu engizathi ke ngelimi lesiyeni high profile or abantu abasepolitikini abaphezulu abakhe ba investigatewa phambi kokuthi iPKTT le ivalwe ngendlela yavalwa ngakhona okwenze ukuthi namhlanje sibe la no ukuthi kunento ezange zakhamba kuhle. In other words, kunali batho ba bangwe maybe ba na le ditulo tse khulu mhlambe ke abake ba investigatewa and if bakhona mhlambe icase linye ongalibeka ngoba kunalento yokuthi abantu bathi ingathi isipolisa kunabantu esibasabako esingahona ukuthi singababhudungela ukuthi ngamanye amagama sibabambe ngoba mhlambe bane high profile eSouth Africa but you know mhlambe wena ngokwazi kwakho before iPKTT ivalwa ukhona mhlambe into ongacherela ama South Africans nathi as ad hoc committee njengoba sicala khulu into ezakhulunywa nguGeneral Mkhwanazi nge6 zangoJuly.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. I don't know. Maybe, yes, maybe PKTT touched the wrong button. I don't know. I don't know, but I don't remember of any such. They were doing their investigations, quite a number of politicians they investigated, councillors, municipal managers. Without hesitation, we never encounter any problem.
Now njenge icho mhlambe engase ngiyibuze umzekelo like an example engizoyenza ngoba uzakhumbula ukuthi iSouth Africa kuwena nasi inkinga yakasenzo meyiwa engicabanga ukuthi yaba umraro omkhulu eSouth Africa ukuthi ngendlela ya investigate ngakhona abantu zange bajabula ngoba kwezwakala nokuthi uGeneral Sibiya naye wakhe wavela mhlokho ebusuku ngokwazi kwakho I know the matter is in court njenganje isekantolo basebhizi ngayo but kunalokukholelwa ukuthi yamoroswa investigation layer ukuthi kwaba neinterference nyana ekhona ekwenza ukuthi kube njengoba kwaba nabantu abanye ababotshwa abe basejele already umzekelo engwenza ngale question engikubuze yona kokuthoma ukuthi mhlambe abantu abaphezulu before ivala iPKTT bakhe baba khona mhlambe ababotshwako or nabo ama matters wabo mhlambe beka investigatewa ngibuyela kuleke yaka senzo meyiwa ukuthi ngileyo ngiyibuziswa ngileyo ukuthi tot namhlanje abantu let's need a free edeni abakajabuli next ngendaba le ngendlela yakhamba ngakhona nangendlela ikhamba ngakhona icourt but leyo ingaphezulu kwamandla ethu ngoba sakhona ukukhuluma ngayo into esecourt but in terms of investigation ngendlela iyenziwa ngakhona wena ngokwazi kwakho nangendlela abakubriefa ngayo ngoba we are not investigating mapolisa akho njengoba unguwo in charge ngendlela uzwa ngakhona kwenzeka kanjani ngakuwe are you happy ngendlela izinto zakhamba ngakhona na?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Currently, the investigation, I think, is proceeding. The case is in court currently. Well, what happened did happen. I know there was, at some point, some two task teams.
Yes.
And eventually, when I took over, there's only one task team. The other one, I did not close it. I said, if they have a case, they must go see prosecutors.
Yes.
And but the current team of Brigadier Bongani Geninda is going on with the case. So what happened before is history, and one, of course, you hear many stories. And what happened? Of course, it was a high-profile case. Too many senior officials went to the scene, and one doesn't know what happened really there. We hope as the trial finalizes, we'll end up having to know exactly who played what role.
Njoba ngiyibuza ke le ngikhumbuzwa ukuthi lokhanyana kiba lapha endlini yaka Mr Molefe uyakhumbula nakhona ukuzwakala ukuthi uye kwavela ama agencies wesipolisa amanenganyana for icase inye kwaba nabantu abatholakala lapha endlini kwaba nemfoni ezikhona esigijimako and I think iDPC kwaba nabantu abatholakala lapha endlini kwaba nemfoni ezikhona esigijimako and I think iDPCI was involved as well ma Hawks were involved as well ngileyo nto ke eyenza ukuthi kungabi nokuphatheka kuhle kwabantu eSouth Africa ukuthi ngathi ukhona abanye abantu abavikelwako noma mhlambe iperception ngoba sometimes bathi perception is everything now ngokwazi kwakho nakuleyo case moyicalako ngelihlo lenyoni yabona kunenyoni enye bathi igili moyicala ngelihlo leigili ngendlela icase le ya addresswa ngakhona ya ngendlela baya ngakhona lapha awucabanga ukuthi ikhona into ekhona engakalungi esipoliseni ngokuthi akhonakala ukuthi icase inye uze abantu abaningi kangaka begodi kuberegiswe ngathi kwaberegiswa nehelicopter lapho ifungikhumbula kuhle ifly machine ngazo or mhlambe ngiyibambe kuhle general.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't venture or no, Honorable Chair, but yes, it did happen. I think evidence has been given before how that happened and how people ended up at that specific house. But the members who were there were able to indicate that they are genuine police, they're doing their work, and that was it. And that is subject to investigation as we speak. All those things, including who called helicopter and whatever, we are looking into that.
Maramanga kubuza mhlambe general ukuthi ukhe wabakhalima ukuthi into enje akufuneki yenzeke eSouth Africa kufuneka ukuthi lokhanyana kunomuntu mhlambe onengwegwe ukuthi umuntu osolwako makuthi kune investigation abantu abahlohlolako ube i-agency kungabi nento le yenzeka lapha ngoba angicabanga ukuthi kwamanye ama case into yenzeka lapha mhlokho endlini leya yakhe yenzeka mhlambe ukhe wabakhalima ukhe wathi batshela ukuthi man ningathomi nenza into nje ngoba ngicabanga ukuthi ngeke into ke eyenza i-wasteful expenditure yokuthi abantu bagijime kangaka for umuntu munye for icase inye mara kuze ama like parallel njengoba bowutsho nje ukuthi ne-issue nekasenzo meyiwa kwaba nama nto kanje amabili you know marabaya ecase ne1 lokho umuntu osestradini mhlawumbe umuntu ongekho esipoliseni njengami angayicala ngelihlo ukuthi man into le ngathi kune cover up ukususa leyo perception general ebantwini ukuthi babe neconfidence ngoba sifuna ukuthi isithunzi samapolisa sibuye abantu bahone ukuba ne confidence yokuthi amapolisa nokho asasiphethe kuhle njenganje noma ke kungeke wonke umuntu ajabula inkulumo zizaba khona but in your view ucabanga ukuthi mhlawumbe ukukhalimela ikakhulukazi laba ngoba ngicabanga ukuthi abantu abaningi ama lieutenant generals kulama division ba reporter egcineni sigcina sifika kuwe indwezi mhlambe wakhe wabakhalima ukuthi into enje ingasenzeki ngoba ngiye eletha isithunzi samapolisa esiletha phasi.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. Yes, I did engage Lieutenant General Mbot of DPCI, and he explained to me how he ended up there. And of course, we don't say senior members of SAPS, they shouldn't go to scenes of crime, be it high profile or whatever. There must be somebody senior who's responsible and take charge of the scene. But it shouldn't be that everybody flocks into the scene, into the crime scene. But also you have to take into account that some of the people, I'm sure, when they get arrested, they start calling the whole world. Sometimes people do call me to say, yeah, I'm here at the roadblock, and now I've the traffic cop says whatever about speed trap, whatever, and the nice thing they say, can you talk to him? Then I say, yeah, bring the phone. Then I talk to the traffic cop. What is the problem? Says he exceeded speed. I say, riding. And then thereafter I say, no, fine. I spoke to the traffic cop. He will let you loose. In the meantime, you get written in traffic. So there are people that call, that will call the whole world. But of course, senior officials, as they get to the scene, yes, they know there are SOPs in the organization, and one must respect those protocols.
Now, uzakhumbula ukuthi Jenene wakhe wayikhuluma indaba lela. Yokuthi ukhona mhlambe media houses. Media houses la kunabantu laba babiza ngobosondaba. Abakhona ukuthi ukuthi bakusmere like kube ne campaign abayiranako. Ukuthi mhlambe bafuna ukugcekela phansi, you know, kuri siriti sasipolisa basihlise kuvasi. Mhlawumbe wena ngendlela owazi ngakhona ngoba uzakhumbula ukuthi nasa i-ID seyaziwa ngokuthi i-IDEC. Kwaba nalento leya yokuthi i-allegation abayenza ngawe ngayibuza khona la. Azange ngikhona ukuthola ipendulo kulaba abe bayikhuluma. If uzakhumbula ukuthi uPatricia Mashale and I think if ngikhumbula kuhle kwaba ne-issue nasa ye Louis Vuitton bag ekwathiwa bebatrade ngayo some members be-IDEC, you know, I think Perumal and Badiachi and Belochente or whatever the name is. Kwathiwa ukuthi no imali leyo ufakwe imali ebhegini yakho no General Mkhwanazi. Manje into leyo ke ngile engenza ukuthi ngithi ke abantu bendaba once bayibhala general lapha bayifaka lapha indweni. Into le yanginamathela and ukuyisusa abantu bendaba normally bavamisa ukuyisusa ngesentence yinye. Mara mabakubhala bayibhale yonke into le enganayo evidence. Now bengiba ukuthi ugeneral akha mhlambe ayihabenyana kancane msinya so ukuthi into le ukuthi isuke ngoba uthi uyaqala sometimes uthi uvula iphepha ngokosondaga nasi indaba leya etenicha your reputation eza kuwe ukuthi ujena ngoba ngabuza ukuthi omunye wathi 100,000 then ngambuza ukuthi ibheke leyo imali leyo wakhona ukuyibala na nokwathola ukuthi man ngathi ngesikhethu vane sithi uleyamala ngoba akakhona ukukunikela into le enobufakazi ukuthi yebo ngiyibonile imali le ugeneral bamnikele nebheke bamnikele mara ke into leyo ngibona ngathi iloko iyavela ayihlali kamnandi for integrity yamapolice ugeneral mhlambe angathini ngayo into le.
Thanks, Honorable Chair and Member. Well, it's something that they talk about. It's like the 100 cars that I bought in 2011-12. It's always there. In as much as I explain, it's always staying there. I've explained this matter that I don't know about. Wherever I was, I received a bag. It was in Louis Vuitton, and that was it. There was no 100,000. I don't know where those monies come from. And the bag that I received was worth, I mean, it's an annual bag that is worthless, nothing to declare. So we keep explaining, just like the cars I've explained over and over. But at the end of the day, yes, people, they have their own things like you heard earlier, this thing of Mr. Mkhotsi that he gave me money or Mr. Matlala gave me money. It's things that people, they, unfortunately, yes, they tarnish people's images and they will go out Like every time they talk of crime intelligence, they'll always come with lots and lots of stories. We are aware, some of us, that there's people that would want to do some nefarious things in that environment of crime intelligence.
So ngamanye amagama lento yokuthi abo Perumal and Pilonche beza kuwe bathi ewa indaba lesi ngayivala mara sibawa ukuthi usipromote ayikho.
It's a blue lie, Honorable Chair.
Now ukufika ukuya kuleke ngokwakho ukwazi uPaul O'Sullivan ufike la wasitshela ukuthi yena uvula amadokete. Ngimbuze kaningi futhi nalo mhlambe ngoba nibhiyesaha nibhizi khulu mhlamba zange wayibona. Ngimbuzile la ukuthi njengoba wena usilipolisa uyivula njani idokete? Because he was insisting ukuthi yena uvula idokete aye police station makafika police station unikele ipolisa lisayine kuphela. Ngokwazi kwakho mhlambe ngokuzwa zonke indwezi mhlambe ikhona into ongayenza ukuthi indwezi zi-investigate ngoba kune allegation yokuthi uPaul O'Sullivan uphethe i-iPad ngesandla kakhulukazi lokho kuseseno Robert McBride. Then begodi nalapha ku-IDEC la kuno advocate John Johnson uyabalawula nala isipoliseni phezulu uyalawula kunamapolisa aberekisana nawo asezingeni eliphezulu ngenza kangabi nguwe kube ngabanye ababereka ngaphasi kwakho mara ngokwazi kwakho ke nendaba kaKet Matlala ukuthi kunabanye abantu nabomhutsi ukuthi kuba ne-information njengale yokubhanda i-PKTT umhotsi waba ngomunye ngiyazi ukuthi bongekho boselifini if ngikhumbula kuhle we had an acting commissioner at that time mara ke ngokwazi kwakho ngabe mhlambe mamala into leke esizwako le yaka Paul O'Sullivan mhlambe nawo uPaul O'Sullivan wakhe wafika kuwe mhlambe wafuna ukuthi umenzele izinto or afuna ukucontrola or adrop amagama ngoba kunento le yokudrop amagama ukuthi ubani bani unumber 1 or number 2 njani khona la mhlambe wake waba khona no waba nekinga no Paul O'Sullivan lo.
Well, look, I don't know the man. I see him wherever he is on TV or whatever. But yes, he does write me some emails sometime where he'll write emails with a demand. I want investigation on so and so. I want you must deal with so and so. I don't work for Paul O'Sullivan. And I don't need to be reminded if I had to investigate somebody in subs. It was like, you will write me, no, investigate so and so criminally or departmentally. I don't report to him. I don't deal with him. But in as far as opening cases, if that's what he does at police stations, I'll send out a directive that they should not accept such. If you go police station, normally you go and explain your side of the story. They assess if there are elements of crime and then they register the case.
Ngoba general kunento leyo ukuthi ukhona ubereka ukuthola ama section 205 ngendlela abathola ngakhona and ba fabricate intori nayento ye extortion yokuthi mongakhumbula kune case enye ka honorable member but he has left parliament kwaba nento engicabanga ukuthi nayo kufanele ukuthi ifakwe lamehlo yokuthi uza kuwe athi unomlando umlando lo ngakhona ukubulala mara ke mangithi ngiyawubulala ngifuna amasente anyana lapha ngifuna amasente otherwise ngizokugijima ngithinge lapha eSARS and then you get all these so-called rogue units chasing you daily. Now ngiyacabanga ukuthi njengesipolisa njengokwazi ukuthi kuna nasi i-court order from the high court ukuthi angeke wakhona ukumbopha ungakamtsheli fanele umnikele 48 hours. I know ukuthi leyo court order ibuye court ingenzeka ukuthi ingaphezulu kwamandla akho mara bengicabanga ukuthi mhlambe njengoba iParliament sesivuleke umlando la ukuthi si wa walk out la ukuthi nesipolisa ngeke nasihelebha na ukuthi I-court order le anayo le inulifyiwe sibuyele back e-court ukuthi we cannot have a citizen in this country ne-notice enjalo. President will enjoy section, I think 89, if I remember, in terms of the constitution. Maras nanangu mundu nangu, who's a settler, West, unenwenye ewuti, agabopheki angakatshelwa. Into le ibalekisa ingazi co-commissioner. Kubonakala ukuthi singaba nomuntu umuntu munye nje. Ikhuwa nohala. Uthi yena wahlagiswa angifuni ukuya lapho ngoba sahlagiswa kakhulu makhuwa thina angifuni ukuya lapho mara akhonakala igeneral ukuthi kube nomuntu munye okuthiwa yena kabotshwa fanele akuthunyelwe love letter man sicabanga ukuthi namhlanje ngolosithathu ngolosibili namhlanje ngolosine siyeza sizokubopha. It cannot be right. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi esipoliseni mhlambe lalapha ku Hoc Committee into le iyafuneka ukuthi ugeneral akayiqale ngamanye amehlo ngoba yehlisa isithunzi ku judiciary yehlisa isithunzi esipoliseni ukuthi sinomuntu nangu is bigger than everybody else in this country. Ungaphawula uthini ngalawo general ngoba vele isikhathi sami sesiyaphela.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. I heard about that court order. I haven't seen it myself, but I will engage the DPCI because I think it was in that environment. Maybe they'll brief me as to what exactly is happening. But yeah, for now I can only comment up to that. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
General for nakoya hao ke nagana gore Chair mkoni nagana gore tsamaile pila. Ngiyakuthokoza Chair, ngiyakuthokoza General.
Ja la leboga mona. Mohlomphege morena Skosana. Jali. Can I get an indication from the Democratic Alliance? Who goes first? Who goes first?
Chair, the Honorable Breitenbach.
The Honorable Breitenbach's time has started.
Good afternoon, General.
Good afternoon, Honorable Member. I'm fine, and yourself?
Good, thank you. So, the PKTT has it been disbanded or has it not been disbanded? Is it working or is it not working?
It is working, Honorable Member. Actually, last week we just established one in Gauteng.
Okay. And what successes has it achieved in the last sort of 6 months?
Well, there's a lot of number of arrests that they have made, but also is a number of convictions that they've made. I specifically don't have them here with me, but one can go back and be able to give that.
Now, you know, a number is a very general kind of, I'm sure they don't, the PKTT doesn't have hundreds of dockets, so is it 5 convictions, 6 convictions, 2 successes?
Honorable, through you, Chair, they currently, of course, they are divided between KZN and Gauteng. They are assisting the Gauteng team, and part of them, they form part of the task team that I established on the Madlanga investigations. The first arrest that you see is part of them that have done that. So, yeah.
Okay, well, that hasn't helped me much, but anyway, let's move on. The dockets of the PKTT lay in a safe in the police head office for months. Is that correct?
Well, I did pick that up, as I said. I'm sure from my evidence that at some point I did pick that up, and I did take the necessary steps in that regard.
Okay, General, let's try and do it this way. You just answer the question. Don't preempt future questions. So we've established that the dockets lay there for months. Is that correct?
Yeah, later we established, correct?
Okay. And no one did anything about it? And you say you didn't know about it?
After I established.
Not after you established, we're getting there. While they were lying there, nobody did anything about it, and you say you didn't know about it.
Yes, I did say that time when it happened, I didn't know. I knew later, and there were actions taken.
Question isn't about you at the moment, General. Don't be defensive. They lay there for months. Nobody knew they were there, except perhaps the person who had them.
Yes.
And nobody did anything about it.
Well, the person is undergoing disciplinary trial, disciplinary process as we speak.
And who's that person?
It's General Sibia.
I see. And the people whose dockets they were, didn't they at some point say, but where's my dockets? I can't do any work. What did they do for all the months that the dockets were lying at the head office? What did the members of the PKTT do? They had no dockets.
No, it is not all the dockets that were, it's only 1-to-1 that were here. The rest, the court-going dockets, they had them. With them, they were still doing the work.
And nobody said, but there's 121 dockets missing. Where are they?
Yeah, well, Honorable Member, it's something that happened, and we are in the process of rectifying it. We rectified it. We are moving on.
Yes, it's easy to say we're in the process of rectifying it and we're moving on. But what does it say about the senior management in the police? That 121 dockets of the political killings task team, which is supposed to be important and urgent work, just lie in a safe somewhere and nobody knows, nobody cares, nobody does anything. How is that possible?
Well, it is possible it happened, but what I'm saying is there has been action taken thereafter. The dockets are back to KZN.
And has any work been done on them?
Yeah, there has been some
How
arrest.
do you know that?
There was arrest at Mbendle. Well, how do I know? I do get reports from the Provincial Commission.
You get reports?
Yeah.
But you didn't get a report that there were 121 dockets lying somewhere that nobody knew?
Well, that I didn't get.
Yeah. So you see, General, what bothers me about this whole issue is the complete and utter lack of urgency. You get an instruction that you don't agree with to disband the task team. You're on leave. You get it from the minister. You don't care. You leave it there for somebody who's acting in your place to deal with. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Instead of going back to the office to deal with it, you just leave it to the acting commissioner. You only make an effort to deal with it upon your return, some 2 weeks later.
Well, I left it for the acting commissioner to deal with that instruction, and well, I advised how they should deal with it. But
it's a very laid-back attitude.
The work
with respect,
never affected. Honorable Member, why I did that, I cannot be with a minister for a week and he's walking side by side with me and he doesn't hint, he doesn't say anything to me. And when I'm on leave, he sent a directive, then I must jump.
You know, General, the police is a public service kind of profession. I'm not sure if you're aware.
Yeah, correct.
And your interest should be in putting the best foot forward for the South African Police Service and for South African citizens, not so. Your passive-aggressive attitude with the minister is your own business and it's got nothing to do with your job, or it shouldn't have. Do you agree?
Honorable Member, I did say that I was with this minister for a week.
Yes.
And after, if he come on some day, 2 days thereafter, he issue a directive. So I must leave what I was doing, go back to his directive. No, that directive can wait. And that didn't affect work during that time. The PKTT carried on with their work.
Yeah, so it's a very, very passive aggressive attitude to take with regards to your job. And in my view, it's a very laid back attitude to the whole business, which I find somewhat inappropriate for a man of your stature.
Well, I can't deny that's your view. So I can't say, don't say it. That's your view. But
And then later when you've got to brief the president, he says, do you have a report? Do you have a plan? And you say, no, it's busy getting compiled. What kind of an approach is that? You're a general. You are the head of the South African Police Service. You have got so many people at your beck and call that can prepare these things for you in a day, in 2 days, in 3 days, tops. Can't be that hard. You've done it before. But you take this laid back, lackadaisical approach. Well, you'll go overseas, and when you come back, if the plan's ready, well, then, we can discuss it. What kind of an attitude is that?
thanks, through you, Chair. It's not an attitude. We had to remember the members were downloading and analyzing data. It's not a matter of a day you finish now. No, it is not. So
Downloading and analyzing what data?
Well, that's what I had to do, Honorable Chair.
No. Tell me, please, what data were they downloading and analyzing? I'm asking you a question.
I'm saying they were busy with the downloading of data from a phone, and that must be analyzed and then interpreted and put in a sequence. So that you can't do it overnight.
And what's that got to do with having a plan for what you're going to be doing with the PKTT?
Well, that we wanted to know what exactly is happening.
I see. And then you find, just on a different note, you find later some person shredding documents in an office.
What was that?
You told us you found a young man with regards to General Vuma. Somebody is shredding documents in an office, piles of documents.
Mm.
And you showed no interest in what they were, didn't pick them up and have a look. Just said, stop doing that, give me your key, I'll send someone to have a look. Again, this laid back approach to...
Through you, Honorable Chair, there is no, if there is laid back, I should have walked away. I did what I had to do.
No, General.
I stopped the exercise. I left. I took the key. I locked that room. I tasked people to work on the documents.
And what were the documents?
It was documents for the office.
What were they?
Some memos and various lots of things that we took to registry.
Did you even pick up one and have a look?
Yes, I did.
So you knew what they were?
Huh?
So you knew what they were?
It was memos that goes to National Commissioner's office. Yes, I did.
See, but belatedly. Now, you've heard of this Big Five cartel, have you?
Yes, I had, Honorable Chair.
And when did you hear about it?
When I was being briefed, somewhere around, it's 2025.
Sorry?
Somewhere in 2025.
2025. And who are the Big Five cartel? Who are the Big Five?
Currently, two of them is what you see, Matala and...
Yeah, and Molefe, yeah.
Yes.
And the other three?
The other three, I'm not prepared to say them now. We are still investigating.
But you know who they are?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's comforting. Now, when do you intend to have them arrested and charged?
Well, the case continuing progressively so. The PKTT that you say it is not working.
I didn't say they weren't working, General. I asked you what they were doing.
Oh, sorry.
So you've listened to all the evidence produced here at this commission, and perhaps not all of it, because else you would get nothing else done. But I'm sure you know more or less what's been said here. And I'm sure you've got a fair idea of what's being said at the Madlanga Commission. So what's your view on the situation in the police as it currently stands, bearing in mind all of this information?
Yeah, bear in mind this, what one have get from both the ad hoc and the Madlanga. There is a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of the cleaning of the organization, the infiltration by criminals, and of course, there is also a need for some restructuring of some sort, reorganizing, which the first one currently, there is a national organized crime strategy that we developed that is going to deal with all this crime, including this crime by the police, because the small capacities that we have now, it's not sufficient to can deal with it.
Okay, well, I'm relieved to hear you say that you understand that there's stuff that needs to be done and there needs to be restructuring. But what are the 5 most important steps you plan on taking in the immediate time frame to address these issues in the police? You've told us about organized crime. What are the other 4?
Well, the immediate that currently has been done, I'm sure you have seen, I've suspended people. I'm taking action against them. There's criminal cases that have been opened and investigated against most of those people. And there is, of course, on the other side, there is a problem of number of posts that are becoming vacant. So I intend filling those posts as soon as possible. And then from 1st April moving forward in a rollout approach, the national organized crime strategy will be implemented that will deal with specific crimes in the country and including what we have in the organization. But also what I've done, I've reviewed the process of supply chain in terms of the bidding and or awarding of tenders, that the process is not left to what we call the bid specification, bid adjudication committee and the BAC only. I introduced a probity audit. So along the line, before they come to the allocation of these tenders, there is an audit process that comes in and advise whether is this correct, yes or wrong, and let me proceed. And it's coming quite well. It's still at the initial stage, created a little bit of backlog, but it's nothing that we can't live with it. We can live it. I think we will continue with it. And of course, I also identified a problem, of course, in terms of training, especially officers. So that I'm going to prioritize for the next financial year, that we prioritize officers' course or officers train, the basic one, because we realize that's where also the fall comes from. I don't know whether it's 5 or it's more, but that's what I'm doing.
No, that sounds like a very good initiative. You agree with me that there are many members of the South African Police Service who go to work every day and work really hard and do their best. And at the moment, their life is being made very difficult by the members who are corrupt, because now everyone gets tarred with the same brush. It makes it very difficult for people to go to work and do their work honestly.
Yeah, there are those members, yes.
And you'll agree with me that the corruption isn't limited to, although depressingly it seems to be concentrated in the higher echelon of the police ranks, but it's not limited to the higher echelon of the police ranks. How do you propose to sort out the corruption in the lower ranks?
At the lower ranks, there are environments that we identified that we want to do a lot of screening. For example, your port of entry. There we want to rotate the people because having them there forever, it doesn't seem to work for us. One, with the come intake, we're gonna rotate them, and also vet your environments like finance, supply chain, and those. And there are specific hotspot areas that we know in the country that we need to have some awarenesses and projects-driven investigations with a view to bring those that are involved in the book.
And then, General, tell me, are you aware of how many members in the police force have criminal records?
You offhand, I can't tell.
But there are.
Yeah, there are those.
And why do we have a police force made up of people with criminal records?
I know there was a process at some point to deal with that.
Well, how do you deal with it? You've either got one or you haven't.
I must say, I remember some time ago, there was a process that to work on them. I can't remember how it ended up. It's safe to say I'll go and look back and see how many and how do we deal with them.
Do you agree with me, General, that it's undesirable to have a police force with members who have criminal records?
I agree totally.
And you don't know how that happened?
Well, no, I definitely.
You have the records, you're the custodian of the criminal records. So if somebody applies for a job, it's quite easy for you to determine whether they have one or not.
Yes.
Yet this did not happen.
No, what I'm saying is I'll go and check. I know there was a project on that. How did it ended up? What happened? And come up with a plan in terms of how do we get rid of those with criminal records.
Well, when next we meet, perhaps we can discuss that.
Okay, yeah, we can discuss some point.
Okay, and then just also while we're on the issue of records, how many members in the South African police do not have security clearance? Now, I don't expect you to give me a number, just give me a percentage, ballpark figure.
There was never a requirement that all members of SAPS have security clearance. It's only certain levels, like your SMS.
And how many of those levels don't have security clearance?
I would say, I'm trending carefully wrong here. I would say 50%, but I not say guaranteed 50%.
No, I'm not holding you to it.
More or less.
Yeah. And that's a matter of concern.
Yeah, I agree.
And I know as well as you do that the State Security Agency takes forever to do the vetting. It's a very long process. So by the time you get your clearance, it's almost time to apply for a new one.
No, I think they're going to work it in terms of a project. I think it won't take such long. I did engage with them. They don't take forever.
Do you have security clearance?
I do.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Barnett.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, General. If I could just assist there, I've just looked it up. As of 2022 to 2025, over 10,000 members of the SAPS had criminal records. Thousands of officers, including those with convictions for serious crimes like murder, rape, armed robbery, they're all employed still in the SAPS. So I thought that might assist because I remember getting the answers from the then minister. Okay, we've established definitively that the PKTT is not being shut down because the rumors fly every which way, and no move was made to do so. So you're retaining all the members in the unit. Am I correct that there are, I've only tracked down one figure, 139 members. Are there more or less? I don't know what the number is of the unit. perhaps you could assist, and are they all staying in the PKTT, or are you intending shifting them to other specialized units or expanding the PKTT?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Member. Yes, the PKTT members, they are still there. The team is still existing. But of course, we want to expand the skill. The current PKTT of Gauteng that we established a week or 2 weeks ago consists of some of those members. They're coming to share skill. The team that I established to investigate cases emanating from Ad Hoc and Madlanga, the one that they've just made the first arrest, that guy who appeared in court yesterday, there are elements of PKTT in that team also. So it is still working, but we now establish one for Gauteng.
And the number?
The numbers.
Yeah, how big is the PKTT in terms of personnel?
Yeah, it might be a matter of safety, but let me say more or less just above 70.
70, okay. That's a lot smaller than I thought. There are many claims that there are SAPS members who rent their own personal properties to the SAPS, which of course would be illegal, some to crime intelligence. Is this true or not? Because it's a constant claim people make to me. And if it is true, who's being held to account? Have you arrested any members for doing so?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. The matter is a bit sensitive in a way. There is such claims, yes. And some of the public members that you see making too much noise, some of them are beneficiaries to that. And we are investigating it. There are challenges, but we'll overcome it. We'll end up arresting them. Yes, it's true.
Good.
It's safe to leave it there.
You know, I heard you blame the system for senior officers not having top secret security clearance. And I hear from you both, my honorable member next to me and yourself, I know it takes a huge amount of time to get clearance, but has it ever struck you, and I have raised this many times over the years, has it ever struck you that a person should obtain clearance before moving into a sensitive position? What do you do if they fail their security clearance? If they find there's a criminal record tucked away somewhere, or a debt, or a whatever would stop one having a security clearance of that level? I've never heard of someone failing to obtain clearance and then being removed from the position they had been promoted to. Actually, there was one. Under Ria Piecha, the head of crime intelligence lied to her about having a matric, and he was then removed. Chris Nkobo, I believe. And we had tipped her off that there was a possibility there was a problem. And unfortunately, he was put in, and then only then the clearance done, and only then was he booted out. Would that surely not be a plan?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Yes, it is the plan that is an ideal situation, and that's where we are moving to. But as where we are coming from, there wasn't such a requirement. The requirement was, once you take up the position, you must acquire it within 6 months. It's for the first time now where I say the SMS, yes, they went through the process of selection, appointment, and they are recommending member Arenze. But now I say, Arenze, before I can announce your appointment, first security clearance, and then we can take it forward. And of course, now it's more better being applied or used than outside, because in the past within SAPS, some people would have used it. They were weaponizing it against others. Like earlier you saw, I told you that Mkonazi 2013-12, he applied. He never, it was given, it even expired. He never saw it. Mine, when I saw it, it was left with about 1 year to expire. So that's type of weaponization that one finds. But hence, on my side in crime intelligence, we do reform. As we reform, we will also attend to that. But there will, of course, those who are going to use them to vet
the rest of the environments within SAPS, not the SMS.
I'm very pleased it's all been moved to state security now, because that process is very thorough, and I know there were huge issues in crime intelligence. If I recall, there was someone selling basically clearance certificates. I mean, it went through a really bad patch. So this is really good news. When was this process changed, where you have to get the clearance before you can assume a position?
It is, well, it's now what? March. Yeah, the people that we advertise posts in January, February, that's the first time we're implementing now. I think there was 12 SMSs that are waiting for that for now.
Okay, so it's very recent. You referred to a meeting with the president. It seems, if I heard correctly, that there was no further pursuit of clarity from you by the presidency on such a critical operational matter. You just sort of backed off and didn't answer. So he assured you he was going to do X. Do you know if he did anything? Do you know if he ignored you? Do you know, what is the situation? I can't understand. Did you try and contact him? Did you write to him? Did you phone his office? How would you know if anything had happened or not?
Yeah, well, remember I saw him somewhere, I think in June or early July, when I discussed with him. And again, there he did emphasize that, no, he did speak to the minister, and he heard what the minister is saying, and then he said, if I told the minister that if that unit is disbanded, it shouldn't be disbanded immediately, it must be winding down.
But you still chose not to wind anything down, yes?
Well, that's what he took it from me, because remember when I briefed him, I said, if ever it is done, rather let it be done this fashion, which right at the beginning he agreed, and he said he'll speak to the minister. So later, when I met him, he also said, no, I spoke to him, but I said, this is the option that it can be done.
But that was an option you ignored because you didn't close anything down, correct?
Yeah, I didn't. Okay. I didn't. But remember, on the other side with the minister, he changed the meeting of the 6th of March. He changed where he says, no, this thing must happen now. But still, we maintained.
Following the allegations that your deputy, Shadrach Shabir, was allegedly working with underworld figure Kat Matlala to, quote, direct police operations, what systemic failures allowed a high-ranking official to be implicated in such a matter before being suspended? What have you done about it? What are you setting up to really prevent this from ever happening again?
What I'm setting up is to have a counter-intelligence capacity that will, on a continuous basis, check on us, check what we are doing, where we're living, what and what and what. So that I'm sure it will improve a lot of areas.
Well, you know, you announced that over 840 senior police members would undergo lifestyle audits by the SIU, but what is the timeline? I mean, what consequences will there be in terms of enforcing some disciplinary action for those who really fail dismally? And I'm speaking again, let's refer back to all those with criminal records. Nothing's ever been done. And having raised it and caused such a fuss about it at the time, now people don't even recall that they have criminals within the SAPS. Even at your level, you're a bit vague about the fact that there are, but there are, because I got detailed reports through the then minister on that matter. Where is the consequence management that everyone in this country wants to see?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Member. As and when we do that lifestyle audit, if there are matters of concern, there will be definitely consequences. We will not tolerate it, won't leave it like that. We will take action.
Well, with all due respect, action has never been taken against those with criminal records.
The timelines with regard to, as soon as we finalize the administration with SIU, we will be putting clear timelines as to when it's going to happen. And on criminal records, Honourable Member, I do acknowledge, I said, I know there was such a project run by HR some time ago. I can't say how it ended up. And I undertake, I am going to go back, look as to who and how many are they, what happened, if it's finalized. Okay, if it's not finalized, if there are still people, how do we deal with them? There are processes in the organization to deal with that.
Final question, have you found links at all between the syndicates behind the construction mafia and local business extortionists and those infiltrating the SAPs?
You say we find links?
Yes.
That's correct.
There are?
Yes, there are links, and we will deal with them.
In the SONA, we heard about the revetting of senior police management, and it's a priority. How far along is that process?
There has been meetings recently, last week, this week. The senior managements are being briefed in groups, I think either today or tomorrow. There's a group that is being briefed to say what you must bring, what you must, all those things.
So it's happening?
It's happening. They are being briefed in groups. They will submit necessary documentation.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. Let me put on my timer so I'm not deprived of time. Stopwatch, start. Thank you, Chair. Hello again, National Commissioner. First question, were you at the gates of prison before the infamous media briefing by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi?
Come again with the question.
Were you at the gates of prison before the infamous media briefing of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi?
I don't know, Honorable.
Because he said he was, you were. That's what Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi said, that you were on the gates of prison.
Well, he know more than I don't know then.
So the two of you haven't engaged since he gave testimony
No.
with this ad hoc committee.
Okay.
And he said that, no? From your understanding, National Commissioner, was Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi at the gates of prison around the time he did the media briefing?
No, not as far as I know. Not.
So there was a case that was opened against him at Houghton Police Station for torture, etc. Are you familiar with that case?
No.
It was in relation to the kidnapping, of in KZN, and I can't remember the witness that we had before us that said he opened a case of torture. So you don't know of any case that's now at IPID against Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi?
Well, I know people open cases as they go along, Honorable Chair. It's strange because that matter was dealt with by the DPCI. They can talk more better on that matter of, I think is the kidnapping of some family in Kwatukuza in KZN.
Yeah.
And where they ended up in Mpumalanga, and somebody ended up being found in Mozambique, crossed illegally there. And yes,
what I'm specifically asking about, Commissioner, is the case that they opened against our KZN Commissioner for torture and kidnapping, etc.
So we had testimony here that the case lied at Houghton Police Station for almost a year before it was transferred to IPID. Now only IPID has started investigating the matter. So if you don't know as a National Commissioner that one of you, I mean, I understand cases are opened all the time, but as the head and the highest office in our SAPS, if there's a case against your your provincial commissioners and even your deputy commissioners, that's something you would or you should take an interest in, no?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I heard about it recently when the member was here. So I will hear from IPID in terms of what do they have. But I'm not sure how. I'm not sure if he was involved in that case. I know it was General Sinona and others that were involved in that case. Hence, there is a departmental case running against Sinona and others who were involved in that case, because somehow the case was a strong case, but it was messed up.
From what we understand, does include him. Lieutenant General Konasi's contract as KZN Provincial Commissioner is ending on the 31st of March. Am I correct? 2026. What's the plan? Or is there a plan, or are you going to tell us the plan?
Well, I approached him to check whether he would serve further. And also, in terms of the law, I must consult with the Premier, which I did. And he is prepared to serve. We are finalizing, of course, the final details in terms of the how part and those things. That's how far I can go.
I see that it's already on the wires. I missed it. I haven't been on social media. Let's move on to just quickly the Telkom towers. Now, you seemed, or you gave us the impression that there wasn't anything wrong, National Commissioner, on the concerns regarding the Telkom towers. So can you tell us what is the current status of those buildings? Are the buildings occupied?
Yeah, remember, Honorable Chair, we were ejected out with an order of the Department of Labor. Public Works was repairing that building, and they are still repairing it now. But I engaged them to say, but this repair must come to an end so that we can get back to our building. Then General Fannie informed me recently that they say probably end of April, those buildings would have been finalized in terms of repair. If that's the case, then we will be back into that building.
So how much have we spent so far on a building that we haven't occupied?
We purchased the building, I think, for, I know it's 600 million, and subs paid and Public Works paid some part. And of course, thereafter we spent, I think, must be almost $1 billion in terms of IT and repair and the installation of some other IT stuff into that building.
It's been going on for a while. How many years now? And you're not telling us more or less how much it's up to also?
It was purchased in 2016. And after that, since then, it's about 10 towers building. Since then, only 2 towers were handed over to subs, and it was in, out all the time.
But 10 years, am I counting about right? And how much money? Because when the building was initially purchased, those are decisions that should have been considered. How long it's 10 towers, how long it's going to take, how much it's going to cost. So do you agree that the purchase of these Telkom towers has spiraled out of control? There must be some level of, if it's not corruption or just total mismanagement, for us to have spent so much time and so much money, and the police are still not, you're still not occupying the buildings.
Yeah, no, I do agree. Hence, Minister Mkhulu, at some point, he wrote a letter to say he's giving back to Public Works and they must give us another accommodation somewhere.
And then the money that we've already spent has that?
Yeah, but looking at things, the money that we already spent there will be a problem. So hence I approach them to say, fix, let's come into the building.
So who's going to be held responsible for making that decision on that project? Because it's a lot of money.
Who's going to?
Who's going to be held responsible? Who's going to be held responsible?
Well,
Because it's mismanagement, it's either corruption.
the current Minister of Public Works was, I think he sanctioned forensic investigation to find out exactly that. And yeah, what I know is that every time we were there, we're being ejected out. And we can't force as an employer, force employees to be in a building which labor said you must stay out of it. And
yeah, so that part we understand, but it's the purchase of a building and not knowing the details of it. So there was not proper due diligence done, and it was a rushed purchase on the side of SAPS.
yeah, I think the forensic investigation currently undertaken by the Minister of Public Works will be able to identify those responsible.
Okay, we have a lot of forensic investigations. Okay, Lieutenant General Vuma said she was once reprimanded by former Minister Becky Cele in a meeting in relation to PPEs. Apparently, he wanted a list of companies to be appointed for these PPEs. Were you ever a part of a meeting or a discussion where Lieutenant General Vuma was reprimanded by the Minister Cele?
Well, I know that right at the beginning of COVID, there was, at some point, I was in a meeting where there was a problem around suppliers for PPEs. I think in one meeting, the minister said, when we meet, some people, I can't remember who, must come with a list of suppliers. And we went to that meeting, and I think there was either no list or there was very few suppliers. And there was unhappiness. I can't remember the details. There was some unhappiness around why, because the pressure was, we need to acquire these PPEs as soon as possible. Yeah, I remember a little bit on that.
So there was sort of some heated meeting where former Minister Becky Cele got involved or made recommendations or was concerned about the companies that were providing PPEs.
As far as I remember, the concern was there was nothing to put on the table. We met, and there was some subsequent meeting that's supposed to happen where we're supposed to, because they were looking, whoever have whatever stock, let's buy whatever is there. And I think there was little or there was nothing on the table to purchase, and there was unhappiness. I can't.
So he was unhappy about
details.
that. And the reason we're asking that is because when former Minister Becky Cele was here, National Commissioner, he was very animated and very clear that he did not even smell a service provider get involved with procurement in any way, shape, or form. So it's surprising that he had engaged in the very least around the matter of suppliers for PPE. But those were his words. I don't even smell, I've never ever smelt a service provider or engaged on anything around procurement at all. Also, we're going to stay on Lieutenant General Vuma just for a little bit more. Why did SAPS reject her application for legal assistance? And then maybe at the same time, you can just also answer what assessment was used to reject her application.
It's legal assistance for what?
For her court cases.
Normally, the policy of the organization is if you are charged for any crime or misconduct related to corruption and fraud and related, we do not assist with legal assistance.
When you
But of course, if you apply and you get rejected, and if at the end of the day you are found not to have, you are not guilty such that you didn't commit the crime, then you can go back and ask for your money.
Okay, so in her case, just to be clear, it was rejected on the grounds that there was criminality involved.
Yeah, well, even though I am not I'm not sure which specific in terms of rejection, because if it is for the case of the IPID, they were assisted. I think, yeah, they were assisted. I think the then National Commissioner approved their legal assistance, and yeah, there was.
So you're not sure about the other matters?
No, I'm not sure about the other matters, but on the IPID matter, I know they were assisted. So, yeah.
Okay. So when you suspended Lieutenant General Vuma, how long were you the National Commissioner, or how long had you been appointed as the National Commissioner?
I was appointed 1st April 2022. And in June the same year, that's when we got the court order.
Okay. So this court order, what was it exactly? What did the court order say? Because from my understanding, it didn't make the court order was not about corruption or procurement irregularities or financial misconduct. It was more that they failed to provide a statutory document or something that was or IPID. So IPID requested and they were saying, no, it was a classified document.
Yes. And in that regard, they were assisted with legal assistance.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that you said that you had pressure from the Concord order, but the constitutional court order was just about, it was a statutory obligation that SAPS must provide this classified document. It didn't have anything to do with their misconduct or anything like that. So on what basis did you write to her to ask why she shouldn't be dismissed or suspended?
It is a misconduct in terms of the IPID Act.
That they didn't want to provide a classified document?
Yes. No, that they didn't cooperate with IPID.
But they were arguing that it was a classified document, that's why they didn't. Or did you do an investigation into why they didn't want to and whether the documents that IPID was requesting, they were trying to cover up some misconduct or corruption?
That's the misconduct that was investigated after the final order of the Constitutional Court came out. Okay.
So you think that your decision to suspend her based on them following a process, or her following the process rather, of going to the Concord and allowing the Concord to make a decision on whether they should supply or provide the classified document to IPID, that was justifiable? Because they weren't doing it behind, they actually went to court and they asked the court to rule on it. So you think it was justifiable for them to be suspended, or her to be suspended rather?
Yeah, there was misconduct. When right from the beginning, there was misconduct.
What was the misconduct outside of, because what I'm trying to say, National Commissioner, is that they went to court to sort a court decision on whether they should provide this classified document to IPID, right? And the court made a ruling, right? And they agreed. So they weren't doing something behind the scenes, right? The court ruling was strictly on a procedural matter, statutory obligation, which they did. I'm saying to you,
that did you do an investigation on why they didn't do it? Because it might be the case that they didn't want to provide this document because they were involved in some corruption and this document was going to show that. So that's what I'm just trying to understand. So if you're saying, National Commissioner, that it was just because they did not provide the document and it had to go to the Concord to make that decision, was it justifiable?
Yeah, the investigation was about that. Remember, they were involved in the purchase of some grappa somewhere. And yeah, it was about that.
But who did that investigation? Because the Concord order didn't deal with the merits of the case. It dealt with them providing a document to IPED.
Yes.
And you acted on the Concord order that just said.
But the misconduct happened right at the beginning when they failed to cooperate with IPED is a misconduct on its own in terms of the IPED Act. So they failed to cooperate with IPED by cooperating with IPED when they were investigating the matter around those scrappers. So the misconduct starts there. And obviously it ran through all the courts until it went at Concord.
So they prolonged the process.
Yes.
Let's talk about the multiple incidents of her break-ins that you reported at her home. And she also had security assessments done as well. Were you involved?
Break-in what?
At her home. She had 4 break-ins. And on the 4th one, they caught the gang that was breaking into her house and threatening her.
Break into her house?
Lieutenant General Vuma, yeah.
Okay, yes.
You don't know, honestly, National Commissioner, are you surprised?
No, I know. I didn't say I don't know.
Oh, okay. The way you're looking at me like I must tell you the whole story and you can see that
I'm
of mine.
I'm just worried.
So I'm asking you, were you involved in that? Because Becky Kele came here, right? And maybe you should respond to that because her story is, or her submission and her testimony here is that you and the former minister, Becky Kele, were in cahoots of trying to get rid of her. Right? Even before you became National Commissioner.
Okay.
Right? She's had death threats. She also had a security assessment done. Right? She said that there was a gang that broke into her home, which I'm sure you know. So I'm telling you stories you already know. So I want you to respond, number 1. Were you involved in setting up or behind the break-ins and the threats on her life? Whether it was actually to kill her or just to threaten her or intimidate her?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Do I look like a suspect?
I don't know. I'm asking. We don't know what happens there. We've been hearing stories in SAPS. Nothing surprises us anymore. So we have to ask and remind you that you're under oath because when evidence comes up later, we go and open cases.
Yes. Yeah, no, it's true, Honorable Chair.
And you know, EFF is always first to go and open.
I was not involved. The way I know Minister Kele, he would not have been involved. I know that there was a break-in, yes, and there were people arrested, unless those people say they were sent by me. But I don't know of them that they have been sent by me. I was not involved, Honorable Chair, in that break-in.
You know what former Minister Becky Kele said when I asked him that question? And you know, in his very animated voice, and I asked him, did you threaten or want to kill Lieutenant General Vuma? And his words were, if I wanted her dead, she would be.
Okay.
So what's your first reaction to a former minister saying something like that?
My reaction? Well, I'm not him, so I wouldn't.
No, not him, but I'm just saying but you know him and you worked with him for a very, very long time.
Yes.
So would you consider that like a threat to say that? And does he have capacity to be able to just kill someone if he wanted them dead?
Not as far as I know, since I know him, he doesn't have the capacity to kill.
Lieutenant General Khumalo, so you spoke here, we asked you about, him stating under oath that 90% of Gauteng SAPS is corrupt, and you said he's exaggerating. Should we have someone who is head of crime intelligence in the country come to the ad hoc committee, come to Parliament under oath and say such things? And not just to the committee, but to the entire country. Did you engage him about that?
Yeah, I did engage him, Honorable Chair,
And
on that matter. And,
seriously, did you, like in a serious way, and did you reprimand him? Because I don't think it was just an exaggeration.
No, I did engage him, and we all acknowledge that, yes, corruption is a challenge, and Gauteng province is affected to a great extent, but not as far as the 90%.
But my question here is more outside of him. I'm saying that we have a head of crime intelligence, national commissioner, that can come here. It's either he doesn't take Parliament serious and he can just spew out things that you as SAPS have not done any analysis or any research on and declare to the entire country that 90%, he just said that and he was very serious. It wasn't a joke.
Yeah,
so how do we take someone like that serious? As a nation, how do we take a head of crime intelligence serious who can come and exaggerate something like that in such a serious platform?
Yeah, well, I'm sure he's coming here, Honorable Chair. Maybe he will be able to give you the figures.
No, he's not coming back. We're done.
Okay.
But I'm saying just you as a national commissioner.
Yes.
Do you think we can have faith as South Africans in a head of crime intelligence that can just come in a platform like this and just declare stuff like that?
Yeah, no. It is concerning, and I engage him on that. And
how did you engage him? Just nicely, like, I think you're exaggerating on 90%. Or did you reprimand him?
I said, well, I reprimanded to say, but you can't say 90%.
You reprimanded him because you seem very calm now. We want to see how you reprimand your generals.
Well, I can't perform an act, but I told him that it can't be. No. I don't.
The nation feel like we have a national commissioner that can reprimand his general.
I can reprimand, ask them for sure. They know. But
feeling convinced, but okay. Why do you think, National Commissioner, the level of infiltration or capture in Gauteng is as prevalent as it is? What have you done, or how are we going to make an assessment on it?
Well, the assessment was done, of course, by the intelligence community, and there are areas where we know what is happening, and we have put projects in, and some around illicit mining, there's been arrest. Some of the matters are still being rounded off, and we will get results as we go on.
Okay.
And of course, remember, Gauteng have got quite a bigger workforce in the country, population saying, so yeah.
I've got like 2 minutes left. Let me ask you just quickly, you said that Kat Mokhlala is the head of one of the big five cartels. You didn't tell us who the second one was, and you said the three are still under investigation. Who's the second one? And do you actually believe that Mr. Mokhlala can head a cartel? Or is it a cartel? Okay, I'm asking you too many questions. Is it a cartel in the sense of the word cartel that we see in South American countries, or is it a syndicate? Because your Deputy National Commissioner said we're not on the level of cartels yet.
Yeah, well, maybe the word might be used interchangeably, but it's a close group of people working together. And Kat is one of them, allegedly. And Katie Molefe, I did say it earlier, Katie Molefe allegedly is one of them. And
who's the second one? Oh, okay. And then the other three, we are waiting.
Correct.
For how long?
Yeah, it depends how quick they round off with the work.
Just my last question is going to be on the General Puklani. He had Paul O'Sullivan and Sarah Jane Trent and their entire investigation done by Northwest SAPS. Is that something that is regular? I mean, obviously the scene of the crime, etc., was Gauteng. So can you give us your National Commissioner hat on that investigation, why it was conducted, and is it something that is regular?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. There's nothing irregular in that. You do use, if you feel like you can use local police to do a specific investigation, there's nothing wrong. You get police from somewhere to come and do the investigation.
But it was pretty much everybody from Northwest, so it wasn't like he put together a team from different provinces. It's like he handed over the entire investigation. I think it was to the Deputy Provincial Commissioner for Northwest.
Yeah, I can't talk for him, but there's nothing irregular in having Free State members coming to do an investigation in Gauteng. Actually, now I have Western Cape doing investigation in South Africa on a specific project, only Western Cape.
You won't say that too loud. You can see the DA can just start smiling. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, National Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matthews. No, you have exceeded your time, you know. The next speaker is Honorable Sauls. Your time starts at 16:55 and it ends at 17:25.
Thank you, Chairperson. General, good evening.
Good evening, Honorable Member.
General, I want us to be clear that I'm not speaking to you from a place of perfection. I'm a chief of sinners myself. But as an MP, despite my shortcomings, I'm required to hold you and others to a certain standard, because to whom much is given, much is expected. In this very chambers, many allegations have been made publicly, but no proof has been produced to date. When I directly asked whether some generals or ministers are corrupt, I am told it cannot be said as it's still under investigation. Testimony has pointed to factions and two sides. We have heard it called a Zulu war on the record by former Minister Becky Cele. The State Capture Commission showed us that the elite will simply use the law to protect each other from arrests and punishment. The country is of the view that nothing will really happen to the big shots, General. It looks like this is just political theater, and I refuse to be one of the characters. The law of men might not do much, or it may take too long to act, but the Lord will act. Therefore, I chose today to look to a higher court. Psalms 91 says, "The Lord is a God who avenges. A God who avenges, shine forth. Rise up, judge of the earth. Pay back to the proud what they deserve. How long, Lord, how long will the wicked be jubilant? They pour out arrogant words. All the evildoers are full of boasting. God is not allied with a corrupt throne, a throne that brings on misery by its decrees. The wicked band together against the righteous and condemn the innocent to death. But the Lord has become our fortress, and my God, the rock in whom I take refuge. He will repay them for their sins and destroy them for their wickedness. The Lord, our God, will destroy them." Thank you, General. Thank you, Chairperson.
Are you done, Honorable Sols?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to request you to repeat that verse. It's a very important verse. You know, when we speak about the Lord, that is a moment of it's a moment of reflection. Do you have the generosity through the benevolence of the chair to repeat that verse or that statement you have just made?
Chair, it's a very serious thing.
Yes, I agree 100% with.
Speak such into the atmosphere.
Mm.
We'll gladly do it again because I know what it means. The Lord is a God who avenges. O God who avenges, shine forth. Rise up, judge of the earth. Pay back to the proud what they deserve. How long, Lord, will the wicked, how long will the wicked be jubilant? They pour out arrogant words. All the evildoers are full of boasting. God is not allied with a corrupt throne, a throne that brings on misery by its decrees. The wicked band together against the righteous and condemn the innocent to death. But the Lord has become our fortress, and my God, the rock whom I take refuge. He will repay them for their sins and destroy them for their wickedness. The Lord, our God, will destroy them.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Honorable Sangon.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, and thanking Honorable Souls for blessing us. But Chair, for the record, I think we need to correct a statement that Honorable Souls has made. I'm sure it was by error. It was not Minister Ele who called it a Zulu war. It was Mr. Ketmatlala. Just for the record, if we could correct that, please. Thank you, Chair.
Let's hear what Honorable Sols is saying.
It was actually Minister Taylor who said that, because I also questioned him on it. That's why I know.
Yes, what Honorable Sol says is right. The statement was made by the minister saying that he was informed by Ket Matlala that it's a Zulu war. So before us, that statement was made by former Minister Ele. Honorable Nwala.
Yeah, Chair, I think it's both sides, boss. Even Mr. Matlala did mention that he was told by the former Minister Cele that he is caught in between a Zulu war. So I think it came from this side to this side, then from this side to this side.
That's fine, Chair.
It was
We don't know where the Zulu war originates. I withdraw. It's
it
fine.
was an osmosis in reverse. Is osmosis and osmoregulation. The next speaker will be Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and good afternoon, General.
Good afternoon, Honourable Member.
Start with the PKTT. You earlier said that during questioning that you do not agree that the PKTT should be disbanded. You also, to an extent, defending the PKTT when the Honourable Breitenbach was questioning you, said that the PKTT's, the proof of the good work that they are doing lies also in the investigations that they are doing with regards to the Big Five cartel. Am I correct?
And the Big Five cartel, that is done by our GC Ops.
But when you answered the question, when you responded to Honourable Breitenbach, you said that the rest of the Big Five cartel will be identified, and it's because of the good work that the PKTT is doing. And you said that is the proof why they are actually doing good work. You remember that you said that?
Yeah, correct, Honourable Chair.
Now, Commissioner, once again, I want to put the question to you that the PKTT cost a lot of money. Do you agree? If I think the figure that's in the presentations are about 435 million rand since its inception in 2018. Am I correct?
Yeah, correct. It costs a lot of money, Honourable Chair.
That's more than 62 million rand, more or less, a year. Do you think, or in your opinion rather, does that cost justify the results that was yielded by the PKTT?
According to me, Honourable Chair, yes, they do justify the number of convictions that they had does justify.
But it's not a lot of convictions, National Commissioner. It's very, very few if one looks at the figures. If one takes that and you project it to the whole South African police service, if that is what a conviction costs, we have a problem. Because we have to convict a lot of criminals. We have a lot of criminals in this country.
Yeah, Honourable Chair, the investigation of this type of organized crime cases are not as easy. And, well, out of all of the actions that we did before, the only one that worked for us is this one. Unless the Honourable Member, you say, let's pack and go back home and life goes on. I'm sure you public were employed by you, you have got a bigger say. If you say so, at the end of the day, it will be it. But from where I'm sitting, the number of convictions, because convictions on this type of matters are not as easy like murder-related, one would call it sometimes social, where somebody just steps somebody. It's complicated investigations, which one think that I take it that they are serious organized crime, and they went out of their way to do this type of investigations. And from where I'm sitting, I see that there is definitely a value in this type of investigation. Hence, we now extend it to Gauteng. There's a lot of unresolved political cases in Gauteng. And we're looking forward that they are going to be able to make breakthrough in those cases.
So I think we all would agree that political killings and solving those cases, and also through that preventing those type of crimes, the political killings from happening, is important. There's a lot of other complicated crimes in South Africa as well that I think you would agree also requires a lot of resources, and to a large extent has more victims. Would you not agree?
Yeah, I do agree, Honorable Member. Hence, there are certain areas where we have capacities. For example, your Eastern Cape and Western Cape, we have a team of that is dealing with taxi violence. In Western Cape, we have a team that is dealing with gang violence, and now we are going to reinforce further those teams in terms of not numbers, but a different form of a skill to deal with gang violence, especially your Gauteng, Lorado Park, and those areas, and the Cape Flats. We are coming with a different model that we think is going to do our best. So each area you'll find a different form of investigation, and the investigation differs all the time. So I agree with you, yes.
With all due respect, I don't think gang violence is a new problem, and I think it's long overdue, and a lot of the other areas that you mentioned now as well. But be that as it may, Commissioner, wouldn't you then agree that if one looks at this from especially a operational perspective and a financial perspective, that the resources allocated to the PKTT, although the work of the PKTT is important, it does seem disproportionate to other task teams and other priority areas? Would you not agree with that?
Well, the most expensive project out of all this, Honorable Chair, is the gang violence in the Western Cape, not the PKTT.
Yes, but it's, I don't think we can compare it on the exact number, but in terms of the proportionality thereof, this is one team of a few members that's costing 62 million rand a year. If you take the number of officers involved in the gang-related task team, then it's not the same thing. But you're spending a lot less money proportionately. Would you not agree?
I'll agree that we spend more money on gang violence in the Western Cape with less convictions. Hence, we are changing the model now. And with PKTT, we spend that money that you say is more with more convictions.
Now, I want to get back to this. This question has been asked a lot, but I want to ask it again to you because I started with the statement that you responded to the Honorable Breitenbach by defending the PKTT's existence by saying that they are investigating the Big Five cartel. That's not the mandate of the PKTT. Why is it necessary for the members of the PKTT to do the work of organized crime?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, well, we use police in terms of the skill that they have. Wherever we see that we need that skill, we use it.
Why are they then not moved to organized crime? If there's a problem, why aren't those specialized people that then have the skills in organized crime not rather used permanently to fight organized crime, which is a huge problem?
Well, for organized crime, Honorable Chair, I did indicate when I think I was talking to Honorable Breitenbach that there is a strategy that we developed that we are going to have new teams dealing with that. But for now, I said we are taking the expertise of PKTT and we are multiplying it into other areas. Like I said, you go to Madlanga team, you'll find elements of PKTT. You go to PKTT Gauteng, you'll find elements of KZN PKTT. That's where we are expanding the skill in that regard. Not take PKTT and put them into organized crime. We don't see it will make any sense that way.
Okay. National Commissioner, you became the National Commissioner on the 31st of March 2022, am I correct?
Correct.
That's 4 years. Your response to a lot of questions today and the previous time you appeared was that you are now doing this. You now have a new framework. You're now doing this. You're acting here. With regards to the security clearance, you're now acting. You changed it now. Why only now? What did you do for at least 3 years before now?
When I took over, Honorable Chair, you'll recall that in terms of numbers, we were challenged. There is a lot that we did. We had to rebuild the whole management of crime intelligence, which we are still rebuilding. Remember, the vetting is done from there. So I did tell you that if there are no numbers we don't employ, there's no way I can get members. But after we have employed this 10,000 times 2 times 3, we have increased the capacities in all areas within SAPS, in various areas. It's still not sufficient, but at least, that's why I said, at least the capacity in CI now, for the first time they vetted the more than 700 people in a year, which never happened before. So, yeah.
Wouldn't it be better to have gotten rid of the rot first before bringing in new? Because if you, for instance, have a bag of potatoes and there's one fraught potato in there and you throw in new ones, the new ones are also going to become fraught. Isn't that what's currently happening? You're bringing in new people, you're building capacity, but you're not acting against those that have actually broken the South African Police Service.
We are acting on them. There is quite a number of people that...
Did you act against the bid evaluation committee that approved the tender of Cat and Clara?
There are people on suspension as you speak, and the process and the disciplinary is going on, but it's not all. Some are still coming. The unfortunate part was that the forensic investigation that will assist me exactly who did what was supposed to be finalized in December. Unfortunately, the team have been finalized of risk committee. I was talking over the weekend to the head of risk. They are working day, night, weekends to finalize that report. And she said to me, definitely end of March, I will have the report. So I've acted on some, but to complete the cycle, I need that forensic report.
Those same generals that were involved in the BEC with the Cat Maklala tender was subject to a disciplinary hearing or disciplinary steps not too long ago. Do you know what the outcome of that disciplinary process was?
No, the one I know is still pending even now. It's not
the one that I'm referring to is a very strange outcome that I've heard about it, but it's very strange. The proceedings were stayed due to the fact that they're permanently stayed, due to the fact that there's no documentary evidence. You see, National Commissioner, that's the problem. This happens under your watch. you're the accounting officer, you're the national commissioner. The rot is very, very deep. These people are not only involved in one tender. It's not just now. It's years and years and years. You were deputy national commissioner before you became national commissioner. And then when you use words earlier today, we're doing the work. There's no factions. And I want to go to factions quickly. If you say there's no factions, because that was your evidence earlier, but what is it? Is it just individuals? Is it one dog eating each other? Is it dog eat dog? Is that what is happening in SAPS? Because factions will, to a certain extent, explain it. But if you say there's no factions, what? Oh, let me count my words. What is happening then?
Well, Honorable Chair, if a member of senior management identify a criminal activity or misconduct by another senior management and the steps are taken against that one, you can't call that a faction. It's not a faction.
But it's not consequent. You don't take steps against everybody that transgresses. Why was General Khumalo not suspended at all?
I explained earlier, Honorable Chair, that whatever that is alleged that a member has done it must conform to a misconduct in terms of the regulations of SAPS. If it doesn't conform to that, then how then do you suspend a member? Well, otherwise, you will end up suspending members for whoever says this one did this, then you suspend. This one did this, then you suspend. There is policy, disciplinary regulations. You take that which is alleged to have been done, you weigh against the disciplinary regulation, and it must constitute misconduct in terms of the regulations, and you take steps. But if it does not, there's nothing you can do, Honorable Chair.
Why did you try to settle with General Vuma and get her to accept her early retirement and sign a non-disclosure agreement?
Because the amount of money of litigation that we were spending was becoming more and more if one compares to chasing whatever case is there.
But you believe that she was guilty, that there's prima facie evidence of transgressions on her side. Am I correct?
Yeah, yes, there was.
But you wanted to settle?
Well,
and so no consequence management at all?
What I'm saying is, Honorable Chair, one did weigh against what we have spent and what we are still going to spend in terms of against the same official. That's how one way that. And if we're going to spend more public money chasing this specific individual and which is closer to pension, then rather the person go.
But if she was really,
those are the options that one way.
If she was really guilty, and if she's guilty, then I think the public would appreciate, even if it costs public money, that an example is set so that this corruption ends. Because the problem is that if one looks and National Commissioner, you were here in the very beginning when we started this process, we all knew a lot of about the corruption and the allegations and the rot and the poor performance of the South African Police Service. But I think this committee and what we've heard in this long time that we've been busy here is so much worse than we could ever imagine, because the number of people that are actually guilty and that there's allegations and prima facie evidence against is astounding. But there's no consequences. People are suspended, they sit at home with full pay for years and years and years, and then then the cases are dropped and they're appointed at metro police departments with big salaries or any other places, and there's no consequences for transgressions. And a whole national commissioner does that. and that's your testimony. Because you wanted to save a little bit of money whilst billions are being stolen from the South African Police Service due to corruption. But you said no example.
But remember, Honorable Chair, remember, it doesn't mean that when you do that, then it's done away with the criminal case and everything. The criminal case is still running.
Where's the criminal cases against General Vuma?
It's still being investigated by DBCI and
for 4 years.
By IDED.
For 5 years. No, National Commissioner, that's very bad. That's really very
But currently the people that are on suspension, they are starting to go to their trial now. It's only the senior managers that we are enlisting the services of external service providers that we are still awaiting the state attorney to finalize those matters.
Thank you, National Commissioner. I think the bottom line is that you cannot now tell us that you're now going to change the course of the ship that is sinking. You should have done it whilst you were the Deputy National Commissioner of Policing. When you were appointed as the National Commissioner, I know that you had to rebuild a lot of things, but certain steps you didn't take. And now it's as if it's news to you. It's not news to South Africans that suffer due to crime. It's not news to South Africans that see the corruption. And this committee highlighted it. And with all due respect, the buck stops with you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Vessels. Can I check how many more speakers do we still have? So that Honorable James, that is given. You don't have to raise your hand. I'm planning to adjourn the proceedings after you have spoken. So,
if you do that, I'm going to tell what you are doing there.
I want to check how many more speakers want to speak after Honorable James. No, don't worry, Honorable Shongwe. Honorable Skosada, before he took the microphone, he said no. Honorable Shongwe will come later in the proceedings. Anyway.
But Chair, do you think you also have a sense of Mkhunu syndrome? Do you think you have a sense of Mkhunu syndrome as well? Later doesn't mean last.
Yeah, no, last is Honorable Cameron.
Okay.
Honorable James, you are 20 minutes. Start now.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, General. How are you today?
Afternoon, Honorable Member. I'm fine, and you?
I'm good, thank you. General, do you realize that with great responsibility, the responsibility that you carry, comes great sacrifice as well?
I know, Honorable James.
You're aware the sacrifices that comes with this job?
I sacrifice every day, day and night. You know, you would know better. You phone me anytime. Yeah, thanks.
I would have loved to hear you say, I sacrificed those parties that I was invited to. By General Sibia.
Well, I didn't know the issues, Dr. James.
Because right now, do you realize that it could have been a setup?
Yes.
Knowing that what we know now,
yes,
because parties are networking opportunities.
Correct.
So General Sibia was flexing, showing off his muscle, inviting the cartel, having you there as well, and exposing you to a cartel. Do you realize that? Now, when we look at everything.
Yeah, now I realize, yes, might have.
Yeah, you were being set up properly, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to move straight away to what you and I touched on earlier on, right? Because ek het nog genoeg gehoor van PKTT. I want to hear about Gauteng counterintelligence, because that's where it's burning. Am I right?
You are correct, Honorable Member.
That we are barking up the wrong tree here. Am I right? by probing so much on PKTT and not probing about what's happening in this task team. Because this is where our eyes and ears are meant to be. We've heard a lot. We've heard many testimonies come and many people testify before this committee, generals, and give us the exact status about the PKTT. We haven't heard anything about the Gauteng counterintelligence. Can you tell us here today, since you said earlier on that your analysis showed that there's a clear link between this task team, that there was intention to stop the work of this task team, and this is why the disbandment of PKTT came along. Am I right?
Yes, Honorable.
I want to then ask you, how many active cases does this task team have?
I don't have figures, but
more or less.
No, it's quite a number. Must be between 10 and 20.
Between 10 and 20 cases. Okay. What is the nature of these cases?
One is murders, case of drugs, case of gangs and cartels working together. Those are the type of cases.
Drugs, gangs, the ones General Konaze was referring to. Remember General Konaze said that they're setting up our communities, selling drugs, distributing drugs. Gangsters, we cannot get a grip on it. He spoke about the cartels.
Yeah, it's about the manufacturers and distribution,
of
import,
drugs.
export.
Everything that's like a department, like a company with various departments.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Honorable Member, as we say, it's a counterintelligence investigation. We can just go as far as that.
Yes, I know. What is the progress of these investigations, these 10 or 20 investigations?
So you are asking, as I tell you, how far are we with the other 3?
Yeah, before someone tries to stop it again, we want to know.
No,
because it seems like there's heat coming from this team.
Yeah, no, we are getting there, Honorable Chair. It's safe to say so.
You can't give me more.
I can't say we are getting closer to who, but the investigation is progressing quite well. And
any arrests made to date?
Any arrests?
Yes, there has been.
Well, this arrest, yes, they've been made and they interlinked, yes.
Kat Matlala is one of the arrests that's been made?
Correct, Honorable.
Molefe, one of the arrests that's been made?
Correct. Yes.
35 charges of all sorts, Molefe. Murder, everything, drugs, same with Kat. Am I correct?
Correct, Honorable Chair.
And you say this is the task team that wanted to be stopped. I want South Africans to have a clear picture of this team, the task team that wanted to, that the minister intended stopping. So you are saying to us today that the minister intended to stop a task team that made arrests of people that has 35 charges, Mr. Molefe, of murder and all sorts of things, drug dealing, drug manufacturing, the same with Mr. Kat Matlala. Is that what you're saying, sir?
I said so earlier, Honorable
Thank
Chair.
you, sir. One of the cases in this task team, does it involve Senzo Miyewi? I can't pronounce that, but anyway.
Senzo
Can someone say that surname? Danke.
No. Meiwa is a different, it's a cold case team that is dealing with Meiwa case.
Jerry Boshogo?
It's correct, yes, same.
Part of it. Okay. Murder of witness D?
Murder of witness D is the Madlanga investigation task team. Of course, it does have elements of both, yes, but it's a different one.
All right. So it is clear today that we should have been asking more questions about this task team, but clearly you also cannot reveal too much about it because of the sensitivity of the nature of the cases being investigated here and the links to politicians.
Yeah, no, we can't reveal much. There is still.
But there's a politician linked here earlier on, and you said earlier on that the wrong task team was disbanded and the politician is the minister.
No, I never said the politician is the minister. The question was, is there politicians and
No,
senior
sir.
police officers?
We asked you earlier on, this morning when there was a clarity question, I said, did the minister disband the wrong team? And you said yes.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. No.
So by virtue of you saying yes, the politicians involved in this is the minister. He's one of the people that's been earmarked in these investigations because of the links, because of the chats, because of the exchanges that has been presented. We are connecting the dots here. So it is the minister.
Yeah, no, that is under investigation, yes.
General praat net die waarheid. That's all.
Ek praat, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, we want to feel you today.
But I will not venture into investigation.
Yeah, but there are certain things where the writing is on the wall.
Yeah.
Okay. It's very interesting to know that.
No, there's still more charges coming for those that are out there. Even those that we've arrested already. There's
Okay.
more coming.
Let's not compromise.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to compromise the cases because I actually want to see these people that's been feeding drugs to our communities behind bars. Because it definitely is a cartel. It is a cartel. We thought that it's a syndicate, but it's a cartel simply because a cartel has basically infiltrated even the state and now serving as ministers. That is the extent. Because that is exactly like the likes of Pablo Escobar. I'm going to move on. You previously indicated that there were efforts to disband the GC ops. What do you think, what was the main motive behind this and who stood to benefit?
As I said earlier, Honorable Chair, if it got disbanded, so of course those that would have benefited, this arrest of Matlala Ketim, they would not have been there, or they would have gone out of bail forever. So they would have benefited, them and others would have benefited.
So if the minister had disbanded this team, we would have seen an individual, a criminal with 25 charges and 35 charges of murder walk the streets today. Is that what you're saying?
I said what I said, Honorable
I want us to be so clear. I want South Africans to hear
Yes,
this.
no. Yes, if the team was disbanded, yes, you wouldn't have these people going for trial now. You wouldn't have had them.
Based on the evidence presented in various forums, including commissions of inquiry, do you believe the criminal syndicates or even the cartel structures have infiltrated SAPS where we're at now?
Yes, no, we do agree they have infiltrated, correct. They've infiltrated the SAPS, yes.
So the cartel has infiltrated SAPS. The cartel has infiltrated the state and the cartel has infiltrated also SAPS, which is basically the same thing, but...
Agree, Honorable Chair, but not only SAPS, other arms of state also.
As well.
Yes.
So what General Kwanazi said was true. When you reference the infiltration of the various departments.
Yeah, no, I agree, Honorable Chair.
I want to ask counterintelligence. Counterintelligence is meant to probe and investigate police officers based on if there's a threat or a risk associated to them. Am I correct? Within SAPS, they sort of investigate police.
Yeah, that's part of their mandate.
Okay, so in all of this that has been happening for years now, where was counterintelligence in all of this? Waar slaap hulle? Where are they in all of this? We've never even heard of counterintelligence. Policemen are compromised on a daily basis. We hear about police being corrupt in our communities. Why don't we see the deployment of counterintelligence to various stations where you hear that, police are corrupt, they get taking chocho from drug dealers, and we hear all these sorts of things. Where is counterintelligence? And why are they so inactive?
After we increase the numbers, you won't see them, but at least you will see their actions. There's quite a number of takedowns that they do now in terms of, I spoke earlier about an arrest of a brigadier. That's counterintelligence, just an example. So
give us to your annual stats. How many policemen have they taken down? Now that we know that SAPS has been captured by a cartel, how many members has this counterintelligence department, unit, whatever you call it, taken down?
It was quite a number, Honorable Chair, through you, Honorable Member, but I don't have figures. I just gave an example of one, but there is more than that they are busy with, and I'm sure some will see soon unfolding.
Okay. General, there were 3 members that appeared before this committee not so long ago, and members gave us said that there were drugs stolen from the labs. It was on camera. The drugs were in the bin. They reported it. They gave us a list of dozens of generals to which they reported this to. It was Colonel Ramolebo, Colonel Malachi, Colonel Ramalepe. Do you know them? Are you familiar with these names?
I am familiar with the names, Honorable.
Yeah, and they told us that they went from pillar to post. And at one stage, someone told them about, no, we can't deal with this now. You're just going to open up another can of worms. They reported victimization. They reported about drugs going missing. And they went to everyone and no one assisted them, including you. Can you tell me how far is this matter?
Honorable Chair, through you, Honorable Member, the matter, they did come to me to report. I took the file, I tasked the Division Inspectorate, and Inspectorate investigated the matter. And most of the matters in there have been investigated before and finalized. Some, not really, or we don't know what happened to them. And Inspectorate did identify that there are certain areas which they don't know exactly what happened. Then I said, okay. They gave me feedback recently, I think Thursday last week. Then I said to the Inspectorate, now I'm tasking you to go and investigate those areas. But some of the matters, for example, somewhere I think they were accusing some brigadier's appointment wrongly, and that person was dealt with, fired. And then, but the person went through SSBC, the arbitration, won the arbitration, and is back. So, but some of those matters has been attended, but there are those that are not finalized, which I task this team now to say, now, you are not going to investigate, we are rectifying, you do this, you do this. For example, at the forensic, I introduced that there be a SOP in terms of the movement of drugs, how it should be done. So that's a new thing. But I went further to engage the NDPP to say, I can't be sitting with a huge lot of drugs. Internationally, they are no more doing that. They confiscate drugs, take samples, destroy, and you keep your samples. If the sample says drugs, then you know what you destroy as 10 kg is drugs. So, fortunately, the current NDPP is buying into that, and we are finalizing our SOP in that regard. That will reduce, for me, that I must keep looking for storage of drugs. It will reduce drugs a lot. So we'll only have a little bit of samples. But there has been SOPs in that regard. And some of the matters, without specifying one by one of these members, I said they must be investigated, and we start rectifying. The team gonna start rectifying. I haven't seen them because I saw
the investigation team only on Thursday.
Okay.
So I haven't seen
So-
these members to give them feedback yet.
All right, so you intend giving them feedback on the matter?
I will, after
Please,
year
Chair.
after, because I was busy preparing to come here. So I will be able to give them that feedback.
Thank you very much. And then I have one more, not one, but two more questions.
But you should not only accept that they are victims, because they might also somewhere be wrong, because some of them were found.
That's fine, General, as long as there's movement
we are-
and as long as there's communication. I also want to know, you touched on exhibits in the lab. Now, this is the reason why they go missing, because these cartels and these cronies within SAPS, they create the problem, you throw money at it, and then the cycle starts all over again. I want to ask, the exhibits, all the drugs, because I've been part of the drug dismantling operation a few times. For how long do these drugs stay in the lab? Let's say we have a big drug bust at Tambo now and we confiscate millions worth of drugs. How long does it stay in your lab? What's the longest time drug exhibits has stayed in that lab?
Well, where they stay in the storage, not necessarily in the lab, but they stay until the case is finalized.
Which is how long? Give us an estimation of years.
Well, it depends when the case finalized. Some cases take 5 years, 7 years, 8 years.
So we're saying we have a drug bust today, and this drug bust will only conclude within 5 to 7 years.
If there is an arrest, but if there is no arrest, get tested and disposed of. Where there are areas where we do confiscations, for example, and you end up not knowing who's the owner of the lab, especially those labs that are in the farms.
Okay. Before I forget this question, just while we are on drugs, you mentioned earlier on the case that happened at DCS where the drugs was found outside with the member. I agree with you that she couldn't be charged. You said that this case, for some weird reason, happened under the 6th administration. And this case keeps on popping up. This case where they allege that General Konaze didn't make a drug arrest. Can you tell us why this case keeps popping up?
I've got no idea, Honorable Chair, through you, Honorable Member. I have got no idea why it came all of a sudden during this administration. But you'll recall what General Mkhwanazi said, I think in the Portfolio Committee, it was communication between him and Mkhodzi. That's how the case ended up coming back again. But I don't know the details, why something that was resolved come up now.
Do you think it's an attempt to smear General Konazi?
That's what I think. Nothing more than that. That's what I would think. Yeah.
General, I just want to see. If drugs and firearms are leaking from within SAP structures, which is extremely concerning. Looking at what happened over the weekend, the mass shooting in Eldorado Park, where 6 people were shot, a young girl, 18 years old, shot in her head. Looking at the previous week, the mass shooting in Westbury. Looking on the Cape Flats, the mass shooting on Lavender Hill. I think there were 3 or 4. All these mass shootings, drug-related. Looking at the weekend, when I watched 2 gangs in Hanover Park, a gang fight live on TikTok for 2 hours, where eventually they were shooting at each other, smashing people's homes, and not a single SAPS van showed up. Does that not qualify General Konazi's statement where he said they are setting us up, our communities up for failure? Does that not directly link to this cartel that you are investigating?
For now, I wouldn't say, but yes, it's possible that eventually there is drugs. Where there are gangs, there is drugs. So there should be, in one or another, a link. Hence, in terms of drugs, there is agreement with the NDPP. And we spoke about firearms, but we haven't finalized it because on firearms also, my view is, which I told him, is that Normally, firearms are not required at court as evidence. They accept the 112 statement. So why should then we keep the firearm all along, which we can test the firearm, there's proof it's firearm, and it is this specific firearm, and then we destroy it. So that part also I am currently exploring it with the NDPP so that we can see if that can be accepted and the judiciary accept, then we'll have no more these huge or big storages of firearm. As they come, then we know. We sample and we destroy.
Thank you so much, General. Thank you, Chair. No more parties, General. Thank you.
Honorable Sangoni.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, General Masemola.
30 minutes expires at 18:18.
Okay.
Honorable Member.
Thank you for coming back, General. And I think when you get to me, you are towards the tail end. We are almost done. We truly appreciate your cooperation. General, there's just been, maybe let me explain what I want to do so that even as we ask you the same questions, you understand that for us now, this is really the final stretch, as I'm saying. There's been evidence that has been led, there's been counter allegations and so forth. And to be honest, let me not speak for everybody, I don't know what to make of most of it. What has been your view about what you've been hearing, by some of your colleagues that have come here? What makes it difficult for me, at least, to come to a conclusion is that I think they incepts, I don't know how to say this in English, so when you don't agree on something, this one opens a case, this one goes DC, this one says there's allegations. So what do you make of this whole issue?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Member and Honorable Chair. I don't think it's more there are dedicated men and women that are doing the work. But yes, there are those that will concoct things just for the sake of tarnishing other people's name and or arresting them. And unfortunately, you might find that on the other leg of the justice cluster, they might have their own people in, if you go to NPA. So there are those type of things, but there are men and women dedicated to do the work, and where there is those that commit crime, action is taken.
Okay, why would we believe you, for example, over anybody else?
Well, it's not about, I am telling the story of what I know, but at the end of the day, it is for the honorable member whether to believe or not to believe. But I'm sure you have seen colleagues have come in, we've seen facts coming out. I'm sure you've seen what comes out at the Madlanga, and I'm sure you're still going to see more. That's when you'll get a better understanding of what is happening.
Okay, your answer to the previous question actually made me think of one of the questions that I had. In the evidence that has been presented to us, there's obviously been allegations against SAPS itself, criminal intelligence, IPAD, and IDEC. Now, as National Commissioner, what do you make of the relationship between these institutions, and what do you think needs to be done? Because even now, you were just saying, some people then have access to a certain component of the justice system, what needs to happen here between SAPS, IPID, and IDEC so that they are not used in these battles between police officers?
Yeah, I think one of the things that should maybe be looked at thoroughly is these agencies should look at how you employ, for example, because you sometimes find a poor performer, let's say in subs. I don't want to say useless person, a poor performer. That will leave subs, but then you find him in this other, what do you call, institutions. And you know the person's capability. And but when one is there, objective is just to do 1, 2, 3, whether there's any material, yes or no, but doing certain things. So, yeah, I think there needs to be some sort of, we employ police, IPID employ IPID people, IDEC employ IDEC people. Not employ subs from subs to IPID and to IDEC. Somewhere you're going to find a group disgruntled about sitting other group, and the fight will continue. But at the same time, where there is wrongdoing, especially people involved in this organized criminals, there has to be dealt with by both agencies. It has to be dealt with. Not a matter of like what we just said now with the Honorable James of smear campaigns, those type of things. No, really deal with where there are problems, deal with it.
Okay, thanks, General. Now, you said in your testimony, I think you were speaking to Honorable Nola, you said the PKTT could not be disbanded because the threat for which it was established was still there. What do you mean by this? Because Minister Mhunu testified that in the year before he sought to disband the PKTT, there was only one political killing. Maybe you could tell us that in this year, how many political killings have we had so that we can understand what you meant by the threat for which it was established is still there?
Well, one of the political killings I would still remember is in that is last year March, is the one of Mandini, and there has been others thereafter. I can't really offhand recall, Honorable.
Give us a ballpark number.
But also remember there is cases that they are carrying, that they are investigating.
No, I get that, General. I would assume, because where I was going is to then understand if these matters are ready to be enrolled or whatever, why the team needs to be there. I mean, we have listened, throughout these proceedings, the numbers that, for example, you have Honorable James putting in terms of deaths in the Cape Flats, in terms of drug-related issues. So I'm trying to get to this PKTT, this threat that it's protecting, leave the ones that, because I'm sure most even when you were proposing winding down, you would wind down, but people who are running cases, investigations, those remain. So how big is this threat now as it sits based on the number of one in the previous year? And in this year, would it be, you've had more than 10 political killings?
Yeah, I don't want to guess. I didn't do that. Let's at some point break, I check, but I don't want to. But bear in mind that there is over 50 traditional leaders cases where from KZN that the team is investigating. I think in 1 or 2 cases, they've made a breakthrough. There's still more than 48 to go that they must. Remember, when these things happening, we just gave them, extend that mandate to investigate traditional leaders, because in KZN, they were killed in quite big numbers. So there is still a lot of work to do in there.
Okay, and then the average case cycle time for the PKTT as opposed to ordinary detectives, Would you be able to give me a sense?
You might not be. No, I don't really want to guess, but I know that some cases that there were sentences recently are cases from 2021, 2022, which there have been sentences now recently, but that needs to be worked out and one be able to give it.
Okay, so is it your testimony that the PKTT has got shorter case cycle times than ordinary detectives?
No, not shorter, honorable chair. Not shorter because their cases are quite complicated. So if there was time, I could share this with you. Cases of 2017, 15, 18. This page is full of 2017, 18, and 19. And it's been finalized with a guilty verdict. So
I think I've got that presentation, General. I think I was looking for more, the indicators that you use to measure success, whether there's different processes in terms of ballistics, whether it's budget, but because you said, and I'm quoting you directly here, you said, this thing is doing well. And throughout these proceedings, we've been wanting to get to understand this thing that's doing well. But let's move on. When Mr. O'Sullivan was testifying here, he says that he received information that on the 3rd of July and the 4th of July at the Police College in Pretoria West, you and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi were putting finishing touches on the presentation General Mkhwanazi would use on the 6th of July. Were you involved in the drafting of that media statement, General?
I think it's the evidence that I gave already that the team came to brief me and I tasked them to work on the presentation for me, and they did work on it.
But then you said General Mkhwanazi went further.
Yeah.
So you were not involved in the further. And what did you then do when you realized he went further than what he had briefed you on?
Well, after he have done what he have done, so that was what under the bridge, and it was in the public domain. So,
is it the same sort of attitude that you had when General Khumalo said 90% of Gauteng is corrupt? Like, was it like, oh, okay, it's water under the bridge?
No, I don't say it's the same matter, but there was no reason for me to chastise him after he have read what he have read. He went overboard. So I didn't see that need.
Okay. In the evidence that you've given here, General Masemola, you don't seem to support this notion that there's lots of corruption in the criminal intelligence secret service account, the so-called slush fund. Is that because you believe that all is well there? I mean, I know you spoke about an unqualified report, but in all this time, so everybody who alleges mismanagement, corruption in the slush fund, do you dispute that?
I don't say all is well. No. What I'm saying is there is some elements of people there that would want to get their hands on the Secret Service account and do their nefarious things. But because they are being blocked, they will always cry out and cry loud that there is corruption, so that everybody attend and go, there is corruption. But when you get there, you don't find any corruption, which in actual fact, they want you to shift those people that are controlling the environment well, so that they can get in and start doing their illicit things.
Okay, so as we're sitting here now, and this is why I was telling you, that we're trying to mop up, you are saying to us, your evidence at this point in time is that the criminal intelligence secret services account is run well, and we would therefore have no basis to come to a conclusion of corruption in the secret services account.
Yeah, no, I did say that currently, yes, there is it?
Okay. Security clearance before appointment, how long does this take, and does this not affect your ability to recruit members quite quickly? Is it not hampering the work of the police?
Indeed, it will, Honorable Member. Hence, I spoke to the DG of SSA that he needs to devise means and put much speed and pressure on this, because for now, let's say I think I've got 12 posts that I've given them, but currently I've got quite a lot, over 48 posts of SMS that are vacant that I'm going to advertise. So those must via through them.
Okay,
so
that may be a problem. And then have you signed an MOU already with SIU for lifestyle audits for SMS?
No, we are in the process. Our legal teams are finalizing that.
Okay. General Masemola, how do alerts work in criminal intelligence? I'm asking this because we've heard evidence that said that criminal intelligence, or the SAPS, was informed before the murder of Comrade Sindiso Magat. What happened to that alert, and how was it that Sindiso was still killed when the police were informed before time?
Yeah, well, that also happened before my time, and it also happened before Dumisani Khumalo's time.
Have you looked into it at all, General?
We look into it, we're investigating it, we are on top of the situation. It's just that it's a matter of you can't do D before you do X. So that is a matter of chess that has to happen now. Hence, there is a witness that is in witness protection currently. But we are on top of the situation, on top of the case. It will be resolved. But
and you will give an indication how that lapse happened, that we lost Sindiso Magat?
Yeah, I think, yes, at some point through court processes that will come out, and why, after even that.
Why the police failed.
Yes,
General, what happened to General Mfazi, and what is happening with the investigation of his murder right now?
Honorable Chair, with the investigation of General Mfazi is done by the called case unit, which is doing the sense of Meiwa. They are mostly busy with those two cases. They are progressing quite well. I regularly meet the team that the progress seems to be quite not going, but they say the investigation is quite complex. I am sitting on top of them. Actually, I said they must tell me if they want extra hands so that we can push that investigation.
Okay, his family and a former officer who served with him, they are saying that they have got no communication. They don't know if the police are still looking into this. Is it a matter that you are communicating with the family and you're making a commitment that it's receiving the necessary attention?
Yeah, no, I've seen a letter, I think, written by the family where they were communicating with the investigator. And I did undertake to the investigator that I will go even, well, I heard what the investigator is saying, but I said I will myself also go and see the family.
General, how is it possible that Mr. Matlala's background was not picked up when he was awarded the Medicare 24, what? I mean, the guy is sitting with 8 cases and all of that. So when they do due diligence, don't they look at the directors?
Yeah, the procurement system or process currently, I don't think they provided for that. It's once you are on the CSD, Central Database, you are then eligible. But however, indications are that because he was working with some people in SAPS, hence that which we say did not happen. Hence after even his arrest, we pick up a lot of other cases that we're investigating.
Okay, because it would be worrying if, you would have criminals providing services to the SAPS. That's the infiltration you're talking about. But I'm interested to find out, maybe if we could just unpack this infiltration of SAPS by cartels. By the way, let me ask, if I'm not mistaken, General Mkhwanazi had said there are 3 cartels. I don't mean 3 members of one. There were 3 cartels. The Big Five was one of the cartels. What happened to the other 2 cartels? Who are those other 2 cartels, not members?
Yeah, I don't seem to recall. Maybe you'll remind you when you come here. But what I know, there's one
cartel, okay,
dealing with quite various lot of crimes.
Okay. I want to explore this notion of the cartel having infiltrated SAPS with Minister Mkhunu at the center. Now, there has been no evidence that has been led in this committee that is showing how Minister Mkhunu is linked to the cartel. I know that Honorable Souls and I took a lot of flack for this when people were saying that we're defending Minister, but we are purely asking, like we'll ask everybody else, of evidence to support the statements that are being made. Now, all that has been presented to us over the last 6 months or so is WhatsApp messages between Mr. Brown Mkhotsi and Mr. Ket Matlala, something with Cedric Sebia, Brown Mkhotsi, Ket Matlala. We have yet to see the link directly with Minister Mkhunu. There's assumptions, I think, that are made that Brown Mkhotsi would have been instructed by the minister. Mr. Ket Matlala went, swore an affidavit, he doesn't know the minister. Brown Mkhotsi says he was never instructed by the minister. Minister says, no, this one is a comrade or an acquaintance or whatnot. Can you help us here? In fact, the direct questions we were asking them, is the minister part of this drug cartel? And I actually want to quote a short conversation with you, was with Honorable Souls and Lieutenant General Nkumalo. Honorable Souls asked the minister, asked General Nkumalo, is Minister Mkhunu part of the drug cartel or drug gang in Gauteng? Lieutenant General Nkumalo says, as per my affidavit, the involvement of the minister is up to now, where I explained in terms of the links, which are indirect links with the cartel under investigation. Mr. Saul says, is that a yes or a no? Is that a yes or a no? Is he or is he not part of it? Lieutenant General Nkumalo says it's a no. If it's supposed to be a yes or a no, it's a no. Now, I'm putting this to you again, General, because everybody wants us to accept a version without evidence. Where you are sitting now, do you have evidence that Minister Mkhunu is part of a drug cartel?
Well, I don't have that evidence, but however, I'm aware that the investigation is underway in terms of the disbandment of the PKTT. You see, the writing of that letter, the objective that is being investigated as to what was the purpose for writing that letter, that is what is under investigation. It's overseen by various others, and I'm sure it will, at the end of the day, it will prove what was the purpose for writing that letter at the end of the day.
Yeah, I want to come to the letter, which is going to be my last point anyway, because now Minister Mkhunu puts his own version of why he wrote this letter. And I want to start with your evidence that you led before this committee. It was on page, I'm trying to think. It was in your statement where you said, it was, oh, just, I can't see anymore. It was page 287, I think paragraph 8.4, and I'm quoting you. You said, I accepted the directive fell within the oversight powers of the minister, but held the view that his insistence on how and when the task team can be deactivated overreached into my constitutional mandate as the National Commissioner of Police to manage and supervise the police service. Is that still your evidence, General?
It's still, it won't change. It's still my evidence, honorable member. But what I am saying is the main objective. Still, one don't understand why was he doing it, because he was doing it on a team that is doing the work and productively doing work that they know better.
Okay, let me put a theory to you and then you will tell me if I'm wrong. Yeah, and again, General, I'm asking you because I'm probably going to put this theory to these comrades of the ANC before we come to the ad hoc. If I were to say to you, my belief is that Minister Mkhunu may have acted irrationally. He may have overstepped, not that his action was unlawful, he may have overstepped. And perhaps he may have been misled, but I don't know who could have misled him because we haven't seen any evidence to that effect. Would you think that I am wrong?
I cannot answer it with a yes or no. I don't know. I think he's the best person to can be able to explain that. The crux of the matter here is he disbanded a team that he knows nothing about. He have had nothing about this team, no briefing whatsoever, just wake up and he disband. And he had the opportunity to listen to what is the team doing. So that's where I can stop thinking.
Okay. So finally, no, I still have some few minutes left. General, this issue of expeditious hearings, I think you call them. There's allegations that I think it's called Section 9. I think that it's
9.
Yeah, it's very much abused to remove generals that officers that you may have issues with. Can you explain to us how it works? Whether, in your view, indeed it's being abused, and whether you think there's any policy gaps that need to be tightened there.
Thanks, Honorable Member. I do not think that the regulation is abused. The regulation was developed for one purpose, that where there is overwhelming evidence of wrongdoing, then Regulation 9 is used. And it has been used. Previously, when that regulation was started, I'm one of those that was totally against that regulation. But it was said that even in terms of labor law, it's an acceptable standard that it is. But we have since agreed with the unions now that we are going to dispense with it. Of course, it will be functional until the minister signs new regulations, which we have with the unions agreed. The legal service is drafting it. It's not a police intervention even that might even require this committee's intervention. But we have already done work around it, and we agree that we don't want to, we are going to do away with it, and that as soon as the legal service finalized, the minister will then be engaged and sign off, and then that is it.
Okay. Had you briefed the minister about the activities at the borders?
Activities at the borders.
Yeah, in the directive, he gave 3 directives, right? In the letter, it was the moratorium on vacancies, and then the issue about the Border Management Authority. I'm trying to think but had you briefed him on those 2 items?
Yeah, he was briefed.
On both of them? Yeah. Okay. And then when you then came to this decision to investigate the reason for the disbandment of the PKTT, you said you asked him in one meeting, why does he want to disband? Then he said something that you couldn't hear. when you sought to investigate his reasons, I know they sort of fell into your lap, but have you looked for any other possible reason except for the fact that he's a member of a drug cartel?
No, the investigation is still underway. The investigation.
So we can't make any conclusive statements then if we're still investigating.
Investigation is still underway, Honorable Member. So it will indicate as to what is.
No, thank you, General. You've assisted me because I didn't want us to leave here thinking you are saying you are conclusive, you are still investigating. So we can't make that determination at this point. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, General Masemola.
Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Member.
Thank you so much. It's 30 minutes exactly. I want to thank you so much. Honorable Shongwe. No, I promised you 30 minutes. Don't worry. We are after the Chief Whip. It's you. Chief Whip, your time starts now.
Chief Whip, no, thanks. Thanks, Chairperson.
After him is you.
No, thanks, Chair. General, I want to start from where Honorable Sangon left, given the answer that you provided. In terms of our records or the information at our disposal, is that when we do an assessment of the statement or the affidavit you deposited in court on the matter relating to Lieutenant General Sbiya and your assertion before the Ad Hoc Committee, there is a bit of a contradiction there. Because, and when you answer, you'll tell me if our reading of that is wrong and in what way is it wrong. Because it seems to me that exactly on the paragraph that she was quoting, you had accepted that the minister's directive was within his authority, but on the court papers, on the Sbiya matter. But the problem that you were concerned about is his desire or a determination to also decide the pace with the usage of the word immediately. But when we interacted with you as an ad hoc committee, I got an impression that you were fundamentally opposed to the directive and seeing it as not being lawful, which I'm saying appeared to me at least to signal a particular contradiction in terms of your position on this matter. May you please comment on that?
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. What I said is that if, let's say for argument's sake, I don't know the exact words that you are quoting me, if let's say indeed he have authority to do it, the manner in which it was done, I feel it was wrong. But at the same time, I still maintain that my view, I think he went beyond his mandate of in terms of the constitution of developing national policy and giving directions. But at the end of the day, it's for the committee to adjudicate as to which area how far can the minister go and not. Because I might understand the law differently or whatever. But I do acknowledge that, yes, you would recall that I developed a plan of winding down, meaning I said the minister was not asking me to disband, he was directing me to disband. So I accept, I disband, but I was saying not your way of immediately, but let's rather do it in this fashion. I don't see much, but there is a contradiction there, Honorable Member.
I'm saying that because you see, the way you have been when you were engaging with us, when you came before the committee, and I think even now, you are very categorical in your own words that the minister was wrong. Very categorical. You are very forward about that, forthright. But I'm saying that does not come out exactly the same way on the affidavit that was deposited in court on your behalf and by yourself on the matter relating to Lieutenant General Spear. That's the point I was raising.
Okay.
That you are not as categorical on that affidavit as you were and are still before the ad hoc committee that you think this was a wrong decision. Because before the ad hoc committee, your contention was that the authority did not lie with the minister to take such a decision. That's the impression I got, and you tell me if I'm wrong. But in the affidavit, the wording suggests, the way it has been crafted, is that, well, never mind the decision and the authority, never mind the authority to decide the way the minister decided. My main concern relates to him regulating the implementation, which you believe fall exclusively within your own domain as the National Commission.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Yeah, well, I can't remember the exact words, but what I said is, let's say for argument's sake, he have the powers that he was doing it. Then if that's the case, the manner in which he was going on dictating, I think that was overboard. It's just an extension of what I'm saying. So we might understand it differently, but I was saying if he have that power, but going as far as saying, do it now, I think that would have been overboard if he have that power.
From where you are sitting now, General, do you think that he had that power?
It's some matter that the committee must decide on.
No, but your own opinion, because we are our national commissioner.
Yes, my own opinion, an opinion which might be wrong or right. I don't think he had the power to go as far as disbanding a task team, not even a unit, but a task team. I don't think he have that power.
But then, generally, I mean, he gave you that instruction or directive. And assuming that, as you are putting it, you were of the opinion that he did not enjoy this kind of authority. I would imagine that, therefore, would have resulted in the directive being unlawful. In a way, it would have resulted to that situation. Now, why would our national commissioner engage himself in the process that implements something that is likely to be unlawful? That's number one. Number two, what would you say, General, to somebody that says, no, the national commissioner was cooperating and moving along until the intervention by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi? Had Mkhwanazi not intervened the way he did in public, the national commissioner would have proceeded the way that he and the minister would have agreed upon. I mean, the plans that you were working on, the date that were being extended, 14 January, extension to another date and another date. So how do you respond to somebody that says, here is a national commissioner who was prepared to move along with something that, as a seasoned police officer, he was not convinced was in the best interest of the country, but he was prepared to move along with it for whatever the reasons, and only got assisted by the intervention of a provincial commissioner who was not happy with the developments as they were unfolding. How do you respond to such a person?
I'm on record, Honorable Chair, that I'm on record having said that this directive was not to say, I request you to want, it was a directive, do it. And I asked for time to engage the minister. That time didn't come. I proposed my plan, sent to him. I waited for response. Response didn't come. I did all that I could do, in terms of complying with the directive. But I did make it clear to him that I think maybe, well, he's a responsible elder person. You would recall on the meeting of 6 March where I said, I asked the minister, Minister, why are you doing this? Take us into confidence so that we know. So that shows you that I was not happy in this directive. Hence, postpone the meeting 27 March came, there was no decision, and there was no disbandment of PKTT that me and you know. They were still working.
Well, there's a particular reason why I may appear to be staying over this matter a bit longer. Because I understand that as a police officer, you cannot implement a decision that is unlawful. Because in this case, it's not about whether you like the decision or you don't like it. In this case, the question arises about whether the person who's deploying the decision, deciding on the decision, enjoys the authority in terms of the law. But when you move along, if we were to say the Mkwanaze incident did not happen in July, where do you think we will be by now? Because why was it not easy for you to say, I've been a police officer for more than 3 decades. I know what you want me to do is wrong and I don't agree with it. And so as a consequence of my view on this matter, I'm not going to carry it away. I'm not going to carry this instruction. And then the minister will decide. If he says, well, if you can't carry this instruction, I'm going to the employer, your employer, which is the president, and tell him that you are not listening to my directive. Then that gives you an opportunity together with the minister or respectively to go and appear before your employer and say, yes, I disagree with the minister because I think what he wants to do is wrong. Why we did not have that kind of a national commissioner?
Well, we do things differently. I might not done our way. I did my way. And I made it clear to him that I don't know why you do it. If we do it, let's do my way. And he insisted, let's do his way. And the 6 March meeting was a clear indicative way that we have different views on the matter. Then came the meeting of the 27th, still didn't work out. And I did went to the employer to say, employer, there is the problem. I don't agree with this thing. But if ever it has to be done for some reason that I don't know, let it be done this fashion. The employer says, yes, I think that's the right way to be done. If it is done, let it be done that way, but I'll talk to you.
So you were proceeding with the winding down in line with what you had determined. If it happens, it has to be following. That's the approach you had adopted.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done it this way.
Okay.
I explained him, I think was on record at this forum, that his way was the most careless and dangerous way. I wouldn't have proceeded this way. Hence, I pushed that it be done my way. And hence, I never implemented anything until we finalized this matter.
So basically, the question I was asking, where we will be now without the July 6, we would have been somewhere towards the advancement of the implementation of that decision, but according to your own way or your own plan. Decision was still going to be implemented, but according to the paces determined by you as a national commission.
Well, if he agreed to that, but remember, he wasn't agreeing. the March 27 meeting was the last straw where he said, no, this thing must come to an end and whatever. So, but even after that meeting, the decision was never implemented. So we'll still have behaving PKTT as we have it now.
Okay.
Or maybe we wouldn't have behaving me in front of you. That's also an option.
Yeah, yeah, no, thanks, General. I think I wanted to hear that part, that if either was going to be, you remain with the PKTT or you are without General Masemola as a national commissioner. Because my main worry was that I wouldn't want to see a situation where our top cop will be made to do something that, given his own experience and knowledge and conviction, he or she knows it should not be done. But we still move along and get it done on the basis that it was an instruction from the political principal in the context of the Minister of Police. That is the issue that doesn't sit well with me, because then if we were to be faced with that reality in the future, it means that we will never have a national commissioner that stand firmly on the side of the law and the constitution, even if that places his or her own employment at risk. So that is the issue that I wanted to raise. The other issue I just wanted to check, General Masemola, and maybe somebody might have raised this question. You will tell me if you've dealt with it in a different way. You know, we have had many people appearing before us. Two of them, General Vuma and Hlungwane, who were making a very, very, very concerning statement about what they believe is some kind of a weaponization of the law enforcement agents, and with your name also somehow being implicated. What's your comment on that?
Well, I don't even know that Hlungwane. I just heard about him, saying a lot of stories about me. I don't even know about him. But Honorable Chair and members, I think I was on record since the morning and last time. Hlungwane, the little I know is that when I took over and Kumalo went to see, I don't think he was there ever. He was not there. So I don't know what is his gripe, but I know that he has been litigating subs for quite a lot, and at some point either he didn't come to work. I don't know. I don't know the details of his departmental case exactly, but I know that he was dismissed from the service. And there is nothing that I didn't take money at crime intelligence. And even on Vuma's side, I think I explained the whole thing since the morning. All areas where he said, yeah, I hate him, I fight him for that. I just didn't wake up and find there is processes that I had to implement. And I followed those, and I don't know what else we would have done. Maybe I would regret areas where I didn't take action against her, even though she was on suspension. So maybe that would have been the best way. But I think I did explain, Honorable Chair, that all those areas that she mentioned about me, I neither here nor there.
No, thanks, General. My last question, General. I'm going to suggest something that may not be easy to do, but I mean, as a person of your own standing in society, it should not be impossible to imagine. I want you to imagine where a possibility of you as General Masemola, how do I put it? Let me say you take out, you forgive me, I'm going to call your name. You take out Fannie Masemola from the National Commissioner, just for a few minutes as we're talking to me. And then as Fannie Masemola looks at the National Commissioner and all that has happened over the past 12 months or more, as we've been grappling with this matter, and the fact that the Ad Hoc Committee and the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry will at the end be expected to prepare recommendations and maybe certain reforms to be undertaken, some of which may be required to be led by a national commissioner to turn around the South African Police Service, given the condition that it is in. Would you feel comfortable as that Fannie Masemola to this national commissioner and the step that he has gone through over the past 12 months, that he can still be a trusted custodian to shoulder the reforms and do so with legitimacy in the eyes of the institution called the South African Police Service? So I'm asking you to speak as Fannie Masemola, who's looking at the National Commissioner and with a hindsight of where we come from to be where we are today. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Chairperson. If I do that, I do not foresee a problem in that. I experienced that which we experienced over this 12 months. And I think it was during my tenure that, yes, these things came out, but they did not start now. Sorry, these are things that comes a long way and they come out now. So I think, yeah, I'll be in the best position to deal with them because now I know what is there. And unfortunately, the service delivery by the organization was being hampered over years by these things. It's not things that happen overnight. They come a long way. And further evidence, I think, will still, in both ways, give indication of that. So, as Fannie Masemola, with confidence, with a team that I will select, I think we will be able to reform the organization and get it in the right direction. Thank you.
Just one follow-up, General. So you are saying the Fannie Masemola looking at the National Commissioner with the hindsight of what the chain that we've traveled would come to the conclusion that his interventions, his leadership, stewardship of the process of reforming the institution will enjoy the required legitimacy across the board in the institution and maybe society. That's the conclusion you are making.
Yes, correct. That's the conclusion I'm making. Okay, Honorable Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, General. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Chair. Honorable Shonga. It's now 1840. Your time expires at 1910.
Sawubona, General.
Mhlonishwa, Honorable Member.
Ngiyaphila kodwa.
Siyazama. Bona nje.
Asibonga, mhlonishwa. No. Kunomuntu lapha ku TikTok, General, ugama lakhe u10111 Sean. Uthi his deputy has a plot, house and renting an armored vehicle for 60,000 a month. I take it to Kulmango General Sibiya, is that so?
I will take it that that's what he's referring to.
Is it fact though that General Sibiya has a plot and is driving an armored vehicle? Is renting an armored vehicle?
What's the question, Honorable Chair?
This guy who Sean 10111 on TikTok, he says his deputy has a plot, house and renting an armored vehicle for 60,000 a month.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Is it
Okay,
true?
I'm listening. Yes, there were reports, remember, some point that he's renting, yes, an armored vehicle from somebody. And yes, indeed, he have a plot.
So, Paul Sullivan says you're living large because you can't afford the lifestyle there with your salary and your wife's salary. So, Sullivan always finds Usbiya credible. I wish it was a question for Sullivan, but it's a question for you, General. With the salary, do you think General Sbiya ngayikhona leyo nto leyo?
Well, I don't think so because I don't have a plot myself. I would love to have one, but it's matters that, well, initially one did take it that, remember, he left the police, he went to Gauteng, and he came back. So one just took it that all the monies that when he resigned or whatever, he have bought that plot. But hence now, when I'm sure we're doing this lifestyle audit by me, and it can clearly be seen who's living large beyond the means, and everybody can explain his wealth. Now me, I can explain mine. I'm ready. My banks, you just go there. They will show you how I paid whatever property all the way to now. So I think it would be fair that way.
Thank you, Chair. You know, Chair, General, I was watching Facebook now, not so long. Actually changed my mood, even my questions. I know what I'll be doing now would put me in harm and in danger. I fear for my life. And I would like to say it on record, Uguti. I think it's time we change SAPS. And I would like to say, go cancel and daughters, yapambil now. So change SAPS. And why am I saying that? I question Usbiya indlela ephila ngayo negebengu atholakala nazo. There's photos over social media with igebengu eyiningi, including the guy alleged to be a sniper, esibulele witness day. Last week I touched on a matter, asking Paul Sullivan questions when I was here. And that prompted something in Mangazil. Now, this is what triggers my mind. Yesterday, udujulwe taxi owner nomfazi wakhe at Delft last night. Sometime in this week, a young boy shoots 2 people for nothing and kills them. And that happens in Cape Town, where soldiers are deployed. But nothing has happened to change life in Cape Town. Disregard the race. You check into that, that tells you what we still need SAPS, not SANDF. We need SAPS. But what causes that is there's these tags that we have in the SAPS. It's this unvetted leaders with SAPS. When I ask Paul Sullivan, why didn't you investigate Mandla with a plot of 7 million? Why did you opt for General Pashan, who has a slip for his sound system, a proof of payment for his sound system, but you leave General Khan outside? Guess what happened? I got a call to come to Durban. Somebody wanted to see me. Those people went into the office to make an appointment to see me. I flew to Durban. And when I got there, General, figure madoda amabili who are having a factory of cigarette in Maritzburg. You may know them. They take me to a security office. Actually, they invite me to that office. Is it Morningside? Not far from Cubana. When I entered, they spoke to me and said to me, Shongwe, what is wrong? What did we do to you? Ufuna.
My response, what are you talking about? That house has cameras outside and inside, General. As we are speaking, obviously, make promises. We'll look after you. Don't do this. And why? Speak to this guy. There's somebody who wants to speak to you. Who is that? There's somebody who wants to speak to you. Who is that? No, look at the phone. They're forcing me to take the call. They make a video call. On the video call is a person I don't know. It's my first time seeing that person, but I'm told this is General Khan. Now, my question is, the guy speaks until his eyes were red when he was speaking, as emotional as I am right now. He says, "You're suffocating me. Come see me Thursday in Joburg or Friday in Sandton. Let's talk. What's wrong?" Yes, on record, I don't see there's nothing wrong in that, because that's how we politicians get information. But what worries me is what these two families says to me. There's a family of Maja Janseka, who died, a makeup artist, who was shot in the head. That family says this case, somebody worked on the case, and they allege it's General Kalu covered for this murder case. The second family is a family of Dr. Abdullah Munshi, who was killed in an alleged road rage. A car bumped into that car behind. The doctor went out and he was shot. But on the street, it said that the father of the son who went to hospital and died on the hands of that doctor is the one claiming that he has killed that doctor for revenge. And again, General Khan's name comes out there and says, it's said to be, he's the one who is the protector. Now, General, it is alleged that us here in Parliament ad hoc, we won't see that person sitting where you are sitting because he claims he's protected. He claims all of us are taking something from whoever he says it to. I won't reveal my sources. I had left that thing. But when I was in that house, that prompted me, if this General Khan, if he is as true as he says he is, why is he not applying to come here and clarify his name? But instead he opts to call me and invite me into their office. Why? Now, Chair, it is important that, General, you rush this. What do you call it, James? Is it vetting, this process? Lifestyle audit.
Lifestyle audit, Honorable Chair.
This is what I want to know. General Khan law, nama business, nama 10, nama lokunja, nama franchises. Why tatapi mali? But question to you is, who is General Khan currently and what is he serving as?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. He's a Major General serving at Crime Intelligence. I think Security Intelligence.
How did he join SAPS?
Actually, I don't have that offhand.
The allegation that he was an agent before he joined, is it true?
Can't vouch for that. It might be, but I rather opt to go and investigate, and then I'll write to the chair, Honorable Chair.
The issue that he helped in the issue of 300 million drugs, what happened, Lab?
Are you referring to the Johannesburg case, Honorable?
Yes.
Yeah, remember he went for departmental trial, which was presided over by General Mkhwanazi, and he was acquitted in that matter.
But what were the allegations?
But currently, I think it was like I can't remember well, but I think it was like he assisted or people to take drugs or something like that. And General Mkhwanazi found that actually he assisted in a good way and he acquitted. But currently there is resurfacing of some new investigation because it looks like the problem was some trade-offs. Some members of subs did some trade-off, and probably now I'm sure that which they promised is not materializing. They slowly turning back. So there is some new evidence coming for in that matter. So it's a matter that is being relooked at.
We are one general. When some members are making money from drugs, and basically from our township children, youth, it gives me a problem because you see in the suburbs, especially in Cape Towns, criminals know that they can't go there because they are sure that police will catch them soon as the fastest they'll be caught very, very soon. But in township, it takes long for that to happen. So I want us, General, ukuthi lesibindi eninaso nina nami ngicela ukusithwala namhlanje. Asambeni madoda siyokhulela abantwana bethu. Liyaphela izwe lethu. Amadoda edla. Sinamaphoyisa esingazi ukuthi imali engakayithatha. What's the need of a person who has serious money to stay in a rank of an office of a police officer if you make millions in monthly? Why don't you leave that space for somebody else to get a job? Are you that greedy? It doesn't make sense to me. So I want to know something. There's a case that was pursued by DA, Yaga General Mdluli. Do you remember? Renting his house to the state.
Okay,
DA members will remember that. Do you remember that case? Do you know about it?
Yeah.
Can you say something about it?
I was in that space at some point, then I was chased away, so I lost the track. But I will be able to follow it up.
Yeah, but it was alleged that he rented his own house to the state. Was that legal?
No, it can't be legal, Honorable Chair.
Then how come Farouz Khan has a similar case where he rented in to his state, but nothing has happened, and why charge?
Honorable Chair, that came to my attention now, especially when I was asking General Kumalo now about the security clearance of Madondo and Khan. That comes to light, and he's investigating that because it's not right, it's irregular.
Ubano investigator?
General Tumsan Kumalo.
Okay, ngicela ukuthatha ukuphakamise inyawo ngoba izwe lethu liyaphela. Ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi nakuthi ku wrong umdluli ukuthi aqashise indlu. Why ku right ukukhanda aqashise indlu and uhleleleni lapho. Lana ngicela ungichasele ehlalo General. Angina understand, I just need clarity on this ukuthi PKTT is the one there esingayo namhlanje ethole zonke lezi zinto lezi. Lama cases nalabantu aba-investigatwayo. And one reason abayisetshenziswa kakhulu ukuthi kuvalwe PKTT ukuthi iyabiza imali. It's too expensive. So the new task team formed by the president, is there a need for it? Where else ukuthi the same cases they are going to investigate athole yibo laba, and there will be money for the new task team, but no money for this PKTT. Am I missing something or I understand?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. It's not a bad idea, Honorable Member, because, as I said, we take the skills of the PKTT, we implant it into this new team, including the new PKTT that we established in Gauteng. So we implant that skill there. And the good thing about it, we screen people and we don't hide it. We tell them that as you do the work, remember all the time we're behind you, we're looking at you. If you off-ramp, we will catch up with you. So it's working well. The strategy is working well. They work as a team, no individual person. So I don't think it's a waste of money. It's an expansion of skill. Thank you.
Sengizoqeda basesekhona isikhathi esiningi kodwa ngifuna ukuvala inkulumo ezo2. Ngizocela General ukuthi ungikhaphe lapha eModapi prison. Kunama ex-officials, ama-warden, abo-Themba, they came to my office complaining nge-corruption eyenzeka lapha. Ngifuna siyobopha, ngifuna ukubopha. emodapi namabonda awe 500,000 kodwa lingaka kunabantu nje abahlukumezwayo laphayana. But ngifuna uku-invite uMinister Mchunu wenza amasonto kulamalanga lawo, so wenza ama-event wesonto, so ngicela siye siyomkhulekisa ngoba uNkulunkulu uyadinga ukuthi abantu abakhulekayo sibasize. So I'm also inviting you. General Minister Mchunu is hosting events around the country, church events. He needs prayers. Thank you, Chair. So the Chair, I'm used to 15 minutes.
Thank you so much. Honorable Cameron.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, General.
Evening, Honorable Member.
General, thank you for having, for spending another day with us. General, I'm going to start on a bit of a different note. Over the past 2 weeks, I've started posting every day about SAPS members that own taxis or that are involved in the taxi industry. Now, I received many calls from inside SAPS, stop posting this, stop posting this. And my argument back was that you've known about it, not you personally. The SAPS members have known about it in the Western Cape specifically for over 20 months, and they did nothing. In fact, while I'm sitting here tonight, I got a message about an anti-gang unit member in Cape Town that a sergeant who is involved in the taxi industry and in the towing industry. Now, the reason I mention this is over a 20-month period, we haven't seen action on this. One of the reasons that I've heard is that they would like to see, an entire list built up before they act. But I mean, in 20 months' time, especially with the current spate of gang violence, taxi violence and gang violence, makes it difficult to then see how it could be effectively policed. I'll send a list. I've actually already sent you a letter while we were sitting here today, so another letter. But you'll receive that with an entire list of those members. Now, the reason I start with this, General, is that Lieutenant General Fannie is one of the people that we've been speaking about a lot during this committee. And I asked this to the Acting Minister of Police, Minister Kachalia as well. And I'm going to ask you tonight, why has he not been suspended yet? Why has he not been criminally charged yet? General Fannie is one of the main access routes for Mr. Kat Matlala to have gotten into the SAPS. The irony is, I don't know if the honourable members saw it on Facebook, the day after he'd appeared before this committee, he posted on Facebook and said he will not be the fall guy. And apart from thinking it's extremely arrogant, I thought that someone that has been investigated by the SIU for alleged corruption while still working in Treasury was still appointed as the head of supply chain in the police and is still comfortably in his position. So that leads me to my first question. In terms of Mr. General Fannie, do you agree that he was centrally placed in the supply chain environment, and what role, according to you, did he play in the Medicare 24 procurement process?
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. The taxi matter, I heard about it, and we will action it. The same team, my team that is working Eastern Cape, I think they'll come and spend time here, deal with the taxi issues, including our own members. I think that will assist. On General Fannie, Honorable Member, the current forensic investigation, I'm sure it will assist us, because the other processes, we were able to identify some of the members that were involved. put them now on suspension. They are being trialed, but I'm sure the forensic investigation will indicate, because it will tell you that, I think you will, at some point he told you that the process happens somewhere there and is right at the end. Hence I threw now, or I instituted this property audit before they even can finalize the process. So that matter between us and Treasury, it has been a to and fro. I won't say they send him, but it has been to and fro in terms of who should be disciplining. But as we speak now, we've opened an investigation in terms of disciplinary regulations, and it is on the go.
I want to understand, what role did General Fannie specifically play in allowing Medicare 24 to come into SAPS?
He was a chairperson of the bid adjudication committee. There is a bid specification, bid evaluation, BEC. Yeah.
Adjudication,
Yeah, eventually then the BAC. So if we read those reports, there is a problem somewhere amongst the members of the bid evaluation. They are pointing that some, not all, some were just there, but they might not have seen whatever wrong is there, but some knew. Okay. And those that knew, we have already dealing with them. But in order to be clear to deal with the entire process, this forensic audit will assist us, but already the investigation is on currently as we speak.
And General, in terms of General Fannie, how do we justify him remaining in his position? I mean, if the people below him, some of them below him have been suspended, etc., possibly criminal proceedings have started, why do we allow a key access point to remain the same, especially with the links to Mr. Matlala?
Well, let's say if you would like to want to finger, it's not only him, it's the whole BAC, which there are about 4 or 5. So that investigation, but for now, the investigation is on him, but one will also look at the others once there's a clear direction in terms of pointing of fingers.
Apologies for interrupting you, General. Have the other people part of the BAC been suspended?
No.
Not?
Including him. It is the body below.
Okay.
The bid evaluation.
You see, I really struggle with this, General, because what I asked General Fannie as well is that apart from other parts of due diligence that needed to be done, for goodness sake, someone like General Fannie in a position that he's in should know when he's dealing with a criminal and when not. It can simply not be that slips through. Now, we asked a lot of these questions in October of 2025. It's now almost, just after mid-March, and we haven't seen any movement. And I heard about the forensic investigation, but from my exposure to forensic investigations, they don't necessarily need to take that long. Now, I asked this same question, quite similar, to General Fannie regarding the failed Medicare 24 procurement process, the flawed process that was allowed to proceed, and the lack of proper due diligence. In light of those answers, I want to continue with 1 or 2 more on the said topic. When Lieutenant General Fannie was questioned on this matter, there were specific shortcomings in the procurement process. I mean, we've seen a lot of the shortcomings. It's been presented before. Weren't those shortcomings enough to suspend and investigate the entire adjudication committee?
Currently, Honorable Chair, there is this problem that most of the work is done at the evaluation committee, and what is done on the upper level, based on what advice of my risk officer, is that you might suspend and you might end up reinstating, but the best rather, let's see who played which role, which will be now the forensic investigation that will indicate. So instead of one rushing, rather, I think they just say they have a month left, then one will take it from there.
General, I think I don't have another question regarding that specific, but I think you understand the frustration. When we look at the taxis, for example, that's why I use it as an example. You know, we go on for such a long amount of time and we don't see movement. I know the next one that I want to touch on is internal audit recommended at the end of January 2025 that the Medicare contract should be stopped. Now, between then and I think another 3 months, another 30 million rand was paid. How does this meet with a process where we take taxpayers' money seriously, where we just continue to pay? Can you speak to us on that?
Yeah. After receiving that report, we engaged the report, and I said we're gonna act on it. There was a meeting with the auditors and legal services, and eventually the advice was, this is a preliminary report. What about if you take action now, then the final report comes different? Then we had to wait for the final report. Eventually, after final report, we engage again risk officers and the legal services. And then we came to a decision that we terminate.
General, how can we go about the relevant officers that continued with processing the payments to Medicare 24? Now, I want to go as far as saying they should pay back the money from their own pockets, because now it's 30 million rands down the drain. I think after tonight's examples by the Honourable Shongwe, Honourable James, etc., imagine that 30 million being pushed into an anti-gang unit, for example. It's a very simple comparison that I'm making. When exactly did you receive the recommendation that that Medicare contract should be stopped?
It was somewhere, I think, must be beginning April or somewhere there.
Now, who else in senior management was informed that the Medicare 24 contract should be halted?
Well, obviously I'm sure the head of supply chain would have been informed, and the head of support services should have knowledge of that. And form part of that meeting.
General, I want to just shift slightly sideways to Mr. Kat Matlala. You, prior to these hearings, just to, again, for the record, had you ever met with Mr. Matlala?
No.
Not. And that includes obviously socially, privately.
No.
At your office, etc.
But what I'm saying is, when it comes to photos, I don't know. Many people take photos with me. I don't know them. So, but me meeting him, I've never at any given time.
Fair enough. Yeah. And then I want to move on slightly. I might come back to Mr. Matlala again later. When we move to the issue of senior ranks, and I want to again come to the complacency issue regarding discipline. The serious concerns that we've raised, one of them being, I've been speaking on it before, but as a committee, we raised the issue at the police committee of Lieutenant General Mboto. And I know he's at the DPCI. But for that matter, I can reference the sons of Richard Mdluli. Honourable Shongwe mentioned Richard Mdluli. Now, last year, already former Minister Mkhunu acknowledged, he then said there would also be an audit of family members, etc., in the crime intelligence environment. And I have it on good authority that even up until today, Richard Mdluli's son or / sons is still operating in the crime intelligence environment. How do we resolve this? Because I honestly, General, we've mentioned this in the Portfolio Committee. I've asked questions in Parliament. Several members in the Portfolio Committee sitting on this committee have also asked the same questions. How do we get resolved? Please advise me.
Well, the first resolving of the matter is firstly to transfer those people out of crime intelligence, deal with them wherever they are, if there is any misconduct in how they got into the organization, which that can be done now, because remember I said it did indicate that there is this transformation strategy with myself and the acting minister are implementing around crime intelligence, which he wants that we implement by 1st of the new financial year, which is 1st April. So as we finish, part of it is some transfers of people from that environment, start afresh altogether.
So I want to zoom in on that a little bit more. You'd remember the story with General Mboto when he was still a SAPS member before he went to the DPCI. He was moved for sharing all sorts of interesting videos and photos on a WhatsApp group. I think it was in FCS in the Western Cape, if I'm not mistaken. And I remember General Libya said to us that, you know, it's not a punitive disciplinary process. My problem with this is during the same time period, there were really serious allegations, affidavits, investigations regarding interference of serious gang arrests in Cape Town, interference of, I think there was one member that was on an Interpol red list. They also interfered. Now, my problem with the transfer, I understand the way you've described it now. My problem with some of these transferred, like with General Mboto, is he's basically been promoted. He had a break during his suspension. It was more of a sabbatical. And then he was able to just continue in the DPCI. And the irony is not so much from him, but every time one of us says something like this, we usually get some kind of a lawyer's letter. But the truth hurts. How do I navigate this? I know I'm putting you in a tight spot, but can we expect any kind of resolve with someone like General Mboto? Here, the Honorable Shongwe mentioned General Khan. Today, there are lots of photos on X doing the rounds of General Khan in the vicinity with the alleged shooter of one of the Madlanga witnesses. You know, it's becoming very, very difficult as to who do we trust? Because us as MPs, I know the Honorable James, I think she drives some police members nuts because of the rate at which, and I say this tongue in cheek, Darlene, but at the rate at which she calls some of these members. But General, humor us. How do we navigate this? I honestly don't know. I mean, General Mboto, we've been speaking about it a lot. General Khan, the amount of times that General Khan has come up in this committee alone, him and General Moodley, and they're still comfortably in SAPS. And respectfully, there's no ways that any general can drive Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and all of these sorts of things on a major general salary. It's physically impossible.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Member, Honorable Chair. Those that, of course, I'm responsible for, I will make sure that as we implement this transformation with the Minister, we take care of them. General Mboto, in terms of discipline, is a bit distance away from me in terms of the law that you know. I can't venture into that environment. Sometimes also get frustrated, but I will raise it with the Minister, and I'm sure either me or him will give yourself feedback.
Thank you. Thank you, General. I think, Chair, if you permit us, I will write a list of these things, and possibly through the committee, we can send a formal request. General, are you comfortable with authorizing an independent audit of crime intelligence appointments between 2010 and 2025?
2010 and 2025.
I'll tell you why, rather. The independent audit, the idea is that we can get, even if it's a body like SIU, I think I trust the way SIU operates, specifically with a focus on nepotism, irregular promotions, and most of all, integrity vetting. Can we do that?
Okay, with those. Yeah, no, I'll check with my legal, I'm sure. It's something that I will come back to you.
Okay, I'll add that. General, in terms of the I'm deciding where to go next. I've got a lot of questions and I don't want to waste too much time. I want to understand in terms of IPID. The committee has heard extensive evidence about IPID's incapacity, or rather incapacitated state, including its reliance on SAPS for analytical capacity and forensic services. Do you accept that an oversight body which depends on SAPS to investigate SAPS is structurally compromised?
Well, up to so far, I am not aware of any compromise, and I think they've been getting the best service. But however, as they are independent, by nature of their name, they're independent. They can probably be fully independent, even with regard to forensic services.
Okay. What would your recommendation be to make IPID genuinely self-sufficient so that it does not rely on SAPS to investigate SAPS? How do you think that should be done?
Yeah, I would, it's quite a difficult one. I would say maybe they have a separate forensic capability, which they will be assisting of them, standing independently. So I think possibly that's the way to go, Chair.
Okay.
Because using private forensics might just pose a challenge for when you go for court purposes. But they can start something independently.
Okay. General, something just came to mind. I'm thinking now about the matter regarding General Shabiri and all the noise we've seen around the Madlanga Commission with General Shabiri. Now, from what I understand, there's been movement from the police in KZN, if I'm not mistaken. No, sorry. That is in terms of the Hawks Head in KZN specifically, where SAPS have approached, investigated, seized cell phones, etc. Am I correct?
Correct, yes.
Why can the same not be done on a national level by SAPS with regards to someone like General Patrick Mboto?
Do what with him, maybe?
Well, I think as a start to do a proper search and seizure operation, I'm broadcasting it to the country now, so it could be slightly more challenging. But I mean, there's more than enough people that were previously willing to testify, speak. I mean, I know of ground level cops in Cape Town alone that would testify very easily to this day. Why can the same not be done? Why can't SAPS on a national level decide to zoom in on a specific leader in the DPCI, for example, if they see that there's non-action from the DPCI itself? I mean, General Libya did little or nothing to resolve this, just played it down. Is there a possibility that SAPS could actually do that? Can we add that to the list to get an opinion on?
Well, in terms of if there is any criminal allegation, yes, we can investigate, but misconduct is a no. It's the national head that must deal with matters of misconduct of DPCI. But if there is allegation of criminal, we can investigate.
Okay. General, I've just got 2 or 3 more questions. There's one specific one, also with regards to General Fannie. It was a contract that I could find out. I tried to look it up as well, of 70 million rand that was given to a company called Beyond Forensics without going out on tender. Do you know anything about this? Is that another thing we need to flag for further investigation?
Beyond forensics, you say? Yeah, no. I hear the name for the first time, Chair, through you. I will inquire into it, or you can include it in the list that you're gonna send to me.
Okay, thank you, General. Chair, we will add that to this. I will set up a short document with everything in it. General, one or two last questions, and then I will be finished. I just want to confirm for the record, no further payments have been made to Medicare 24 after the contract was stopped, after that initially, that last 30 million rand.
As far as I know, not Honorable Chair through you, but however, take note, if there is a service that they provided previously, which was not invoiced by law, we supposed to pay that. But as far as I know, not, and I'll go and further inquire further.
Okay. I want to ask you, the Sunday of the press briefing by General Kunazi, about I can't remember exactly, the Wednesday or the Thursday before, there were rumors doing the round of a warrant of arrest for General Kunazi, yourself. I think General Kumalo was also on there. Do you know about this? I know there was also, you'd remember we spoke about it in the previous time that you joined us here. We spoke about one of the news articles. I remember the one that said you were crying in your office or something like that. Now, the short time that I've known you, General, you don't strike me as a crying man. So this isn't to cast doubt on you, but did you know about those rumors at that stage? And do you have more information on that?
No, I didn't have any other information except those rumors that we have seen. And when they say I was crying in Pretoria, I was here in Cape Town.
Yeah, I remember.
Yes. So,
in fact, we saw you in Mitchell's Plain on the day on one of those days with the minister.
Yes.
General, one last question, and Chair, then I'll finish. You previously spoke to us and you said there is a cartel, or there are cartels within SAPS, specific members that, especially from a CI point of view, have infiltrated and aim to tarnish the names of certain senior members. I mean, you've previously spoken about it, about WhatsApp messages. We spoke about information peddlers before. There's a whole list of things. Have you since then determined, if you're able to share on this platform, who those individuals are? I mean, we've been flooded by information over the last, let's say the last year almost, after all of this has started. Have you got any indication why? And then I think to add on, I want to reiterate what the image looks like from the outside. So in theory, or the theory with this whole conflict, there was also a rumor, a theory doing the rounds that General Sabia would become the National Commissioner when you were arrested. General Khan would become either Divisional Commissioner or Deputy National Commissioner, but would essentially have control over crime intelligence. Minister Mchunu would be in line for his political career and campaign forward, whatever that entailed. That's the reason for asking this. This is the reason for the factional discussions that we've been having. The image that was created is that there's the Sabia group and there's the Masemola group on the one side. Can you speak to us on that in closing? Have you identified who some of these people are that have been out to tarnish names?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Yeah, through identification of those people, some of them has been dealt with. They are no more in the service, but there are still those that are left, which we are embarking on that processes of cleaning up. We'll We'll, of course, during the cleanup of the crime intelligence, we'll also deal with that. And yeah, those rumors, I also had them, those rumors. They'll come out maybe at Madlanga Commission, I don't know. But yes, I wanted to hear of those rumors, and they only ended up in that fashion, the way they were. So I can't say more, except that, yes, in terms of rotten potatoes, they are there. And the objective of all these noises is that shift the people so that we can be in charge and continue with the damage that they want to cause to the environment.
Chair, I see I have 3 minutes left, so I'm going to make use of the 3 minutes. General, if you could do one thing to really, I'm going to say it, but it's Chair, bear with me. But I almost wanted to say to kick them in the arses, but to chase away the bad and the criminal elements in SAPS overnight. First of all, where would you start, and how would you do it? How do you think we should clean up? We're asking you as the National Commissioner, how do we clean up SAPS?
Well, first, I would say I will start there, where the crime intelligence from there move over to the other divisions. One of the things, the quickest way is to approach people to leave the organization. Because if you start opening cases, chasing, it becomes sometimes a long chase, or you can get the person out, and there's arbitrations and courts, and some end up coming back. It's just to identify people, ask them to leave, in terms of to say, well, I'm restructuring, we're reorganizing, so can you, some of those just give way, and you screen other people. Nobody's born on the job. You train the people, and slowly they will get some point, they'll end up getting experience, other than sitting with figures that are causing more damage or harm than good to the organization, and hampering service delivery every moment of the way.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, General Masemola.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. General.
Honorable Chair.
When you hear the reports that somebody was compiling dockets and then presenting them to your police officers to sign them, some of these things might not have happened during your leadership of the SAPS. What has been your reaction to that?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. It is wrong. You can't compile a docket and take it to a police station. You go to a police station to make a report, and the police will assess whether what you are saying have got elements of crime, and they will then open a case. That is totally wrong. I will circulate a memo to that effect, that such things should not be allowed to happen.
But did you have interest to check who are the police officers who would have been involved in such practices?
Yeah, one will check, even to check which police stations are those, and engage further as to those station commanders as to why are they doing it. And if there is wrongdoing, take steps with on those people.
And then Mr. O'Sullivan, when he was here, he said he previously paid for the trip of one of your police officers to Europe. Have you heard about that statement? or that testimony?
No. It never come to my attention, Honorable Chair. We have a lot of things to do, but that one.
He mentioned the name of Brigadier Kininda, that he went with him to Europe, and Mr. O'Sullivan was the one who was paying the expenses for that trip.
Okay. No, we'll inquire into that, Chair. We always pay for our own members if they are going on an official trip.
Yeah, it was said by Mr. O'Sullivan here that honorable members were probing him as to why would he do that? Does that not amount to the capture of the police service? Because the picture is even there, I think, in one of the books, going by the title, Catch Me If You Can.
Mm.
I'm just saying, in your position as a leader of the SAPS, you must take much interest. I hear you the way you responded to the first question. When I ask you, say, when we go back, we will circulate a memo to all officers to know that nobody can come here having compiled a case. And the police officers just put signatures and maybe even stamps. I'm just saying that that may not be the only case. There may be many other cases which must be to your interest as the leadership of the SAPS, so that it does not become free for all. And maybe if you were to get those details and understand what the trip is all about, what was all about, and why Mr. Paul O'Sullivan had to pay for that trip.
Yeah, and whether, because there should be approval, it can't just happen without approval. We'll go deeper into those details, Chair.
And then Mrs. Mashale, when she was here, she spoke about several cases. Number one, she alleges that there is a case of rape against Brigadier Makalake's son in the Free State. And no action is being taken by the SAPS.
It will be investigated, Chair, and we'll see exactly what happened there.
You have written it down.
Yeah, no, I did write.
Number two, she says that there is a potential witness who claims to have been involved in the murder or the murders of the case in Friede, if you know the Friede farm story.
Oh, yeah, the dairy farm.
Yeah, in the Free State. And that witness is prepared to cooperate with the police and give them details of what would have happened to the victims. And that witness is not being given that opportunity, but furthermore, is also incarcerated unlawfully because he has not been charged for these murders. Yeah, I think she might have said the person is in Kronstadt or elsewhere. And sometimes the person may be moved around from one prison to another.
Okay.
And then there is a case of, I can't remember if it's a general, one general from the Northwest in Stilfontein. General is it Mbatu, who was suspended? Yes, General Mbatu, who was suspended from the SAPS since 1991.
No, it's Sergeant Orlando is Mbatu, Honorable Chair.
Yeah.
I know about the case.
You know about the case? Yeah. Is it still ongoing?
No, there's no case. It was finalized. He was arrested many years ago for possession of some gold or diamonds.
The detail is that he was arrested at Stilfontein, and then he was suspended since that time in 1991, and the case is still unresolved.
No, the case was resolved, Honorable Chair, but we'll report it to you so that with all the details. As far as I remember, he was arrested. The then Police Act was saying if you get arrested, I think without option of a fine, you are automatically dismissed from the service. So that section applied to him. And then later he was released, finished his sentence. But what is strange enough, the records, these records of prison are nowhere to be found. And somehow his records at SAPS headquarters about this specific matter also can be found. But people know exactly what happened.
Yes.
But we will send a report to that effect.
The former NDPP, Advocate Batoi, and General Kumalo, when they appeared before us, they said one reason why the SAPS is unable to succeed in high-profile cases is often because you have parallel teams investigating, and Advocate Batoi even gave an example of the Senzo Meyiwa case, that there were parallel teams investigating that matter or that case, working against each other. And the question is, how does it arise that the SAPS under your leadership, Tau, can have multiple teams working in rivalry, but investigating one case?
Thanks, Chair. Well, that matter, I think, is more matter of Meyiwa. It was during my times, the previous National Commission. I found those teams there, which I listened to both. And eventually I spoke to the NPA, and we said the current case that you see in court should proceed. So, but it's matters that we will always guard against, that it shouldn't happen.
Yes, because
two teams doing one and the same.
What they were essentially saying impliedly is that from your own officials, there is more than sufficient interest in those cases. The interest that goes into those cases goes beyond the SAPS. It's not just about investigating what happened. It may include, by implication, things like intention to cover up and make sure that some information disappears or is not presented before competent authorities for adjudication. And it's very sad if that was to be true. I'm not saying it's true. That is what has been implied here. That the reason why you can't succeed in those key cases is because of the rivalry, internal rivalry. Once a case is opened, there will be so many hands and there will be so many bodies around that case.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Currently, as far as my knowledge is concerned, we don't have that, but I know in the Maywa case, there was such, and it has since stopped. There is no more. It's only one team. But in other areas, we will cut against that.
Yeah, but
because
the sense of Maywa case, because it's a case of national interest, have you checked if indeed there was that misconduct on the part of the SAPS, which would have contaminated the case? People who are not supposed to be there, they involve themselves there. Would you have checked that?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, I didn't. It's a very old case. It's running at court now. The scene was an old scene. A lot of national commissioners passed around that. So definitely give me the opportunity. I'll go and reflect on the matter and check exactly whoever went there, what role they played. I don't think that was ever investigated.
Yeah, because remember, one of our pillars is to check if there is corruption within the SAPS, and if there are people who will involve themselves in cases to make sure that prosecution does not succeed. That amounts to corrupt activities. And then General Kumalo, when he was here, he said to us that there was a case of a consignment that was transported from Durban to Soweto. And because this is confidential information that could not be publicly disclosed, he could only make confirmation that it was indeed true that there were police officers who were involved in the transportation of that consignment. And further, that the leadership of the SAPS knows about that. And lastly, that those officers are still in the employ of the SAPS.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I'll talk to him about this one because I don't know the details of it. So I'll engage him and thereafter take action on the other matter.
And then the other case is the case that Honorable James asked you about, the three officers who were here, Malachi, Ramalepe, and Ramolobe, who also made very serious allegations.
Yeah, thanks. On that one, Chair, I think I did indicate that I got feedback from the people who were investigating the matter last week, Thursday, and I've tasked them to go and do certain matters, certain implementation. Some of the matters of the complaints were resolved. Some implementations were done, but there are those matters that we can't, up to so far, the team couldn't trace whether was the rectification yes or no. So I says, no, go and do it. If there is a need to rectify, you do it. That is the team of the inspectorate. But what I said is I have not yet given these three. I haven't met them. I haven't given them feedback. I will see them this week or next week to give them a progress report. That matter is not finalized because we are going to trace some of those that in the report, there's been many investigations. In the report, there are those that are finalized, but there are those that we can't see whether they are finalized or not. So that progress will be attended.
And the the case of the disappearance of Mr. Jerry Bushok?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Where is it?
Honorable Chair, this case is still under investigation. The team GC Ops is investigating the case. There has been some leads at some point, and they didn't come right, but we have an indication where he might be. So, and that is being investigated. So,
yeah, you know, I'm listing all this. These matters have been presented before us, and you might have heard honorable members also raised some more. I'm listing them because this is the last time you are appearing before us in this ad hoc committee. And tomorrow, General Mkhwanazi will be the last witness to appear before us. And when these matters were raised, they generated a lot of public, but not only public interest, but also raised questions about the SAPS.
okay, sure.
And maybe what we can do, because what is important here ultimately is that we should restore public confidence.
Correct.
In the SAPS, that it can take their matters serious, but also ourselves as Parliament who are obligated by law to demand accountability from yourselves, including other matters that Honorable Cameron would have raised. He said he's going to submit more. I think where you are sitting, it will be advisable for you to say to us, maybe before the lifespan of this committee comes to an end, I have taken down all the issues that all the cases that you have raised. And then we will respond to you in writing and give you an update on where we are on these matters. If there are issues, we have always been very guarded. Even in our terms of reference, we have said any information that is protected by law, if it has to be given to the committee, that will be done in compliance with the law that is in place. Stay in our terms of reference. If there is any evidence that you think, if you give us, may compromise or jeopardize your investigations, you can always find a way to explain, to say, this case, this is where we are. We may not be able to divulge the rest of the details because we think the case may be jeopardized. But what is very important is we are raising this so that even beyond the lifespan of this ad hoc committee, the relevant portfolio committee of police must continue to get updates on these matters, on how they are being dealt with.
Okay, no, thanks, Honorable Chair. I think one will do, as you say, we'll go and do follow-ups on progress on each matter, and we'll then be able to send this committee, we still there, or the police committee, the progress in terms of where we are on each matter. That will be that will be in order, Chair, be accounting. Thank you.
Let me ask you this last question. You know, before the ad hoc committee was established and before the Madanga Commission was appointed, we did not hear the testimonies that we are hearing now about your subordinates. And for sure you can agree with me that some of the details when they come out are very chilling. When you watch on television, you see us sitting here with a witness or at the commission, the witness making confessions or being unable to respond to questions. Has it not occurred to you previously that some of this information happened to drop in your ears? That there may be a commander or General Khanyan somewhere doing XYZ, which is illegal. Or the whispers, if you go to a funeral at Masemola in Limpopo, and one of the mourners just grab you by the hand and goes aside and say, General Masemola, there are many things which are happening. We think you must know about them. Haven't you heard whispers about these wrong practices prior to the advent of the Ad Hoc Committee or the Madanga Commission?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Some of them, yes, one did hear about them. And I initiated the investigation. Most matters, the reason why they ended up being members moving from KwaZulu-Natal to come to Gauteng to do investigations. There is quite a list of investigations that those members were coming to do. And it is for that very reason that you see the success that we have end up now having people behind bars, that people that would have regarded themselves as untouchable. So yes, we do that. And where there is, we pick up something, let's say within our own, actions do get taken. The fact that they were reported here is not to say some of them were never into our focus. They were under investigation. That's why I supported the team.
Yeah.
I am the one that approved that, yes, that for objectivity, let scared people from KZN come to Gauteng to come and investigate certain matters that seems to be a problem around Gauteng. So
I'm saying that these allegations are about some of your senior officials that you were probably seeing them or meeting with them every day or even sharing entrance and exit doors at work.
Those that comes to my ear, Chair, I initiate investigation. Like you have seen some that has happened. If comes to ear that there is this wrong, I do initiate investigation. We don't just leave it.
Okay, when you look at not yourself per se, but the institutional response of the SAPS, will you say it was timeous? Or were there considerable delays in reacting to these matters, these allegations?
Some of them, I would say there's been considerable delay, yes. But the other issue is, when did we as subs become aware of? Because some of these things, we keep aware of them now. And people will tell you, but this is not a new thing. This thing is an old matter. But it never came to our attention. So when it comes to our attention, we do act.
Yeah, because when the ad hoc committee started, we saw a lot of movement, which was not there before. What explains that?
Well,
all of a sudden, decisions we see agility, we see decisive action on the part of the leadership to say so and so is now on suspension, so and so has been arrested. A case like this one has now been cracked. Why?
Well, in terms of criminal cases, Honorable Chair, as I explained before, it's because there has been some acceptance from and more improved cooperation from other arms of the state, like your NPA. And in terms of internal investigations, some of these matters, we did not want to rush to do them departmentally before we make a breakthrough criminally. There's quite a lot which one won't really want to say it. It's quite a number of them that we said this will disrupt, but let's do first criminally, and then we will get to the departmental. So that was the plan, but things have changed the way they changed, and the approach is a bit different.
The possible vacancies in the position of the national head of the Hawks and the police commissioner, do they have potential to solicit misguided ambitions from your colleagues? If somebody had to know that Masemola will be leaving in the next 6 months or in the next 2 years, or General Levia is leaving now, such opportunities, such vacancies, do they have potential to solicit uncontrollable ambitions?
They do. They do. Honorable Chair, they go out, they lobby, they do all sorts of things.
And we may end up having wrong people in those positions if there is no due diligence and careful consideration.
Yeah, if there is no careful consideration, yes, you will end up with wrong people, or you will end up with cartel. Yes, it's possible.
I saw Honorable Skosana and Honorable Matthews have raised their hands. I'm exercising benevolence because in any way your time is gone. Can I take you in that order?
Thank you, Chair. I guess one has forgotten to, I know perhaps this does not belong here. I just want to make a disclaimer, Chair, and to General Masemola. You know, there's an issue about izingwenyama or kumgani. They feel that obviously they think that the police perhaps are the one who are responsible for their safety. They've asked us to ask the general, hence I'm making a disclaimer that perhaps as lawmakers, you might refer it back to us, that there's only one Kumgani which is well looked after. Because in all the provinces, kunenkumgani, kunamakhosi, kunengwenyama, so to speak, not necessarily makhosi, ingwenyama zala oma area. So what they've seen, they say, but we must ask the general. I said, well, perhaps it's a right platform to ask you. I know I'm putting you into a corner with this one, because they are saying there's only one, and they feel that they need to have as well some security, especially going to the next local government election. And that would be my comment to, in fact, not necessarily a question, Chair, to General Masemola. Thank you.
Let's take Honorable Matthys, and the General will respond.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Mine is not a question, but just two follow-ups that I think we should do as a committee. When the head of IDEC was here, we didn't ask specifically whether IDEC had obtained warrants of arrest for our National Commissioner. So I think we must write and get clarity whether they did or whether they didn't. I don't think it should be a secret if they had received one or if they hadn't, but if we can write to that. And then the second follow-up would be that Lieutenant General Khumalo must retract his statement that he made here in the committee that 90% of Gauteng SAPS is corrupt, just so we can have it on record, because as the record stands now, that is what he said, and he's the head of crime intelligence. So if we can do that. Thank you, Chair.
So, General Masemola, you said that you were going to discuss that matter with General Khumalo.
Correct, Chair. I thought he's coming back here, so he's gonna.
He's not coming back.
Okay.
And you and him have now contradicted each other.
Okay, no, I will.
So when you go back from here, you go and discuss with him. He gives you the report. And then from there, when you have got an explanation, he must then write to us and retract that statement on the basis of the explanation that he would have given you.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Chair. I'll do so, engage you.
So that if we happen to call you again, you and him must come and speak one thing. Because now you have not said the same thing.
Correct, Honorable Chair. No, we'll do that. Yeah. On the matter raised by Honorable Skosana, well, I think it's the matter that belonged to somewhere in another committee. But just to correct him, it's not one king being protected; it's two kings that have been protected. But yeah, it's a matter that our department and the traditional affairs is seized with, and we will see how it is finalized as we move forward. Thank you.
Advocate Arendse.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members. General Masemola, is it the case that and here I'm referring to the Medicare 24 contract, that SAPS didn't receive any value for money for the 30 million that was spent?
No. We did receive value for money, Honorable Chair. The students that did graduate in December, they are a product of that. So we did receive value. Thank you.
So it can't be described or defined as wasteful, fruitless and wasteful expenditure as defined in the PFMA?
No. It don't fit that description, because we did get value. Well, of course, after fights, it wasn't a smooth sail. There has to be a fight to get the service. And we did get service and value. It can be described as fruitless and wasteful. No.
Now, would it be fair to say that up until the time that Minister Mkhunu raised the issue of the contract or the unlawfulness, or at that time the alleged unlawfulness of the contract, when he raised it on the 24th of December 2024, it wasn't something that concerned you, the issue of the award of the contract?
No, I didn't have any issues on it. And of course, remember, Honorable Chair, I'm not aware of all these contracts that are being signed. There are various people that are working in that environment. So yes, I wasn't aware of any problem or wrongdoing. The only area I became aware of is an issue of service delivery. They did indicate to me, and I said, then they must meet the service provider and deal with the matter, which they did meet and dealt with the matter.
Did you know that the Minister Mkhunu was going to raise it in the meeting on the 24th? Did he tell you in advance, or did he just call you to a meeting?
No, he did indicate that he wanted us to meet, and we meet on that specific matter.
Because the News 24 reported on the contract on the 20th of December already. Did you see it? Did you read the article and the allegations made about Kat Matlala and the fact that he was a beneficiary?
No, I didn't see it.
So you agree that if Minister Mkhunu did not raise this issue, the contract may well not have been set aside or cancelled or terminated?
Well, it could have been that possibility, or somebody could have raised it, because normally our communication raise those they do flag those matters. And when the days, once a week, we have a meeting where they raise those things.
So after Minister Mkhunu raised the issue of the contract, and by the way, was General Fannie in that meeting?
Correct.
Since he indicated he was going to raise the issue.
Yes. Yeah.
What was General Fannie's view? What did he tell you? Did you ask him and say, look, this is now being raised by the Minister? What do you say?
Well, the agreement at that meeting was that, well, they know about the contract, they don't know about any of the irregularities, and they said, okay, now I'm going to put internal audit to audit the contract.
So at that point, certainly General Fannie was still defending the contract and that it was lawfully awarded.
Yeah, no, they did say that as far as they know, the process was correct.
Because that was also his approach before this honourable committee when he gave evidence. He insisted that he didn't see anything wrong with the award of the contract. But it's only when my colleague, who's sadly no longer with us, Ms. Sikalala, Advocate Sikalala, was leading his evidence, when she raised several aspects that's in the internal audit report, which showed the flaws in the process, which in terms of that report didn't have anything to do with Mr. Matlala. They were just shortcomings in the usual bid evaluation, bid adjudication process. And he subsequently had to concede that the process was flawed. Did you read the internal report yourself, the audit report?
Yeah, I did read it, Honourable Chair.
So the report seems to, if General Fannie is the person responsible for the award at the end of the day, just following on a question, I think Honourable Cameron or one of the other members may have also asked, why has no action been taken, departmental action taken against General Fannie?
I did say, Honourable Chair, that there is currently investigation pending against him. One's supposed to look all the other members, but what I was saying is the advice that I got is let's get the risk forensic investigation report first. But there is investigation current as you speak against the letter.
Thank you. There were 3 members of South African Police Union. They may be, well, both of Pop Crew and SAPU, who testified here jointly, 3 of them, Ramolepi, Ramalobi, and Malachi. You recall those names? I think you may have even had a meeting with them. They made some serious allegations. And they were all in the Forensic Science Services section. Theft of drugs. I'm just looking at the affidavit. Theft of drugs at the lab, theft of rhino horn, sexual harassment, irregular appointment, irregular payment of scarce skills allowance, maladministration and victimization. And in fact, almost out of desperation, they came here because this is what they said in their affidavit.
Can I comment?
Yeah, now I'm going to give you an opportunity to comment. It was after the press conference of General Nkonazi on the 6th of July that they decided to request to appear before this honorable committee. Now, there's a letter. There's a letter. No, where's the letter where General Nkonazi, Masemola? You may recall that you had appointed General Jacobs to do an investigation into these allegations. And the report has been finalized on the 31st of October last year. And I had requested Major General van Rooyen to make the report available to us. Okay. And we haven't received it because, as she described it, you were waiting for input from other sections or divisions. Okay. This is the letter that you wrote on the 18th of July last year. Complaints against South African Police Service, victimization, Division Detectives and Forensic Services. On the 16th of July 2025, the National Commissioner met with the officers from Forensic Services, Colonel Ramalobi, Captain Ramalepi, and Captain Malachi from Legal Services. The above complainants allege victimization as they are denied legal protection for being whistleblowers in a 2011 case, which led to dismissal of one senior officer within Forensic Services. The complainant further alleges they lodged grievances which they not handled accordingly. In addition, the complainants allege non-accountability of exhibits within the component. It is on this note that Lieutenant General Jacobs is requested to establish a team to investigate the above allegations. The complainants allege to have evidence in support of the allegations, which is in 2 lever arch files, and we were advised to hand such files to you. It is advisable that you and the identified investigating team members to engage with the above complainants. It would be appreciated if the consolidated report could reach the office of the National Commissioner on or before the 30th of August 2025. And this is your letter addressed to Major General Sabola, the Divisional Commissioner, Inspectorate. Now we know that the report has been finalized. Is there any reason other than the reasons that Major General van Rooyen gave us why the report is not available? Or can you tell us what's in the report?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. As I indicated earlier, the report has been finalized. I have considered the report. The team of actually General Jacobs ended up not doing it, but it was General Hanker that did that. They briefed me about the report. That's where I said this specific matter was investigated more than 5 times since its inception from 2011. Some of those matters has been resolved. Some are outstanding. Some we don't know whether they were attended, yes or no. But however, I said the current team of inspectorate that were assisting me, they must go back because it's investigation on top of investigation. They must go back, verify. I know there is somebody who is in prison for stealing drugs and right on, or the person is out by now, which means there were consequences. But some of the matters, and there was that senior manager talk of was disciplined and dismissed from the service. And subsequently, the person went through arbitration, CCMA, whatever, and is back at work. But some of those matters, I'm saying, we can't detect whether there were any finality in it. And so hence I said to the team that briefed me last week that they implement corrective measures on this same report. So the report that I considered, I can make it available to you as early as by tomorrow.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, General. I think that will be much appreciated because from a whole line of questioning from the honourable members, there's a concern about there not being any what they call consequent management.
Okay.
There seems to be no repercussions, wrongdoing is reported, even investigated like in this case, but what, is anybody being held to account? Because these 3 officers, they had also made allegations against General Pashlani at the time because they were in Forensic Services Division, and he actually sued them successfully for defamation. So their complaint is also that when they wanted to challenge the decision, and apparently they did appeal, because I think a monetary amount was awarded to General Pashlani. So the case is probably still on appeal, but they weren't getting any assistance from SAPS.
Well, every case, Honorable Chair, gets looked at to its own merit, whether you qualify for legal assistance, yes or no. And if you don't qualify, there is no way you can make it that you qualify. So probably that's one of the matters. But however, the crux of the whole investigation, as I said, some matters have been dealt with. Some, I don't know whether they were dealt with because this matter comes from 2011. So hence I said this team must now go into this matter and rectify everything that is in there. Because even them, some of them, they are accused of whatever. But it will be part of the whole investigation. But I will make that report to you by tomorrow.
Now, talking about legal fees, not our legal fees, but legal fees, General Vuma had complained about how long it took for her to be suspended, and then eventually she retired. Now, the reason appears to be that the issue was about the IPID subpoena. And she certainly was of the view, I'm not sure whether she took legal advice, was this subpoena is not valid and she is not going to comply. Because I think that is what you charged her with subsequently, for failing to comply with the IPID subpoena.
Correct.
So that case took 2 years. That's why it ended up in the Constitutional Court. Well, the Constitutional Court wasn't a case. There was an application from the Supreme Court of Appeal for leave to appeal, because there's no automatic right of appeal to the Constitutional Court. So they applied for leave to appeal, and that was dismissed. And I think subsequently, you then suspended her. So the question is, that case involves SEPS versus IPID. Presumably, SEPS paid the legal expenses for those cases in the High Court, the Supreme Court of Appeal, and then an application for leave to appeal to the Constitutional Court.
Correct.
And then, quite frankly, all that happened afterwards, General Vuma suspended and eventually she's retired. Those legal costs have not been recovered or recouped.
Well, determination will be done, Honorable Chair, and if she found to be liable, not only her, but the others, the recovery process will be undertaken.
Okay. Then I think, again, just arising from one of the questions raised by the honourable members, this is the return of the dockets and the fact that the dockets, I think it may have been Honourable Member Breitenbach, that the dockets were sort of lying in the office in Pretoria for some 3 months or so. What would these PKTT members have done? The directive came on the 31st of December of 24. The dockets were sent or taken to Pretoria on the 28th of March. And then only subsequently were they returned to their stations in KZN. Are you able to respond, or perhaps it's not a fair question? The PKTT members, what did they do over that period when the dockets were locked away in Pretoria?
Oh, I did answer that question earlier, Honorable Chair. Remember, it wasn't all the dockets. They had dockets that were court going, they were still running with them, further investigating, going to court and so on. It's not to say they were sitting
or presumably they were continuing to do their work because there was a standoff between you and the minister, and you weren't going to immediately disband them. So they may have continued. I'm just trying to find an answer. Maybe continued working. And they may have even come up with new cases, new dockets.
They were doing work, Honorable Chair. Hence, remember the Mandini case also that added on there.
Yeah.
So they were doing their work with their court-going cases.
Now, you're aware of that IPID had brought a case and had charged General Mkhwanazi about those Nagi allegations. I think it's in the Lotswa affidavit. You're aware of that case?
Well, I became aware of it when it was being discussed here. And
when we discussed it with you?
When it was discussed here, that there is such a case.
Okay.
But in terms of the matter itself, I knew about the kidnapping. I knew about members of DPCI KZN that they followed, investigated the case to wherever they went, to Mozambique, and came back. And but I'm not aware of the physical involvement of General Mkhwanazi. However, I'm sure IPID will give me a report to that effect. But that's how I know.
You don't know where that case is and whether there's been any developments in that case?
I'll inquire from IPID because I heard about the case now recently yesterday. I'll inquire from IPID as to what happened to that case.
Now, just a last aspect for your comment.
But the member, I think the member himself, I think Sergeant Mlotho also, I think he's on suspension as we speak. there is some departmental case against him for all the things that he was involved in.
Now, given the structure of IPID and sorry, IDEC and IPID. The evidence thus far about, and they certainly, Advocate Johnson testified on behalf of IDEC, and we know IDEC arrested Lieutenant General Khumalo based on a complaint or case opened by Honorable Adams. But it seems to me that both IPID and IDEC doesn't inspire much confidence. And given that this Honorable Committee is also looking at restoring trust in our law enforcement agencies, and they play, you acknowledge that they play such a key role in terms of certainly ensuring that South African police services, that their members conduct themselves in terms or in accordance with the rule of law and their code of conduct, etc. So I'm just putting to you that what we've heard thus far doesn't inspire much confidence given what appears to be differences, different groups, whatever you want to call them, factions, groups within the South African police services. Because there seems to be a tendency then to weaponize one against the other, and to do that you use IPID or you use/influence IDEC.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, I think you sum it up. That's the way currently it is.
I mean, we've heard the evidence, and several members of the committee, maybe the entire Honorable Committee, were fairly clear about the use of IPID in the period when Mr. McBride was the head of IPID, and Mr. O'Sullivan played a prominent role in the work that they were doing. Although that was a few years ago, I'm not sure whether the situation has improved. So are there any suggestions that you might make or recommendations that you might make to us, to the Honorable Committee, of how their role could be strengthened?
The one recommendation I can make, which I said earlier, Honorable Chair, is that you can, for now, you have the institution, you have SAPS as an organization, you have IPID, you have IDEC. But if in all these institutions you have members of SAPS right through, you're bound to have a problem. You are bound to have a problem, because if you left SAPS, maybe you hated me, and you go to IPID. When you get there, it might be that you find a way to get back to me, or you get to IDEC, same thing will happen. So in other words, in reality, it's three different institutions, or by the look, it's three different institutions. But in actual fact, it's one institution. So then you're going to find that issue of crashes. So that's why I was saying that if maybe the IPID can employ its own employees, train them, same with the IDEC, then it might maybe be a different picture if that's the case. Otherwise, as long as you have one organization.
Yeah, there's no, are you saying there's no true independence? It's all one single organization.
It's like this ad hoc committee,
Yeah.
and the police portfolio committee, and let's say defense or education. You are all members of parliament, not so the National Assembly. It's a similar thing. I don't know whether you understand me.
Because it seems to be from the evidence that some people or some officers, either they worked or they were members of SAPS and they go and work for IPID, or vice versa. Or in the case of IDEC, they used to be prosecutors, or they used to work in the National Prosecuting Service. Now they work for IDEC. But their names, their names have cropped up during the course of these hearings, and I'm not going to repeat them or bore them. But that seems to be a weakness.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's exactly what I'm saying. That it's three different institutions, but if you look at majority of the investigators, you will find that all of them are sub-detectives actually. So they might, I don't say they are not impartial, they are not independent. And not all are from SAPS. Some are from other government institutions and or the private sector. But majority of your investigators, some of them are former detective members.
Yeah.
So it's bound to have that getting back to some at some point.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you for your attendance, your cooperation with us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members.
Thanks, okay, Terence. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Advocate Arensa. And thank you so much, honorable members. Ra go leboga tau ya tswako. Honorable members, we are going to start tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Our witness tomorrow is General Mukwanas. We have distributed the documents for tomorrow, and we will also be distributing the responses from the presidency. We received the responses in the afternoon, and when we were supposed to distribute them to you, the officials came back and requested to make improvements or to add additional information to the responses that they have given to us. And then we allowed them to add that additional information so that they become comprehensive. So they have resubmitted, and you will get those responses for you to individually study them and check if all your questions have been answered. We must apologize, General Masemola, that from 20 minutes past 2 until now, we have not given you a break. Mudikana khwela mphatong, kgomo ya moradi e khwela shakeng. Honorable members, Honorable Skosana, you want to say something?
Chair, I was just saying that I didn't see the general for lunch. I guess you should invite her for dinner for keeping him for so long. Thank you, Chair.
Did you go there? When you went there, why didn't you invite him?
I've invited him already and his team. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you so much. I know, honorable members, that it is unusual to come to the end of our proceedings at this time of the day. I can see that this is the time when the locomotive gathers more momentum, but unfortunately we have come to the end of the proceedings. I'm going to request you to stand up and leave the chambers. We will meet here tomorrow at 10 o'clock. It's here, Bonanin. Thank you so much.